Don't stop. Run.
With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Fighting through another turn. And the Palpin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show them what you got.
sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome to day 2 of the San Antonio Regionals. Our top cut includes 16 talented trainers, and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Mark. And Mark, what are you most looking forward to on this championship Sunday?
I think I'm looking forward to the conclusion of this new meta versus old meta, and to see which Pokemon and trainers both rise to the top today, Butters.
Yeah, absolutely. And this schedule is just starting to warm up. It's our first top 16 of the season, but we have a regional coming up really soon too in Portland just after the holidays. And of course, this is all leading to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And we're only about a third of the way through the season here, but there's going to be different championship point thresholds for all different regions here. In the United States and Canada, 500 points. In Europe, 400 points. In Latin America and Oceania, 300 points. And in Middle East and South Africa, 200 points. So, Butters, still plenty of time here to either go to a local event or attend a regional here to gather as many championship points as you can.
And we're getting to that point of the season where trainers who have not won first place in a regional or international have actually qualified for the World Championships already. You see Rise to Occasion on that list. He is one of them, but I believe also Nighttime Clasher and Dunebug, because of his performance in this tournament, should just get over the edge as well to join all of these world qualifiers that have won a regional or an international so far. And if you missed yesterday, we had some awesome battles, starting with a Pokemon I really didn't give much credit to. I thought it was interesting in the meta because it is good against Lickitung, but let's look at the spiciest matchup of day number 1 in San Antonio. It's that Pidgeot. The Pidgeot here is able to use the Feather Dance, and it gets Protect Shielded on the bait. And the key thing here, it drops the attack of the Charjabug by 2 stages. And that is crucial because it is dropped 2 stages. This allows the Pidgeot to actually endure, which was shocking. And not only endure, but also get to the Brave Bird, which would definitely secure a knockout. Out of nowhere, Pidgeot actually flips the ones versus Charjabug.
Yeah, and what a crazy matchup right there, Butters, to have a Pokemon that we thought would be for sure defeated. We'll get into the second set of battles here, where Onion Frank is facing off against Valor Ash in the winners finals in Group E, and he is down to a solo Alolan Sandslash here, and Valor Ash has all 3 Pokemon available here, and this Sandslash has to go the distance. And as it turns out here, Onion Frank able to not only shield the charge move here, but farm enough energy to have a charge move ready for the Azumarill, able to sweep all 3 Pokemon with 1 Pokemon remaining.
And Valor Ash is also a Leaf Tornado enjoyer, just like Onion Frank has that Leaf Tornado on his Superior as well. Running the same exact team is out of pocket. They often do that together, and then this was absolutely unbelievable. We have to mention, Mark, that this Azumarill was 2-stage attack debuffs, right?
All the coin flips from the Whiscash, right?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 Scalds dropped the attack, and it was able to counter the Clodsire, and literally at the buzzer, it's able to get to the Ice Beam. It was 3, 2, 1. Game over, Sankylor.
And there's the time's up tag right there. Yeah, this was a crazy match, Butters, because I even was getting ready to tell you, cautionary tale, don't leave your last Pokemon here because it could get debuffed. Azumarill doesn't care, able to claw its way back into a victory.
And Azumarill has been the story of the tournament, especially in day number 2. But let's look at day number 1. How popular was the Azumarill in day number 1? It actually did make top 6, which makes sense because you're able to hard wall the energy from Poliwrath that is is creeping up to be the most popular fighting type in the meta.
Yeah, and then speaking of fighting types, Butters, we have Metacham here, still fairly resilient, but not as high of numbers as we've traditionally seen. I think part of it is, as we talked about, maybe Metacham and Poliwrath sharing a slot on teams instead of just having them both on the same team. So we're definitely going to see less Metacham, but Poliwrath, you know, we expected it to be very popular based on the results of previous regionals.
But check this, Azumarill, hop on up these rankings, because day number 2 usage, it's actually going to be coming in at the number 2 on the list, tied with Shadow Gligar, which I feel like the meta right now is Lickitung, Shadow Gligar, Charjabug. I thought also Shadow Poliwrath was a key member in that meta, but it's nowhere to be seen in this top 12.
Yeah, that's absolutely nuts to us because we saw so many matches with Shadow Poliwrath yesterday, but Azumarill, both flavors of Gligar are on that top 12, as well as Charjabug and that Cresselia that we tried to cover a little bit yesterday. It looks like Poliwrath getting pushed out of the meta before it can become meta.
Yeah, let's actually see where those Poliwraths are showing up, because we have full team breakdowns, and I believe most of these Poliwraths are on the winner's side of the bracket. So the Poliwraths did very well. You see it for Rise to Occasion, Evan having the Shadow Poliwraths, and Arrow actually going for just the normal Poliwrath.
Okay. I wonder what benefits there could be, because I do think Shadow Poliwrath very, very strong, but maybe normal can survive a couple more hits.
I have a hunch. The reason that everyone's running Shadow Gligar and why it's so high in usage is because one aerial ace will knock out a Shadow Poliwrath even while debuffs, but maybe a normal Poliwrath can endure that Shadow aerial ace, and you don't really see any Poliwraths in this loser's side of the bracket. You're just seeing other pseudo fighting types, or do we even see one Metacham? No, you see a Como, but we don't see, we see one Shadow Poliwrath.
There's a few Metachams hanging out in there, but I do want to call out, there's also a Vigoroth here as a pseudo counter user. I think also a great answer because it does have that improved rock slide. We haven't seen it too much on camera today, but maybe it can make an appearance. And I do want to call out in the top 8 portion of the bracket, we do also see another counter user, Deoxys Defense.
Yeah. And it's a good point, like with the Rock Slide addition to Vigoroth, certain charge attacks really change the game, change the meta, and change everything for these Pokemon. And make sure to play the Community Day, because if you want to have an awesome time with your Poliwrath, you're going to want to have Counter, which is available as a featured attack in this Community Day. And on this list, Mark, there are so many PvP relevant Pokemon that you can evolve to get their featured attacks.
Yeah, I'm seeing Blast Burn from Charizard, of course, always a great classic and a Pokemon that we've seen in the regional circuit, as well as the Shadow Claw here. Although I will mention, Butters, we saw a lot of Alolan Sandslash with Powder Snow yesterday. Very interesting variant, but across that, you do have the starters from the previous set, which do have their Community Day Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, and Hydro Cannon, as well as a couple of Pokemon that I'm seeing there with Breaking Swipe, Haxorus, of course. We did see it a little bit last season, but definitely very useful. And as you play the Community Day, you can enjoy all the bonuses right there. I think there's too much to list out, but I saw double XP, you know, double candy. I think you saw double XL candy earlier, which is always very nice to have.
I always want that extra XL candy because so many of these Pokemon are good with the XL candy. But let's break down our matchups that we're going to see right away. We're going to start with that winner's side of the bracket. And of course, Wadaj has already won a North American regional this season in the first ever tournament in the previous meta. Now he's coming in on the winner's side of the first iteration of Timeless Travels versus Senkilor.
Yeah, and I think despite having that, you know, like he featured in one of our clips right there, still looked really, really solid. And Senkilor, he's going to be trying to call back. He had that really clutch moment. I'm hoping that he's got one more in him to kind of bring out this victory.
And then next we have Onion Frank, who's actually undefeated so far, and it's really cool to see Onion Frank. I call him the mad scientist because he is the person that makes the archetypes of these new teams, and it's often that out of pocket takes Onion Frank's team and does really well with it. But this time, Onion Frank coming on the winner's side of the bracket, he started out his championship series journey 5 out of 6 top cuts. Since then, he hasn't made that many top cuts, so it's really awesome to see him back joining some Goliath trainers here like Evan, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, and of course it's really awesome to see Mama Climbs getting over that hump. She's placed 9th place before, but now she's on that winner's side of the bracket as we move on over to the loser side.
And the loser side of the bracket, Butters, is absolutely filled with all-stars right here. I'll start from the bottom up. Eomero, Dunebug, Ramberto, and Elam on that side of the bracket, as well as Valor Ash also making it in. And of course, we did feature Cheng Yu earlier in that clip right there. And I see Chillis FF FM here, another content creator that I really enjoy. So this is going to be a spicy bottom bracket as well, and only one of these trainers can make it to the grand finals here. They only have, they cannot endure one more loss.
I mean, if you look at literally the last 5 trainers on this list, they're all world qualifiers. Gerald X, Elam, and then go down the list. They're all previous world qualifiers.
Speaking
and
of
one
world qualifiers,
of these trainers is going to try to join Wadaj. Can he join himself and win 2 regionals in one season, but also joining King Alexander, Elite, and of course our most recent champion, JJan11. But really, this is as stacked as you can get in a top 16. It's awesome that we have that final cut for you today. We're almost ready to get into those battles, but first, we always want to hear from you. So make sure to @PlayPokemon, #PlayPokemon on X, and /Pokemon on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well, because we like to feature you on the stream. We want to hear your thoughts because you are part of this Pokemon journey as well. So make sure to follow the channel on YouTube and Twitch. That's it for us. We're ready to get into the action. So let's head on over to Wholesome and Softove.
All right, thank you, Butters. Appreciate the intro. Welcome in, everyone, to San Antonio, Texas. We're here for the 2024 Play Pokemon Championship Series. Wholesome_ here, joined by Softove. We've had an incredible day 1 already. I think variety was the key theme that we saw. I think 28 individual Pokemon that have made day 2. So what an incredible variety that we're seeing.
I think that's absolutely right. Maybe the most variety we've seen all season. We did see a lot of Pokemon, remember, even in that day 1 usage. Nothing really above that 50% mark besides Lickitung. A lot of things hovering around 20–30%. Very different from what we've seen earlier this season.
Without a doubt. And I like to see some of the momentum coming from some of the previous regionals. We did see recently in Stuttgart, Colin's team, I think, was running a lot of what we're seeing here as well with Cresselia's, with the Shadow Poliwrath. We're seeing a lot of that representation as well. And I'm curious to see how that will translate to future regionals as well. But we're getting set up on stage here right now. But before we do so, we want to make sure that we go ahead and get everyone up to speed with how this tournament's going to be working. Let's toss it to the format video. We'll be right back.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, well, that's a great call out, actually. A lot of trainers are qualifying via championship points. It's not all just about winning regionals, but how you can consistently have success across many regionals, local tournaments, ICs, etc. So congratulations to those that have already made their way and qualified for Honolulu, Hawaii for Worlds 2024. Let's take a look at the prizes, though, for this current regional tournament. So walk us through what we're looking at.
Yeah, it's not just those championship points that these competitors are competing for. There's also a lot of cash prizes on the line here. First place, of course, taking $2,500, and then going all the way down into that top 8, where all of those trainers will be earning at least $750 with that expanded prize pool for this year. And of course, it's always nice to get some booster packs for those of you TCG fans out there. I'm sure these Pokemon trainers love diversifying their Pokemon portfolio.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look as well for our day 2 pairings. We can see who's going to be facing off versus who. We'll start off with some of our notable matches here. Wadaj versus St. Keeler, I think getting ready on stage right now. But we're also going to be seeing Hey Donis Actual versus Onion Frank. Butters mentioned this earlier, but Onion Frank has yet to drop a match as well. He's trying to become essentially the North American Hard Jeff here as well.
That's absolutely right. And these are, of course, all the winners pairings that we have this morning. And like Butters was saying, this is absolutely almost as stacked as you could possibly be. And I think we're almost getting ready to see Wadaj versus Sankayler very soon.
Yeah, let's move on over to the stage. We can get our battlers introduced. I think you saw both of them quite a bit in day one. Wadaj, no stranger to Top Cut, without a doubt. We already saw him this season winning Pittsburgh, and let's not forget how well he did in the previous season as well. 2023, winning Hartford, winning NAIC, and you mentioned it, 3rd place at Worlds as well. We don't want to discount that one. So I think we're going to move over to the stage here as soon as possible once we have these trainers ready to go here. And let's take a look. Wadaj on the left, Sankayler on the right. Let's take a look at these teams, Soph.
Yeah, I think we see that Gligar from Wadaj, which could be pretty important here. Sankayler's Charjabug actually looks pretty safe against Wadaj's entire line, but of course has to watch out for that hard wall of the Gligar. We also see this kind of pseudo-fighter on Wadaj's side. 2 counter users, the Deoxys defense, as well as that Vigoroth. And I think that Vigoroth could be key here too, as long as it avoids that Deoxys defense.
Well, I think key for Sankayler is going to be maintaining his mental, right? Because you're going up against one of the best trainers in the world, Wadaj. Very imposing battler, someone that you really have to prepare for, and one of the scariest trainers that you can possibly face, without a doubt. He has so many accolades. Like we mentioned, Pittsburgh Regional Champion in our current season, NAIC Champion in 2023, Hartford Regional Champion in 2023, and Toronto Top 4. That second half of the season absolutely had 0 struggles whatsoever, just maintaining a ton of success, and he's transitioned that into 2024 as well, winning Pittsburgh and now top cutting here in San Antonio as well.
And I want to give Wadaj credit for something that's not on that list. He's actually the creator of the team that won 2 regionals, JJan's and Elite's teams. And then of course we have Sankayler on the right here. You know, this might be his first top cut, but Wadaj also, I heard, was a little bit nervous because, as we know, Wadaj and Hot Pocket, or Out of Pocket, are very good friends, and of course Pocket did drop to Sankayler yesterday. So, you know, that has to be weighing on Wadaj's mind just a little bit here.
Without a doubt. All right, well, I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be stacking up. I think these battlers are getting locked in. The one key Pokemon to keep an eye on, in my opinion, is going to be that Vigoroth from Wadaj. It's going to have great matchups versus the Lickitung especially, which so many trainers are known for using as a safe swap. If you're keeping that Vigoroth in the back, might be a great response to get ahead in the matchup. Let's see what we're going to be having here. I think that we're still getting locked in, but so if any other observations as far as team comps go, things to keep an eye out on.
I think that Lickitung from Wadaj is also going to be pretty safe into Sankayler's entire team. Really the best answers over there are that counter user, the Deoxys, and of course that Lickitung of his own. And here we see that Lickitung from Wadaj, just like we were saying, into the Whiscash. This is great matchup.
Great call, without a doubt. One of the prime targets. It is going to be one of 2 water Pokemon that Sankayler is running. This one going to be taking double super effective damage from the Power Whips. Sankayler immediately going for this Scald. Remember, this has a 50% chance for a debuff. This could turn the tide of the matchup, as we saw so often earlier with Doombug in some of his matches as well. No debuff this time, though. Wadaj has the opportunity to go straight for the Power Whip.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit surprised to see Sankayler not switching out, risking taking, you know, what is potentially a power up and having to throw up a shield here. Actually ends up being a body slam, so Wadaj is able to maintain just a little bit of extra energy.
Okay, well, we're going to have a second chance at this debuff. Wadaj opting to no shield this one as well. Easily able to tank 2 of these Scalds. Still, I think a Power Whip, even with 1 debuff, likely going to be knocking out. And no debuff as well. Does not have that same luck that Doombug was having. But here comes the next move. No bait this time. This is going to be the Power Whip, double super effective. And we see the second shield come out from Sankayler.
Yeah, Wadaj getting 2 Protect shields off this lead. And I think now at this point, you just let this go. And maybe your Charjabug is kind of poised to do things in the back. Unfortunately, Sankayler, very good timing throwing on the Charge Attack priority there.
You know, it's interesting. I think Wadaj maybe could have even invested 1 shield just to get that move off. But with how much energy Sankayler has, he would have ended up taking a second Bug Bomb. So I don't think he would have been able to get the Power Whip. Here comes the Azumarill, though, with a 2 shield advantage. It does need to watch out for that Charjabug, but you have your own Charjabug in the back. It'll be curious to me to see if Sankayler actually swaps into his own Azumarill to meet it and try and save that Whiscash for later in the game.
Yeah, looks like just staying in here with Wadaj, probably just going to farm up just a little bit more after this additional Scalds comes through. Again, resisted move. You know, going for the debuff here, but I'm guessing Wadaj is going to be switching out pretty soon. Knows that the Charjabug is pretty safe now with that Whiscash gone, but just like you mentioned, Wholesome, Sankayler switching out into that Azumarill now.
What this means for Sankayler is he's going to be able to realign his Charjabug versus Wadaj's Azumarill later on in the back. Wadaj is really going to need to prioritize his current Charjabug and make sure that it's maintaining HP. Let's not forget a play rough from this Azumarill still going to hit quite hard. You're going to have to start shielding something at this point, and I think this is a great shield from Wadaj.
That's absolutely right. Wadaj throwing at the first shield, like you mentioned, recognizing the importance of this charge bug. You know, Azumarill, a rather tanky Pokemon, so probably happy to invest some shields here. Gonna farm up a lot of energy, maybe even just go for the farm down. No, throws that discharge.
Yeah, I think that energy is going to be key here because not only do you need to take out this Azumarill, there's still that Whiscash hanging out and a full HP charge bug in the back. Now that said, you do still have a very healthy Azumarill as well. There's some opportunities maybe for a catch or maybe to swap out here, but let's take a look at this timing here. Actually gets to this X-Scissor just before you're able to get to the skull as St. Keeler. Softo, I don't know if this is going to knock out.
I think it might. That is key here, getting that off before that Mud Bomb comes through. And the great thing about Wadaj's charge bug here is that it's still relatively healthy, might still be able to hang on even if St. Keeler is able to land an X-Scissor.
Yeah, and I think they're going to get to this next X-Scissor at the same time here. It depends when St. Keeler ends up throwing, but you have to like the position that Wadaj is in. And I actually like this play quite a bit. Coming in with a 3-turn move, knowing your opponent's going to be throwing a 4-turn move, you're going to be able to get your charge attack off in the middle of their charge attack and ensure that you land this play rough. Your Azumarill has done everything that it needs to do now at this point.
Absolutely. As always, clean, precise play from Wadaj. Like you mentioned, knowledge of those mechanics, knowledge of how long each of those fast attacks is going to take. And at this point, Wadaj happy to just let this Azumarill take this discharge, barely hangs on, and, you know, even just a bubble or any of those charge attacks would have been enough there.
And that is going to do it. Game number 1 going to Wadaj here in winners group. You can see winners round 1 still a lot ahead of Wadaj, but keep in mind this is a best of 3 still. We're not at that best of 5 stage. So one more win for Wadaj and he'll move on to winners round 2. St. Keeler is going to have to cook something up here to come back. You know what? I did like the play of swapping in the Azumarill into Wadaj's Azumarill. I thought that was smart, but going down 2 shields so early on is oftentimes very hard to come back from, Soph.
Exactly, and especially because Wadaj had that charge bug and knew it was avoiding the worst matchup on the opposing team, right, in that Whiscash. He saw the Whiscash in the lead. He knew that that charge bug in the back was going to do a lot of work with 2 shields.
Well, Soph, you mentioned how safe that Lickitung is for Wadaj. I'm taking a look at St. Keeler's team right now. What could be a potential answer to that Lickitung besides the Lickitung itself?
Not much. I mean, it's really just going to have to be a team effort, right? You know, I've seen a lot of games where the Deoxys might throw a Psycho Boost, you know, or do a lot of counters, throw a Psycho Boost. Maybe you can go into your own Lickitung. But of course, that is very risky because Wadaj has a Vigoroth. So a little bit of a challenge. We'll have to see how they both adapt here. And I think we're actually getting into the second battle.
All right, well, Wadaj predicting the Lickitung this time and has the Vigoroth, the other normal type, actually running a double normal squad right here. Great matchup for Wadaj. This brings in the Azumarill. Not a tremendous response, but a good enough response without a doubt. Quickly swaps in his Lickitung with access to Power Whip.
And here comes that Lickitung. Like you said, access to that super effective charge attack. It's not an incredibly dominant matchup for Lickitung, but it is rather comfortable. Wadaj probably going to be able to maintain switch advantage pretty comfortably here.
The one thing we need to keep in mind is going to be the Bubbles adding up. Don't forget that Bubbles did get a little bit of an attack buff, doing slightly more damage now than in previous metas. These Power Whips do still hit hard, despite not having the same type attack bonus. This will be super effective damage and put this Azumarill in range where one more charge attack should be enough to knock it out.
That's right. This Lickitung is still very bulky, can absolutely take this charge attack if it likes to. Looks like Wadaj is choosing to let this play rough through. And, you know, Lickitung can probably farm up quite a bit of energy before throwing another charge attack.
That Vigoroth looks good everywhere at this point, though. Yes, you'd ideally like to have it on the Lickitung, but even versus the Whiscash, that's not a bad matchup. I like this timing from Wadaj. All of these licks have added up so much now that this Azumarill is actually in body slam range, no longer needing to throw a Power Whip. Oh, and actually not quite knocks out. Maybe
that's better for him. Gets more farm.
Actually a little bit more. The Ice Beam did pop up, but unable to get there, and Lickitung does get one more move. I think he actually had the Power Whip here as well, so missed out on a little bit of damage, but having that alignment, maintaining switch alignment specifically, will put Wadaj in a great position with his Vigoroth.
Potentially hoping to get to a second body slam here. It's going to be very close. Actually able to get it off there.
I take my words back.
That's a nice chip there. And of course, like you mentioned, Wadaj's Vigoroth is going to be so key in closing out this match. Gligar maybe not going to put in quite as much work as the Vigoroth here.
Okay, a quick swap out now into the Whiscash. You know what, this might still be your best Whiscash answer at this point. It's pretty hard to swap in your Gligar, knowing that you don't want to take a Scald whatsoever. Wadaj opting to immediately throw this Body Slam and a shield coming out from St. Keeler.
I'm guessing Wadaj is going to be content to stay in here at least until Whiscash is lower on energy before swapping in Gligar. But, you know, Gligar has a decent matchup against Lickitung as well, and Wadaj probably recognizing you don't want to be taking these super effective Scalds on that Gligar, just like you mentioned, and, you know, maybe just going to want to stay in here, but this Whiscash is starting to put in a lot of work.
We need to check this Whiscash here. It's over 3 on debuffs currently with these Scald. It's a 50% chance now. Sometimes that can happen, but quite unlucky for St. Keeler so far. I think we're going to see another Scald come out. Will we finally see that debuff come through? Things are really turning out in Wadaj's favor so far. Will we see this debuff? The shield comes out from Wadaj. Here it comes. The answer is yes.
And that was the second shield from Wadaj. No shields left on the field. Investing both shields into that Vigoroth, you know, like we said, most important Pokemon remaining here.
Well, Vigoroth is still outside of Body Slam range. I could potentially see a swap out, maybe bringing in that Gligar just to absorb some energy. But no, I think that you do still easily tank one of these moves. And even with the debuff, I think that you're still in Body Slam range as this Whiscash. So I like that Wadaj is staying in here. I could see a quick swap out here. Yes, indeed, St. Keeler swapping in his Lickitung, taking a debuff Body Slam. Very nice play.
That's a nice catch, saving some health on that Whiscash, which at this point is the more important Pokemon for St. Keeler. I'm actually surprised we didn't see, oh, actually no, I was gonna say I'm surprised we didn't see Wadaj farm up, but that Lickitung was already loaded, already has almost 2 Body Slams. This Gligar needs to take out this Lickitung.
Well, I think the play here for Wadaj is to build up to 2 Aerial Aces. 1 Aerial Ace for the Lickitung, have the second Aerial Ace ready to go for the Whiscash. It likely will be a pretty close charge attack priority for the Gligar versus the Whiscash, but I think that the Gligar is going to be able to take this one, and even if not, you do still have your Vigoroth that has enough HP, maybe able to counter down or get to 1 more Body Slam, but this is going to be close. Just like we said, Wadaj getting to 2 Aerial Aces, 1 is going to knock out the Lickitung. The question is, will he be able to knock out the Whiscash as well?
Yeah, like you mentioned, I'm not sure how much energy that Whiscash still had. Doesn't have a move though, so this Aerial Ace is going to connect and able to knock out the Whiscash here. Wadaj taking a 2-0 victory on the winner's side.
Wadaj making it look easy, to be frank. No problem at all. Able to take a clean 2-0 series sweep. Great team building in both games. Game number 1, the Lickitung, just so strong, able to put a lot of pressure out. In game number 2, recognizing, all right, the best response to my Lickitung is probably St. Keeler's own Lickitung. I'm going to bring the double normal squad with my Vigoroth, and Vigoroth was, I think, the most valuable Pokemon there for Wadaj.
Yeah, I love those callouts. There's the obvious things that we see in the battle, you know, investing shields in the right Pokemon, undercharges, swaps, things like that. But there's also things that we don't, you know, necessarily see as much. They're not as visible, and that's things like those team reads, like you mentioned. A lot of things are determined from the point of lock-in, and you know, Wadaj, like you said, made a great read bringing that Vigoroth.
Yeah, we mentioned Vigoroth earlier on. Like I said, it's going to be one of the great responses to that Lickitung swap, but actually Wadaj predicted it in the lead, which I think is one of the less likely positions to see that Lickitung. So a great read there without a doubt. But Sophie mentioned it earlier, Lickitung was so strong into that team. Right. I maybe would have liked to potentially see Defense Form Deoxys. Not only does it have pretty neutral play versus that Lickitung, but it's also a great answer to that Vigoroth as well. Exactly. So that could have been something that St. Keeler could have brought, but he's going to be moving down to the loser side of the bracket. He's got more battles to come, without a doubt. Wadaj will be moving on. No surprises, I think, for anyone watching this tournament.
Of course. I mean, everyone has a chance. Everyone who's made it here is immensely talented. St. Keeler, you know, made his way through a lot of tough battles yesterday, including, of course, like we mentioned, one of the potential favorites out of pocket. But, you know, Wadaj, possibly the best player in North America right now, on a tear, and also, you know, a great meta reader, right? Like I said, the creator of that team that won 2 regionals last season, and that's not even including the regional that he himself won.
Without a doubt. You know what? I want to double click on Vigoroth for a second though, so because it's interesting. We did see new access to Rock Slide, but overall, I don't think we've seen that much Vigoroth in this tournament. Wadaj is, I think, one of 2 trainers in Top Cut that ended up bringing Vigoroth. We didn't see a lot on stream. Why do you feel that it is a good Pokemon in this current meta?
Ooh, well, it is tough because it's kind of the fighter that loses to other fighters, right? Typically we see, you know, a fighter on almost every team. That's kind of why Metacham and Deoxys Defense are so successful. They're a fighter that beats other fighters. If there's always a fighter, you always have play. Vigoroth, I think, has always had a lot of neutral play, right? You have counter, of course, a fantastic fast attack. Body Slam, of course, very cheap move, very efficient move. So Vigoroth has always been kind of around, but I think it's just because kind of the Metacham has been falling off a little bit. Obviously, you still don't want to see a Poliwrath, but it's not quite as bad into the meta as it was before.
There's 2 components. I think that Metacham having a bit of a drop off, without a doubt, is going to see an increase in Vigoroth in its play. But I think that now that we see the Lickitung is the #1 Pokemon in many cases, I think that it's a great answer to that. We talk about where Lickitung struggles, and there's not many areas where it does struggle, but versus normal types is going to be when we start to see the Lickitung have a little bit of a drop-off in representation. In our Noctowl meta, Lickitung started to crawl back, and we started to see it drop out of top 12. Once that Noctowl was out of the meta, however, Lickitung comes right back, and as a response, I think Vigoroth is a great response to that response. So that's great to see as well. Let's move over and take another look, though, at our prizes for today's tournament. Wadaj did just make it to the next round, so he guarantees that he's going to be, I believe, at least top 5, maybe even top 3 at this point. So congratulations to him. He certainly is going to be having a nice prize here coming out of the tournament. But so walk us through some of these prizes.
Right, so like we mentioned before, first place taking $2,500 and 72 booster packs. That is very non-trivial, going to be hard to fit in those suitcases. Second place, of course, taking $2,000, and we have these nice cash prizes. I think, you know, for those trainers on the loser side of the bracket, they have to win twice, I think, to make that top 8 and get into the money here with that $750 prize.
Without a doubt, I can't imagine how long it takes to open 72 of those booster packs.
Great content, though.
Great content, without a doubt. I know a lot of content creators definitely like to open those on stream, without a doubt. Congratulations again to Wadaj. But keep in mind, there's a lot of trainers that he's still going to have to make his way through. I think our next matchup is going to be Haydonis versus Onion Frank, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, they're getting ready on stage right here. Haydonis, we saw earlier, he was having some great plays. Like we mentioned, even the games that he was struggling, having his Mantine versus Lanturns, he's still making great plays trying to win those matchups. However, he needs to go against Onion Frank, who has not dropped a single game this entire tournament, Soph.
And I want to add a little bit of color here. I believe they're actually staying together during this trip. So, you know, must have been a tense night while they're both preparing their matches, right?
Yeah, they're trying not to give anything away as they move into this day 2. But let's be honest, no stranger to day 2, either of these trainers. Right. They know each other well, they know day 2 well. So I think that there's going to be a lot of there's not going to be much pressure, not going to be much nerves from either of these two trainers. Best of luck to both of them. I do want to look at these teams here a little bit. One specific Pokemon that stood out to me on Haydonis' team is the Mantine. Mantine in this meta, I think it does have some play, definitely versus things like Gligar. Even that matchup can be a little bit tricky, though. But where do you feel Mantine really shines in our current meta?
Definitely shines against, if you still have that Medicham Gligar core around, I think that's kind of where it had play last season, and of course those Pokemon are both still around this season. There's still some superior. I think we see one on Onion Frank's team. Might be a little bit difficult for Haydonis to bring that Mantine this time. We do see that Alolan Sandslash on Onion's team, as well as the Lantern, of course, that Haydonis needs to watch out for, but it looks like they're having a good time on stage so far.
Without a doubt. We actually see a double fire team from Haydonis as well, also running that Altaria. I think the Altaria has quite a bit more play than the Mantine, so I expect to see that more often. Onion Frank, though, I think that Butters was calling him
the Hard Jeff of North America.
I think that was me calling him the Hard Jeff of North America, without a doubt. I think that he was calling him the Mad Scientist specifically, because of so many kind of unique Pokemon that he brings. He's known in Go Battle League as well as in Play Pokemon for running Pokemon like Bastiodon, Shadow Victory Bell, and as I mentioned earlier, I think that that's even more impressive to get to #1 on the leaderboard, running such inflexible Pokemon. But the team that we're seeing here really is a team that I would have seen maybe in the Adventures of Bound season, with this Lantern, Superior, Medicham, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Gligar. Just a very balanced team currently. Now, the one thing that's a bit surprising to me is the Medicham. We've seen so few, but Onion Frank is one of the few still running it. What do you think of the Medicham versus Haydonis' team?
I think it's actually very strong for both trainers. You know, you talked about what could the role of the Mantine be here. I think it's actually providing a lot of good bench pressure to Onion Frank's Medicham. If you look at the rest of Haydonis' team, Medicham has a lot of play, of course, versus the Galarian Stunfisk and the Lickitung, of course, versus the opposing Medicham. And, you know, has Ice Punch for the Altaria as well. And the main counter there is the Mantine. If you look at Onion Frank's team, you know, you have the Gligar, of course, but Gligar doesn't take the Ice Punch quite as well. So I think Haydonis' Medicham is just a little bit stronger because of that Mantine bench pressure.
That's right, and Onion Frank is running Dynamic Punch on his Medicham as well, meaning there's no Psychic coverage move for that Mantine. But let's also remember that the Mantine on the side of Haydonis not running Aerial Ace, running Bubble Beam, Ice Beam. So it is still going to be a somewhat neutral matchup. Will be very interesting to see how Haydonis can leverage that Mantine. What we see very often with a lot of trainers running that Mantine with Bubble Beam is that they like to throw the Bubble Beam very early on just to debuff their opponent's attack. But let's go back to Haydonis here. Portland, top 8. Fort Wayne, top 8 as well. In fact, I want to say he may have even been top 3 as well.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
It's actually interesting. I think both of these trainers had pretty similar records last season where they were top cutting a lot, even placed 3rd, you know, themselves, each of them, and weren't able to quite get that World's invitation, but of course would have benefited a lot from this championship point system that we have now. taking a look at Onion Frank, similarly, we see a lot of top 8s. We see that NAIC top 16 as well. So, like you said, no stranger for either of these trainers to the big stage.
Look, the one thing I want to call out for both of these trainers, we've seen them top cut. We've seen them have plenty of success. Top 3, top 4 type of trainers. Neither of them have won a regional. So not only is championship points on the line, prizes on the line, I think a lot of pride is on the line here as well of being a regional winner. Now that said, neither of these trainers are going to be going home after this game. The loser will go down to the losers tournament, but the winner will move on to that next stage to face Wadaj, and beating Wadaj is certainly quite the accolade. So let's move into game number 1. Haydonis bringing the Lickitung. This is going to be into the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. I believe this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash is running the Powder Snow variant. Going to be a little bit safer versus this Lickitung.
Not a great matchup for the Lickitung because of that Powder Snow, but we have to remember Haydonis knows this matchup really well. I believe it was Haydonis yesterday who threw that double Power Whip in one of the matchups, which barely took out the Alolan Sand Slash. So I think Haydonis understands exactly how this matchup works. Maybe in the lead because you have a little bit more lick damage. A Body Slam plus a Power Up might be enough.
It's interesting to see this Medicham in the back for Haydonis because I think it has great play into all of Onion Frank's team. Ideally, you would like to see it on this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but still, good play across the board. You're able to hit super effective versus that Superior, and Dynamic Punch hits everything neutrally hard as well. Nothing that's going to be resisting it. Here comes the Drill Run, though, from the Sand Slash. It almost knocks out the Lickitung, but actually, we see a quick swap in with the Medicham, met by the Superior.
And I love this play from Haydonis. Just like you mentioned, Medicham very safe into Onion Frank's backline, but also, like we were mentioning earlier, very safe into Onion Frank's entire line of 6. So Haydonis banking that energy so he could throw when it's on something non-resisted. I love that play.
All right. Well, Haydonis, with the open team sheets, know that this could be a Leaf Tornado. You don't want to shield the first one. You survive one of these Frenzy Plants, and it does do quite a bit of damage, however. At this point, with an energy lead, you will get to this next Ice Punch a little bit earlier. We've already seen Onion Frank use one shield, but I like the way that Haydonis is playing this. He was able to get an energy advantage, some meaningful damage into that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash as well, and now he's pressuring the Superior.
The great thing as well about Haydonis, so many great things about Haydonis' swap, but one of the things is that he's baited out the Superior, and that now frees up that Galarian Stunfisk, right? Onion Frank didn't bring the Medicham this time, so that Galarian Stunfisk is going to have a lot of play in the back.
That's right, and I think the Galarian Stunfisk, not only can it do well versus the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but versus that Lantern with the ability to hit for Earthquake, it definitely could be that sweeper. With a Body Slam store, though, this is great. Get the Superior off the field to set up your Galarian Stunfisk. I think the Switch Clock's going to be coming up for Haydonis as well, so he can quickly exit this matchup and not provide any sort of farm to his opponent whatsoever. You have to like this position for Haydonis now.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, switching out right away. Oftentimes when you have low HP, you don't want to just stay in there and let yourself get farmed, so great awareness of that switch clock by Haydonis. Like you mentioned, this is a good matchup for the Galarian Stunfisk. Even though Earthquake does a little bit less damage now, it's still going to add up with these mud shots.
Well, what's great for Haydonis is he does still have 2 shields, and he needs to be thinking to himself, what's going to be my biggest risk? What's going to be the hardest hitting move? Is it going to be these Surfs? Could it be a Drill Run as well? I think we're going to... Oh, and a huge Earthquake coming through, almost knocking out the Lantern, but Onion Frank still able to hold on, gets to this next Surf. First Protect Shield will be used by Haydonis. It's now going to be a battle of the Galarian Stunfisk versus the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. One charge attack will knock out either one of these Pokemon, but I have to give the edge right now to Haydonis with a little bit of an energy advantage.
Yeah, and I think Onion Frank kind of recognized that just letting this Alolan Sand Slash go, not quite enough energy banked there, and Haydonis is going to be able to just mud shot down this Lantern and take that first game.
Well, so great call from you in the middle matchup there. That Galarian Stunfisk up a shield looks so strong into that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash and Lantern core. Once you're able to get that Superior out of the way with that Medicham swap in, it frees it up so well to sweep the team. Onion Frank didn't even shield that last move. He knows that, hey, the writing's on the wall here. This Galarian Stunfisk is in prime position to sweep my team. Let me go back to the drawing board and try and figure something out. Maybe he wasn't expecting that Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, actually, if you look at Onion Frank's team, he has 3 Pokemon that are very strong against that Galarian Stunfisk. You see that Shadow Gligar, that Medicham with Dynamic Punch, and that Superior. So, I think you're right. Maybe he wasn't quite expecting that Galarian Stunfisk. You have to imagine that he might be pivoting to bring potentially that Medicham this time. Maybe you have to make a call here that Haydonis isn't going to bring that Mantine.
Yeah, you know what? We were talking about, hey, is Medicham still good? It looked great there, so without a doubt. Getting 2 counters off into that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, guaranteed to put it in single charge attack range for any Pokemon coming in. Even resisted damage. When you're in the red there, it's going to knock out. So even those 2 counters, very impactful. But then getting that energy advantage into that Superior, it's not running Aerial Ace. You took the Frenzy Plant, no problem, and you didn't even have to shield, but you still neutralized that Superior. What I really like though too was swapping out of the Lickitung with the Body Slam already stored, because what that meant is that you can come back into that matchup once Switch Clock is already ready to go, throw that Body Slam and re-exit the matchup so that there's no farm down, just like you said.
Yeah, Haydonis absolutely understood that matchup very well. not just the matchups that we saw on the field, but of course that matchup against the entire line of 6. It looks like we are getting into that second battle here. Adonis, if he wins this, will be moving on.
All right, well, this is a relatively neutral matchup. Lickitung into the superior. We do have the Leaf Tornado, which can totally throw off the dynamic of this matchup if Onion Frank wants to go for that. 2 Frenzy Plants don't quite knock out, but actually immediately going for this Leaf Tornado just before the Lickitung reaches the Body Slam. This could have a 2-stage attack drop. Let's see if we get a little bit of luck for Onion Frank. Yes, we do. So now this Body Slam is going to do significantly less damage and may actually force Onion Frank to swap out. Or sorry, Adonis to swap out.
And Wholesome, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but that Leaf Tornado is absolutely huge. That might have just decided this entire game. If you look at those backlines, switch advantage is absolutely critical. You see the Alolan Sand Slash on Onion Frank's side. If it lines up against the Altaria, that is absolutely disastrous for Adonis.
Well, let's keep in mind, yes, this is the Powdered Snow Alolan Sand Slash, so just like you said, it's devastating. It actually swaps in the Altaria. You can see the reaction from Adonis. He knows what's going on here. You not only get double super effective fast attacks, that Ice Punch gets loaded so quickly as well. You have to try and desperately land one of these Moonblasts, but this does not knock out, and this Alolan Sand Slash can farm all the way down. Now, I don't hate this play because this is some meaningful damage, and keep in mind this Medicham, it might even be in range where a couple counters will knock out. These Dragon Breaths do add up. I'm actually curious to see, will one counter now knock out and neutralize most of this energy from the Sand Slash?
It would be very nice for Onion Frank if he could get off both charge attacks here. I feel like it might just barely hang on and be able to get to that second charge attack, but we'll have to see. You know, that Leaf Tornado just threw off this whole matchup, just like you said.
Well, what's interesting, though, is we did see an attack drop from that Moonblast as well, so that Drill Run didn't do that much damage, but not only do you have the Altaria getting lined up versus the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but you now have to have your Medicham into the Gligar as well, so it's kind of 2 times terrible, right? And immediately just lets it go. Adonis says, all right, well, you didn't use your last shield. I'll pay you that same respect. I'm not going to use my shields in this matchup. Let's get this one over with here and move on to game number 3. A decisive game number 3.
Right, and Adonis' Medicham, like we mentioned, is pretty potent against Onion Frank's line. The problem is that when you're faced against that Gligar and it still has 2 shields up, those wing attacks just add up so quickly. Can't use your shields on fast attacks, and unfortunately, just not a great place for that Medicham.
Look, that early game matchup, yes, it's a pretty neutral matchup, but it's so hard to stay in a matchup when your Pokemon has been double attack dropped. So definitely a little bit of luck there on Onion Frank's side, but I think that's actually a pretty smart play to go for, because even if you don't get the debuff, you're still in a relatively safe spot where you can still go land maybe a second Leaf Tornado and plus a Frenzy Plant, and you know, if you want to use shields, you can still dictate the pacing of that matchup. But when you force your opponent out, it is forcing their hand, and it really helps you as Onion Frank to dictate what that back matchup looks like, and for him, it was incredibly favorable.
Now, something we didn't talk about before in this matchup, that Altaria for Adonis is actually very good into Onion Frank's entire team.
Yep.
Besides that Alolan Sand Slash, which is probably why he's brought it twice. And, you know, Adonis, you know, kind of safe swapping the Altaria there. I think if he wanted to swap out, probably should have gone into the Medicham, which is just a little bit safer. Would have been very tough, of course, if he was met by the Gligar, but maybe just a little bit more of a chance.
So when we look at the 2 flyers, I don't like the Mantine whatsoever. I think it's got too many risks. It has some good play, but without Aerial Ace, it's not going to be as dominant versus that Medicham as I think it should be. The Altaria, I do agree, I think is very, very strong here. Now, as long as it can avoid that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, it's going to have a great time in this matchup here, without a doubt. Even after Sky Attack has been nerfed, it's still very imposing just with that Dragon Breath. We're going to move on into game number 2 here, guys. I think we're getting the screen set up here. We're going to be having the Galarian Stunfisk into the Gligar. How does this look, so?
Great adjustment from Onion Frank. This is a pretty good matchup for the Gligar, but looks like Adonis is staying in just for a little bit. And these wing attacks don't do a lot of damage, potentially hoping to chip with a Rock Slide.
You do get to the Rock Slide before the dig, so you are able to get this chip damage. I expect to see a swap out at this point. You don't want to take this super effective damage. Could pivot to the Lickitung, could even, I don't think you'd want to pivot to the Medicham, right? Because then you're going to have to be taking those Aerial Aces. Opting to actually just stay in this matchup, take this super effective dig. One will not knock out, another Rock Slide will not knock out either, so maybe Adonis just wants to try and get this most of the way out of the way, knowing that the Medicham is likely going to be very safe once this Gligar is out of the action.
I think that's exactly his plan. You know, we were thinking potentially he's going to chip and dip into that Lickitung, but like you mentioned, this, the Gligar is really the main counter for that Medicham. Okay, he is switching into the Lickitung after all. But, you know, this Gligar is low enough now. Even some counters from Medicham could take care of it. And Adonis probably putting a lot of weight and trust into that Medicham now, which is actually great because Onion Frank brings in the superior here instead of that Alolan Sand Slash.
I'm a little surprised. I would have expected the Alolan Sand Slash. It has the Powder Snow. It's not Shadow Claw, so it has a dominant matchup. And we're going to be seeing Onion Frank immediately going for his charge attack here, not waiting whatsoever, throwing the Frenzy Plant this time, not the Leaf Tornado. Does a lot of damage into this Lickitung. But like you said, not bringing in that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash now means that that Medicham from Haydonis can potentially get a line. This is going to be very interesting in the end game, so.
Yeah, that's right. And Lickitung still powering through, gets to this body slam at the same time as this Leaf Tornado. Not going to do a lot of damage. Lickitung might even hang on, but Haydonis not shielding regardless. Again, putting a lot of weight on that Medicham. You know the Gligar is out of the way. Whatever's in the back, Medicham is probably going to be able to handle.
Now, the thing that we need to keep in mind is how much energy that Gligar has. It did throw the Aerial Ace into the Lickitung, but I think it still has another 3 or 4 wing attacks, so getting close to another Aerial Ace ready to go. Here comes the Leaf Tornado. Will he shield? No, no shield. Do we see the attack drop? Yes, indeed. This is going to translate to even more farm. Not being able to farm down. Even more farm, though, meaning more energy. But really what you want is counter damage here. And now that you're debuffed, you're going to have to swap back into your Galarian Stunfisk. Not going to be nearly as effective versus the rest of Onion Frank's team.
And this is scary now because switching in low health Pokemon like that Galarian Stunfisk is a lot of times just a liability, right? You're basically giving your opponent free farm.
That's right. Okay, actually brings in the Gligar, had the move ready to go, but actually doesn't throw it, throws the wing attack instead. This is enough to knock out. Will Onion Frank shield this one? Yes. He wants to get that last Protect Shield from Haydonis and try to get it in range where one attack from the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash will knock out. We actually see the next Aerial Ace come through from Onion Frank. This will take the last Protect Shield.
And that debuff with the Leaf Tornado could be huge here because now I'm not even sure this Medicham is getting quite low. I mean, can it even counter down the Alolan Sand Slash before it gets to a charge attack?
I think you're going to have to try and catch a move here, but does Haydonis know what the energy counts is for Onion Frank right now? He is not energy dry. He only needs a couple more. Brings in the Galarian Stunfisk. Actually, a counter swap here as well. You can land this Earthquake. This is interesting. I believe that Onion Frank has an Aerial Ace store, though. Will he be able to wing attack down before this Galarian Stunfisk gets to a Rock Slide? That's going to be the huge question. A one-shot knockout of the Galarian of the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Can you get to this Rock Slide? Going for the farm down. Will you get there? No!
And this Gligar has so much energy now. Gonna win charge attack priority. Haydonis doesn't even have that move loaded, and that is going to be a very good game. Well played by both sides. That went back and forth, and this dig is going to connect and take out that Medicham.
You can't at home say that Leaf Tornado is not viable. We've seen 2 straight games where it has influenced the outcome of this game. Game number 2, forcing Haydonis to swap out. Game number 3, really just completely taking the attack down 2 stages of that Medicham, neutralizing it so much so that it forced the hand again for Haydonis to swap back into his Galarian Stunfisk and provided all the farm that Gligar needed to finally knock out that Medicham. So while I love the Medicham play in general from Haydonis, 2 times it ended up getting debuffed, which I think really influenced the matchup.
Yeah, but I think that was great recognition from Onion Frank. You know, it doesn't just have to be the Gligar that can handle that Medicham. Their superior can do just as well a job, even without that super effective Aerial Ace, right?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Frenzy Plant hits so hard, getting unshielded. Multiple times, Onion Frank was putting Haydonis in situations where he's having to make a decision. Do I shield this Leaf Tornado or do I let my Pokemon go? So I think it was great use of those low energy moves. Definitely a little bit of luck on Onion Frank's side as well, getting those debuffs very regularly. Every time that he needed it, came through clutch. So you have to like the plays from Onion Frank. Haydonis is not done, though. He will be moving to the loser side of the bracket. Meanwhile, I believe Onion Frank is going to be facing off versus Wadaj.
Yeah, Onion Frank does move on in that winner side of the bracket, but I believe there is still a couple more matches to go on the winner side.
I think we have 2 more at least.
2 more, yeah.
Top 16 here in San Antonio, which is great to see. I think it's our largest North American tournament so far as regionals go. So that's very exciting to see. We're going to be having our next battlers getting ready on stage here. Keep in mind, we are still on the winner's side of the bracket. I think some of the battles on the loser side are getting played here as well, but we're going to be bringing you a lot of the loser side of the bracket later on today. I want to double down on a couple of those Pokemon because one of the interesting things that we saw is 2 Medichams, and I think if we look at top 16, that's going to be the majority of the Medichams that we saw just there. How do you feel that Medicham performed, and how do you think it can perform overall versus this top 16?
I think it had a lot of potential versus Onion Frank's team, but, you know, Medicham actually didn't do that well in those neutral matchups like against that superior, right? It felt like had a lot of play, potentially especially up energy like we saw that game 1, but just unfortunately wasn't quite able to close things out there, especially with that Leaf Tornado debuff in game 3.
Do you think that Leaf Tornado is the preferred moveset versus Aerial Ace? What are your thoughts, Soph?
I'm going to be honest. The main benefit that I see to Aerial Ace is just the fact that it's a cheaper move than Frenzy Plant. And Leaf Tornado is the same energy, actually.
That's
so
right.
it's definitely viable. The main problem with Leaf Tornado, of course, is that you're going to have a lot less play versus opposing grasses, like opposing Serperiors or Venusaurs, but we just haven't seen that many.
Okay, well, we're getting ready on stage here. We have Rise to Occasion versus Evan 777713. Evan, we have seen top cut before. I believe he was top 16 at NAIC as well. So neither of these trainers are any stranger to the stage here. However, Rise, known for some of his incredible plays and consistency that we've seen throughout these regional tournaments.
You know, you mentioned they're no stranger to the stage, but also no stranger to each other. I was talking to Rise just a little bit before the tournament started this morning. He said he slept 10 feet away from Evan last night.
We're having all the homies hanging out here, not only on stage, but also off stage. So it's really interesting to see how close some of these trainers are. And I wonder if that's going to be influencing any of their decisions. How well do they know each other's natures, their tendencies when it comes to battles? Seems like they know each other very well.
Of course, and you have to imagine sometimes when you're preparing for these tournaments, you're preparing for them with other trainers, and sometimes you've kind of scrimmed against them a lot. You know exactly how they like to play, you know what Pokemon they like to lead, what kind of Pokemon they like to safe swap. All those kinds of things can come into play.
Well, one of the things that I want to mention is how safe Azumarill has been throughout this tournament for the most part. The grasses seem to be mostly out of the way. We have seen a couple Serperiors, but almost no Venusaur, basically no Trevenant. The grass that representation we've seen has mostly been from Lickitung as well as Cresselia. Now that said, it's not just grass that Azumarill has to watch out for. He needs to watch out for poisons as well. And I wouldn't say that poison is in a great spot in this meta overall right now. We haven't seen much Nidoqueen whatsoever, not a lot of Beedrill, things like that.
A
little bit of Clodsire, without a doubt.
Not always with Sludge Bomb.
But the one Pokemon that Azumarill does not want to see, the antithesis of the Azumarill, is going to be that Toxapex on the side of Evan. And I'm very curious to see if Evan's going to be bringing that Pokemon, because it does have some struggles elsewhere, especially versus things like the Charjabug. But if it can get lined up versus that Azumarill, it is the most dominant one-sided matchup in almost all of play Pokemon.
All right, taking a look at these players here. Rise to Occasion, just like we mentioned, one of the most accomplished players in the Championship Series in the last couple of seasons, was top 2 at NAIC, just second to a Dodge, by the way. And then, of course, won that Knoxville Regional Championship as well. The first trainer, I believe, to have won multiple regional championships in the world.
I believe he also won the Milwaukee Regional, which was his hometown at the time.
In 2022.
That's right, hometown hero. All right, well, let's take a look at his team here. Running that Azumarill, I love it. The Guzzlord, the Shadow Poliwrath as well, along with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, a little bit of a throwback. Also met with the Charjabug. I think the last one is the Shadow Gligar there as well. So a lot of new Pokemon that we're seeing as strong representation here in this Timeless Travels meta. The Shadow Poliwrath, the Guzzlord, the buffed Azumarill, but some throwbacks as well, like the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Gligar, as well as the Charjabug. So definitely a lot of familiarity with a lot of these Pokemon. Some of them probably still getting used to a little bit as well.
Yeah, and then of course, if we look at Evan's team, thinking about which Pokemon might be the most safe for Rise here, you know, that Shadow Gligar looks so good into Evan's entire team, but then of course there is that hard check of the Alolan Sandslash. You do have Dig, so potentially some situations where you can flip that, but, you know, very difficult in general. Let's take a look at Evan's team here.
Yeah, what'll be interesting to me is Evan's Shadow Alolan Sandslash that he's running here. He has top cut here, top 16 at the San Antonio Regional. I think this may be his only regional from the current season. That said, I'm very curious to see how his team performs. We have the Whiscash, the Charjabug, the Shadow Poliwrath, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Lickitung, as well as that Toxapex as well. Now, Toxapex is going to be one of those main answers to that Shadow Poliwrath. The Shadow Poliwrath on the team of Rise, I think, actually looks very imposing. Going to have good play versus his Whiscash, great play versus his Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Lickitung, but what are the things that are going to be stopping it? That Toxapex for sure, maybe the Charjabug as well.
Yeah, the Toxapex is a really interesting pick. Provides a lot of bench pressure, not just for the Azumarill, but also, like you mentioned, walls the Poliwrath and has a lot of fast move pressure as well. You know, we've seen a couple of matchups, you know, on day 1 where Azumarill was trying to wall Poliwrath, but it was getting very low. I think Toxapex can do that job just a little bit better, but like you mentioned, has a couple of matchups it needs to watch out for as well.
Well, we do have a Poliwrath on the side of Evan as well. It could get lined up versus that Azumarill. I was actually talking to Arrow off stream, and he says, yeah, that's actually not that bad of a matchup. Poliwrath into the Azumarill, no problem whatsoever. Just take it to the 2-shield, swap out if I want. It's really not so bad. So he was not scared of it. Let's see if that matchup ends up playing out here. Guys, here it is. This is still the winner side of the bracket. Rise versus Evan. We're going to be having the battle of the waters here. It's the Poliwrath versus the Whiscash.
And this is favorable for the Poliwrath. Whiscash has to use these Mud Bombs instead of that Scald, which is the better charge attack in general. we see Evan throwing this mud bomb straight away. Rise still trying to farm out just a little bit more energy before throwing a charge attack.
Now, the one thing here is I think with the Shadow Polyrath, 1 or 2 mud bombs are going to be enough to knock out. So you are going to have to respect it at some point. Rise thinking, all right, well, maybe I go ahead, and I'm a little actually surprised by this. Throwing the mud bomb right away, I would have liked to have seen Rise maybe throw a debuffing attack, even if it's just the Scald, to try and get that off before Evan throws that second mud bomb. But no, just going straight for this counter damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought Rise was going to do too. You know, usually when you shield first, that usually indicates the user is going to be throwing a debuffing attack soon after. But I think Rise is really just thinking about the damage here, not so much about that debuff. Farmed all the way up to 100 energy before throwing that Scald. And we see quick swaps here. Rise preserving that Polyrath and bringing the Charge Bug in, so he doesn't have to throw a resisted charge attack.
I'm a little surprised here because now if Evan swaps out of this matchup, you're going to end up having your Guzzlord versus that Shadow Polyrath, which is not what you want to see whatsoever. It takes super effective counter and Icy Wind damage. But Evan actually opting to stay in right now, does not want to bring in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash into that Charge Bug, knowing maybe it will get eventually realigned versus the Polyrath.
And this Guzzlord is in a pretty terrible spot, I have to say. It doesn't have a lot of play versus Evan's backline, so Rise really going to have to use the rest of his Polyrath well. This Charge Bug, of course, peeling away yet another Protect Shield. So really interesting endgame we have here.
Yeah, so keep in mind though, Evan is down shields. His Polyrath still has energy and still has a shield as well. If you're not able to neutralize this Polyrath, it is going to just wreak havoc versus your Shadow Alolan Sandslash here. So let's see what Rise wants to do. Yes, he actually brings in the Polyrath, throws the Scald right away. No shields remaining. This isn't enough to knock out, but it is going to put it in range where several counters knock out, and Rise does still have a shield if he wants to keep... Oh, it actually does knock out. Down goes the Polyrath. Here comes the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Look at these counters adding up. You can see it on Evan's face. He knows that this is disaster. Despite being able to get to a charge attack, there is still a shield for Rise, and these counters have decimated this Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And this is just the nightmare of every Alolan Sandslash user. When you have it in the back, you're just praying and praying that it's not going to see the counter user. And that was actually a really great heads-up play by Rise to save that Polyrath for later, right?
Didn't even have to use the Guzzlord.
Yeah, didn't even have to show it. The Guzzlord was in a terrible position, but that was totally okay.
Yeah, no, the Guzzlord, like you said, it didn't really have any good matchups there in the back versus Evan. But hey, if you don't ever have to face those matchups, then no problem. Yeah, so I really like the play there from Rise, without a doubt. I think that swapping out was a very heads-up play. Evan, I maybe would have liked to have seen him bring in that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I think that his Polyrath still had play versus that Guzzlord. Of course, he does not know that. But that said, Evan's going to have to figure things out. I was a little surprised, actually, early to see Rise shielding the first Mud Bomb and then allowing Evan to get to that second Mud Bomb without throwing a debuffing attack. Maybe if Evan had shielded that Scald, would have maybe put him in a little bit of a better position, because he found himself, well, hey, you know, I'm down shields and I have a Shadow Alolan Sandslash now that's getting countered down. That's kind of the worst case scenario.
I think Rise, though, knew exactly what he wanted to get out of that lead matchup, right? He farmed all the way up to 100, came out with a Scald, and came out with enough health to really kind of still deal damage to almost anything that could have been on Evan's team. You know, maybe save for the Toxapex, right? But he saved enough health, he saved enough energy, where that Scald potentially could have been used somewhere. He had enough health to do a lot of counters, potentially on something like a Lickitung. Ended up being an Alolan Sandslash, which was kind of the best case scenario.
So I have a question for you. This Charge Bug on the side of Rise, it's looking really good to me. What do you think of how it matches up versus Evan's squad?
Well, you just said it's looking pretty good, so I guess I'll take that.
You're just going to go with that one? Okay,
well,
I appreciate it.
So the thing is, right, the worst matchup, of course, is against that Whiscash, which is going to be resisting those Volt switches. The thing is that Whiscash is actually probably Evan's safest Pokemon, so the Charge Bug looks good for Rise, but you have to kind of weight these matchups a little bit differently, right? If your worst matchup is against the opponent's best Pokemon, it's not quite as good as from Ground Zero.
Well said, without a doubt. So I expect to see more Charge Bug coming from Rise. I think we saw it in the back last time. I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the back as well, knowing that in many cases it's going to be a good response to something that Evan brings in, especially in a lead-lost matchup. Now that said, I would expect to see the Toxapex at some point. I think that it has too good of matchups to not bring here in game number 2, especially when your squad in game number 1 did not work. Keep in mind, this is still the winner's side of the bracket, winner's round 1, so if Evan does lose this game, he will go down to the loser's side of the bracket. Rise will go to the next round of winners to face off versus his next opponent. Rise, no stranger. He, in fact, is wearing that championship shirt right now. He knows what it takes to get to the finals and win. Here we go, though. Rise going to be having his Gligar facing off versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is one of the worst leads that you can see.
Absolutely, getting out of there right away into that charge effect that you mentioned, but of course, met by that Wizcash, which we are expecting Evan to bring every single game here. But the thing is, charge effect does have these X-Scissors. X-Scissor also recently got an update to its attack, does a little bit more damage for a little bit more energy now, so not a horrible matchup for the charge bug.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Evan immediately going for the Scald, throwing on good timing, throws the Mud Bomb instead. I'm curious if 2 Mud Bombs will be enough to knock out. Actually, a great play from Evan. Rise putting that shield. He does not want to have that Gligar lined up versus that Sand Slash, willing to invest some shields to try and dictate the pacing of shield alignment, or sorry, switch alignment.
Yeah, that's right. Going for switch alignment, but another possible path for Rise would be to get this Wizcast just low enough that you can wing attack down, potentially come out with a dig for that Alolan Sand Slash. But actually, if you look at those backlines, I think switch advantage would be the better way to go. Rise, of course, doesn't know that yet, but there is that Toxapex that you mentioned, which would just be a nightmare for that Poliwrath.
Yeah, I think at this point, you still need to land a Scald to knock out. I don't think one more Mud Bomb is going to do it. You are going to be taking a X-Scissor here, and I'm curious if this is going to be putting the Wizcash in range, where if Rise wants to invest another shield, that he's going to be able to actually Volt Switch down. It does take it down into the red. Here comes the Scald, most likely. Will he maybe bait and go for the Mud Bomb? He does. I wonder if Rise is going to try and shield and force his way through this matchup. Evan does have a Mud Bomb stored, and I think he might even be able to get to a Scald. He shields.
He shields, and if Evan can get to the Scald, that is absolutely huge. Oh, but just goes for the Mud Bomb and loses charge attack priority.
Oh no, I think that if you wanted to try and 2-shield through this matchup, you needed to go for that Mud Shot so you can reach the Scald. No, he just lets it go. This is going to mean that Rise's Gligar is no longer lined up versus that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and it's now having to take these Volt Switches that are chunking. You will knock out here, but you're going to get lined up versus this Shadow Poliwrath, and we saw how that turned out last time. Everything is going to be on this Toxapex now, and I think it can work its way through that Poliwrath. I don't know that it can get through the Gligar, though.
Gligar does have that super effective dig, but Toxapex can hit right back with super effective Brine. The difference here also is that Toxapex does still have a shield. Rise doesn't have a shield left, so is going to have to take 2 Brines, and that's probably going to knock him out.
Yeah, 2 Brines, both going to be super effective, but keep in mind, Rise does outpace to moves as well. You get there in 7, then 6 wing attacks, whereas for Brines, it's going to be 8 poison jabs, then 7 poison jabs. So getting outpaced and also resisting all of these poison jabs as the Gligar, I have to give a bit of the advantage to Rise.
I think that's actually right. Like you said, we're going to outpace to the dig here, and no matter how low you get, that Alolan Sand Slash is going to need to get to 2 charge attacks versus the Poliwrath. You definitely don't survive the counters to get there.
I think that 7 counters is all that you survive, if that, versus that Poliwrath. So you can see that that Gligar has done its job at this point. Get that Toxapex as low as possible. I like Evan's play here and trying to have as little farm as possible for that Poliwrath. That's very, very nice heads-up play. But anytime that you're aligning your Shadow Alolan Sand Slash to a Poliwrath, you're probably not going to be having a good time. Poliwrath does get a little bit of energy as well. You need to desperately try to get to this Drill Run, but with these resisted Powder Snows, I don't think that this Drill Run is going to knock out. And I think for Rise, that's going to mean that he is going to be moving on to the next round of winners. Here comes the Drill Run. Will it knock out? No. Rise takes down the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash and punches his way into the next round of the winner's side.
Very impressive game from Rise, kind of worming his way out of that terrible lead Gligar versus Alolan Sand Slash. And you mentioned before that matchup what I thought the role of the Charge-A-Bug was. Honestly, I underestimated it. It did great against that Wizcash, flipped switch advantage, and that's exactly what Rise needed there.
I think in both games, Game 1 and Game 2, we saw Evan not putting all of his shields into the Wizcash. And I think that the winning formula for him would have been putting everything on that Wizcash simply just for alignment, because what it translated to multiple times is his Alolan Sand Slash getting lined up versus that Poliwrath, which is so risky. When you have Pokemon that are win hard, lose hard, you really have to force switch alignment. Rise was aware of that, and he was investing all of his shields to win that alignment. I think in Game 2, if Evan had used that second shield, would have been able to reach that Scald and actually maintain switch advantage, which I think would have translated to a game win. You can never know what's in the back, but here as casters, when we look at those plays, I think that 2 shields into the Wizcash would have been the correct play for Evan there.
But the problem was that he threw that Mud Bomb on charge attack priority, right? So he didn't actually have the option to, get that second shield. It would have been very scary, Mud Shot versus Volt Switch there, maybe not quite sure of that damage. And I think that charge attack priority is actually very close, maybe dependent on the specific Pokemon. So very close mid-game matchup there that kind of ended up deciding the whole game.
You're right. I think he needed to get that Mud Shot through so that he could then get another Mud Shot through the Volt Switch before the damage registers and then land the Scald. But you could tell how threatened Rise was. He's shielding everything from
Shielding
from
the
Evan
first
there.
move.
Shielding the first move, which was the most likely scald. Like, I like the play early on from Evan, recognizing that, okay, Rise knows that he needs to win Switch to win this game. I'm not going to be throwing the harder hitting move. I'm going to throw the lower energy move with no risk of a debuff whatsoever. It was a pretty smart play, but I think you have to commit to that angle of, I know Rise needs Switch advantage. He desperately wants Switch advantage, so knowing that, I probably want to get Switch advantage because of how important it is to him.
Right, I think Alolan Sandslash users as well as their opponents really need to, or not need to, but a lot of the times it's really important to think about Switch advantage and how important that can be, especially if your opponent is bringing a counter user a lot. We saw Rise relying on that Poliwrath both games, and both games that ended up taking out that Sandslash.
When we look at a team composition in general, it's very rare to see a team without one counter user, right? There's the meta champs that we've seen historically, now more Shadow Poliwraths, but we also have things like Vigoroth and Defense Form Deoxys as well. So when you bring a Pokemon like Shadow Alolan Sandslash, you know that it has those win hard, lose hard type of matchups.
Right.
And that's why Switch alignment is so important, exactly to your point.
Yep.
Yep. So we're going to get ready for these next trainers on stage here. I think that they're still getting ready, but congratulations again to Rise to Occasion. So far, as a quick recap here, we have seen Wadaj moving on. We have seen Onion Frank taking the victory versus Haydonis. He'll be moving on, and we just saw Rise as well. We're going to be bringing you here very soon our last winner's side of the bracket here in round 1, which I believe will be featuring Mama Climbs in her very first top cut. So congratulations to her. Before we do that, though, guys, we're going to be taking a quick break. We're going to take a look at our current Pokemon Community Day, guys. It's Catch-Up Community Day. If you've missed any of the community days throughout this year, this is your final opportunity to get these Pokemons, at least here for 2023. Make sure that you guys tune in to the quick ad here, and we'll be right back.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come. Look how far we've come.
It's been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a blast burn on a low health stun. This for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonto!
Tyranitar V.
No.
And that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday in San Antonio. I am 2-0 Butters, joined by Mark's son. And Mark, we just saw previous champions on that video, and we've also seen previous champions in Top Cut so far on Sunday. I feel like this is a good moment to point out, even though trainers like Wadaj, he's already won a North American regional this season, so he has qualified for the World Championships, and even rise to occasion, he has reached that 500 plus championship points to qualify for Honolulu, Hawaii, but there's something else to battle for. The top 8 in North America, EU, and LATAM will be getting that travel award to Honolulu, Hawaii as well. So it's really important to key in on this. All these trainers, even if they've won in the past, they want to continue to win. We've heard with Dodge say, I want to lead the entire leaderboard in championship points.
Yeah, and I think success builds upon success, right? I mean, if we take a look at the rewards that we've shown a couple of times here on the air, we do see that there, I think first place here is 2,500, and you know, again, all those packs as a bonus as well.
And some other trainers that are chasing these championship points are ready on stage. Let's head on over to Arrow versus Mama Climbs. And of course, Arrow, a trainer that we've seen a lot of. He has been in a ton of top cuts. I mean, NAIC top 16. He was the finalist in Fort Wayne though, and he is so close. He wants that regional championship. He's been on the edge. Can he do it in San Antonio? And can he do it with the Carbink and the Steel Wing Skarmory and the non-Shadow Poliwrath?
Yeah, definitely the most unique team that we've seen in this top 8, I think. Rounding out that roster is going to be the Lickitung, Shadow, Gligar, double flyers, but the second flyer is not what you'd expect here. We haven't seen a ton of Skarmory here in the series, and good shout out, Butters, for the non-Shadow Poliwrath. I think we were kind of theorizing why Arrow might pick this Pokemon a little bit earlier, and it does seem like non-Shadow Poliwrath may be a little bit more durable in that Gligar matchup in case it runs into it.
Yeah, but let's look on the other side of the table. Mama Climbs, she has been close to Top Cut before. I believe she's been in a winners finals and then lost in there and then lost to losers finals. But this time in San Antonio, she was able to get in that Top Cut on the winner side. Really impressive performance by Mama Climbs as we check out the team. The Umbreon that has been so safe and impactful for her the entire tournament now has to worry about a Carbink and a Poliwrath. And of course, she is running the non-Shadow Gligar. There's a dynamic between the Shadow Poliwrath, Shadow Gligar, non-Shadow Poliwrath, and non-Shadow Gligar that's really going at it in this first round. And Mark, I just want to point this out. This is something they've done before. They actually both competed in Peoria. They placed very similarly, and they both ran Carbink. But now Arrow is only running Carbink this time, but matching up his Shadow Gligar in the Trevenant to start out this battle.
And this is a huge advantage for Arrow here, of course. Trevenant does not want to see these flyers, and Mama Climbs is forced to immediately swap out, and the Cresselia is met with the Skarmory here. Cresselia's moveset, Grass Knot, and Future Sight both are going to be resisted by the Skarmory. Skarmory's going to have a pretty good time cleaning this one up, Butters.
Yeah, I want to see how much Future Sight actually does. It's going to be resisted in the Skarmory, but, you know, triple Future Sight will probably be enough with the Psycho Cut, so you can't just mess around. You're going to have to throw a bunch of Sky Attacks. I don't think this is a situation where you're going to be coming out with a ton of energy. Yes, you might have a good amount of health, probably 30% or so, but there's nothing clearly that can fast attack down the Skarmory, so this is really tough for Mama Climbs.
Yeah, and she's going to have to get the Skarmory into a manageable range here because the Trevenant with some energy can fight back against Gligar, so we're here, I mean, Arrow's going to have a lot of energy coming into this, but maybe we're going to definitely going to have to dump some energy before Cresselia hits the third Future Sight here. And, you know, Arrow's going to get a ton of value out of this, but Trev has to kind of come back and either Shadow Claw this down. It is Steel Wing. Oh, we see a shield here.
Trying to get shields down, you have the Future Sight available. Also, you could switch out of this. Your timer should be available once again. We'll see if Arrow and Cresselia actually gets a Protect Shield out of the Skarmory. Do you try to swap into the Umbreon maybe to soak up the Sky Attack? No, just letting the Cresselia go down. Finally, Arrow does have to commit that Sky Attack. That Sky Attack will knock out, but almost at the double Sky Attack. It's going to be really hard, though, for the Trev to finish this off because you want no part of that Sky Attack. In Umbreon, you can't really snarl down.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I think you come back in with the Trevenant anyways, just because it was already in a bad matchup. We see the instant swap out to Gligar, and Umbreon is going to come in to soak up this Aerial Ace. But I mean, as casters, Butters, we do see what the backline is. I don't think Trevenant wants to see that matchup either, but at least the Umbreon here is going to start to get ahead on energy. I mean, this is going to be, I would say this will be a close matchup still, because it is the Shadow Gligar. It is going to hit very hard, and Arrow, I think, is not afraid to go aggressive with this Gligar because he has a lot of firepower still left.
It seemed like Arrow was predicting the Trevenant from Mama Climbs because his team of 3 is his best team of 3 versus that Trevenant. He's running ABA flying types to counter that Trevenant, and of course, the best counter to it is that Lickitung. So he sat the Carbink, the Chargebug, and the Poliwrath, all the matchups that Trevenant would want to see in this game number 1, and I think he's going to be able to clean up easily against that backline Trevenant.
Yeah, and Umbreon is going to be able to fight back pretty well here. I think this foul play is not going to, I don't think this foul play is going to KO, but it is going to get in snarl range here. I think we're going to see the final Pokemon reveal here, and it's going to be a gigantic wall here. I think Arrow's going to be forced to switch out. Maybe is actually just staying in because he does have the residual energy on the Skarmory. And I think he's going to clean it up very nicely here, and we're about to see the kind of the third matchup here, which I don't think Mama Climbs wants to see.
You know, this isn't, I mean, it is going to be really tough for the Trevenant, obviously, but at least this Umbreon is not going to be, it's not going to be easy to lick it down. I feel like maybe you want to stay in with that Umbreon and try to get some damage into the Lickitung, because at this point, this Lickitung can go for the full lick down, but decides not to because Mama Climbs does throw the Seed Bomb here. It looked like Arrow was trying to throw the Power Whip at the exact same time.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is a charge. This is a charge attack priority here. I mean, of course, Trevenant going to be resisting this. It's a lot better than throwing a body slam here, which is going to do nearly no damage here. But we are going to see the lick down, and I think, you know, usually Umbreon, we do like it against the Lickitung. However, in this case, the health difference is just going to be much too big. Arrow just needs to reach 2 body slams here, to one to break the protect shield and the other one to actually feint the Umbreon.
Yeah, you need to get this Lickitung in range of foul play, which it is not in. You can get up to the double foul play if you can endure the licks, but even if you do, this Lickitung is out of range. Mama Climbs knows that. She gives a GG for game number 1, and Arrow takes it with his triple Trevenant counters. That was a fantastic team read by Arrow to start us off.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because I think in this matchup, you know, looking at the lineup here, the old reliable can't be relied on right now, and even bringing in the Gligar here, we've seen in the past in this tournament how rough a time Gligar has against Skarmory. So Arrow there covering all of his bases and also pivoting away from, you know, having to rely on a Charjabug or a Shadow Poliwrath there, not really too susceptible to a Trevenant coming in.
Right, and one Pokemon that actually looks pretty strong for Mama Climbs here is the Galarian Stunfisk, because Galarian Stunfisk will be good against the Lickitung, be good against the Carbink, the Charjabug, the Skarmory. It just has to worry about that Poliwrath and that Shadow Gligar. So will we see that Galarian Stunfisk as the adjustment in this game number 2 for Mama Climbs?
Yeah, well, I think if Arrow is going to continue to go with Double Flyer, I think you have to at least back him off in the second game and threaten it. I'm sure that each trainer is going to change their strategies. Arrow, of course, he will have a bag of tricks here about how he wants to approach this matchup. One thing I think is for Mama Climbs, I still think you have to have the Umbreon in here. It is still a really good anchor for your team. The question is, again, we saw it yesterday, where do you place the Umbreon and how do you construct your team around it? I agree with you, Butters. I would like to see the Galarian Stunfisk come in just to keep Arrow honest.
Exactly, and we are locked in for game number 2 between Arrow and Mama Climbs, and it is going to be Charjabug lead into the Umbreon, and Umbreon was so safe all tournament, and now you're matched up against an ABA team that's strong against the Umbreon, so it looks like Umbreon is just going to stay in, but if you just stay in here, then it's going to be Lickitung versus Trevenant in the back.
Yeah, and this is such a tough situation because Charjabug, and this is one of the reasons that it is meta right now, it's going to be able to pump out these X-Scissors, and even against Umbreon, one of the tankiest Pokemon here in the regional meta, that does quite a bit. Super effective X-Scissor damage, which is, for Charjabug, very, very easily accessible to get to with those Volt Switches.
And this Umbreon is so bulky, it's not terrible. At least you're going to get this foul play. It's going to be a soft loss. You are going to take this X-Scissor. The next X-Scissor is going to pretty much knock out here, but I mean, this Charjabug is low enough that maybe you can go for a Shadow Claw down and just soak one X-Scissor into your Trevenant here, but the problem is, yes, you'll get that energy advantage, but that energy is just going to get soaked up from the Lickitung. So once again, Trevenant in the back just hasn't been great for Mama Climbs in this matchup.
Yeah, you're going to have to get ahead on energy. The good thing is that Trevenant, because it is Ghost and Grass typing, it's going to resist all the moves that are coming out of this Charjabug. You can't get ahead on energy, but yeah, I mean, your Azumarill effectively has to sweep here, and even against Poliwrath, which has a very strong moveset against, Poliwrath can debuff, he can really prep the Azumarill here, and it looks like, oh, we're going to stay in here, but I would throw the Seed Bomb and try to get to the Azumarill if possible, and again, Butters, we're in that situation from yesterday. You do not want to have your last Pokemon go up against a debuffing Pokemon, and I hope that we do see a switch out here very soon, and we do see the Azumarill come back in, but the Lickitung has been in for so long, it can just really go for Power Whips here.
It's not over though, because this Azumarill matchup into the Poliwrath, at least you soak up all that energy, it's all resisted, but you really get overwhelmed. I think Wholesome mentioned it before Arrow was talking about, that's not a bad matchup for Poliwrath. Poliwrath is fine there, especially he's not running the Shadow Poliwrath, so as soon as there is one attack drop on the Azumarill, you can actually hang on from a Play Rough. So if you do use both of your Protect Shields, which actually there's only one Protect Shield remaining for Arrow because Arrow decided to invest in the Lickitung, which is a smart investment at this junction of the game.
Yeah, and Mama Climbs here, I mean, she's going to be using her shields very intelligently on these Power Whips. It's good that Arrow is not baiting. I mean, it gives her a chance to crawl back into it, but no matter what, Arrow is going to leave this, and he's going to catch an Ice Beam onto the Poliwrath. My goodness.
Wow, getting the resisted damage into the Poliwrath that does almost nothing, and this is going to be the Icy Wind Scald once again. You are going to get outpaced, so here comes a swap into the Trevenant. Try to throw the Seed Bomb before the attack is available. Try to maybe even pick up Protect Shield. Actually does pick up a Protect Shield on the Poliwrath here. The Poliwrath will probably have to throw energy. I don't think it can counter down. These counters are double resisted, so has to throw the Icy Wind, and now the Trevenant actually did a good job there. It got a Protect Shield and a charge attack from Arrow.
Yeah, and it's going to be able to soak up the Icy Wind here. Now, the Azumarill is going to come in here. Oh, it's almost at the Poliwrath, and it does get there. We're actually in a situation where, I mean, Lickitung is going to have some energy here, but Azumarill needs to make it to this Poliwrath, and it is going to be enough to take out the fighting type here. Now, the Power Rip is going to do quite a bit of damage, but can Azumarill hang on?
And is this going to be enough? It is super effective. Azumarill is really bulky. You need to endure, but I think this is going to be a knockout blow for Arrow. No! He hangs on. Can he get to the charge? Yes! No! The body slam first. Lickitung with the clutch play to get that body slam to knock out the Azumarill, and Arrow takes the series 2-0. Wow, what an ending there. That came down to charge attack priority, either charge attack priority or one turn before that Ice Beam was available. I believe that body slam was available from the Lickitung. So just a ridiculous clutch play from Arrow down the stretch here, and credit to Mama Climbs, digging herself out of that hole of Trevenant versus Lickitung in the back end, almost securing a game number 2 victory.
Yeah, losing your Umbreon and then having to play Trevenant against Lickitung twice in a row, still almost made that a game 3. That would have been a fantastic finish.
Epic stuff here, and actually the loser of that game is going to play on the loser side of the bracket against the next opponent. So it looks like Mama Climbs is just going to switch spots on stage and face the next opponent. So she's going to have to go back to back there, going to have to try to rebound from that loss. It was just so tough, and she had more targets for that Trevenant because the Poliwrath was available in that game, but Arrow coming in with a lot of ABA strategies, and it's just really hard to predict ABA lines.
Yeah, and I think for Arrow, another key to this match was avoiding the Umbreon with the Lickitung. Lickitung never had to go up against Umbreon, or not in a significant matchup anyways, and after that, it got to just run absolutely free in the back line.
Yeah, and two trainers that think pretty similarly. They had almost the same exact team, actually, when they competed in Peoria. They ranked almost the same exact. I think Mama Climbs actually outranked Arrow, getting 17 in that tournament, Arrow around 24, but they both ran the Carbink Frostlass core, so I feel like they are on similar wavelengths, and so Arrow was able to use that to his advantage to call Mama Climbs lines there, and it was just a tough uphill battle the entire way, but she almost did it, and now she's gonna have another chance. She's matched up against Chili's FM.
Oh, it is going to be Chili's here. So Chili's is I mean, for me, he's a content creator, but he plays with a lot of spicy picks. So I wonder if he's brought the same kind of finesse here to the regional championship. But yeah, I mean, I think he made top 16 cut yesterday. I think he was on the brink of the entire day.
Yeah, and you were telling me that he is a spice enjoyer, so I can't wait to see him on stage. I don't believe we got to see him yesterday, so it's going to be really exciting to see that. And we want to hear from you, though, first. Let's head on over to check in on social media.
Start off with Kevin Saludarius. Of course, he's part of the staff for this weekend here. Moments like this are why I come out to play Pokemon events here. That looks like an amazing dinner, Butters.
Yeah, I see Harjeffy, who is leading all of the championship series in championship points. I see Dunebug, previous world qualifier. I believe King Alexander, Kevin, Valor Ash, and Mama Climbs are back there. Nighttime Clasher, the chef himself. I guess he cooked the meal.
Absolutely.
He cooked the meal with the hat, took off the hat, brought out the food, and is enjoying the food that he cooked in this picture. A talented and awesome group of people. Fantastic people. I've had the pleasure to meet a lot of the people at that table, and they are all awesome. And Fleece King, 57 shinies on day 2 of December Community Day. A huge shout out to my wonderful mom, if you're from Australia, for driving today to escape the heat and give my legs a break from yesterday. A fun, banter-filled day. I could stream it all too. Have a great weekend, everyone. And Fleece King, I believe he actually set a Guinness World Record for being the first ever trainer to reach level 50 in Pokemon Go one of the best grinders, shiny hunters. Awesome guy. Love to see it. Who can beat 57 shinies? If you beat 57 shinies, please post.
I don't even think I've come close on one of my community days. I mean, that haul by itself looks amazing here. And we got Scrap and P here. Team Go is all ready for the final championship Sunday of 2023. And here, all of the staff here appreciate all the hard work that they put in to make these events possible.
Yeah, huge thank you to everyone in that photo. You all do a great job. And I believe we're about ready to get into our next matchup. But I want to go back to what you were saying before this. Chiliz is a trainer that has been known for those spice picks, and we're going to reveal the team pretty soon, but I took a little glance, and he is living up to his reputation here in San Antonio.
Yeah, he's got a pretty unique mix. I mean, I would still say that the coverages are what we kind of expect, but there's been a couple Pokemon that we haven't really seen throughout this tournament, and, you know, making it into top 16 cut, there's a chance that some of these Pokemon can kind of permeate to the top, right?
Yeah, and let's just get on into it. And we have Mama Climbs. Like I said, she was just on stage. She was going to have to battle back to back here. And Mama Climbs, she reached top 16 in San Antonio Regional, and this is her first top cut ever. But she has reached 17, 9, 33. She's gone 25. She's gone really close to these top cuts, and she came in on that winner side. Unfortunately, she went down 0-2, but she has a chance to rebound here and get back in the game. And will she have a better matchup with that Umbreon against Chillis's team?
Yeah, let's hope so. We'll take a look at Chillis's team, the breakdown real quick. And Chillis here, of course, is going to have the top 16 cut for San Antonio here, and he's going to be running a team comprised of Shadow Gligar, Lantern, Cresselia, Registeel, and he's got the Shadow. It's actually a Shadow Dragonite, I believe, and a Vigoroth here. So Shadow Dragonite is not. You've seen a couple of Dragonairs, Butters, but Shadow Dragonite is definitely going to be one of those Pokemon here. I think it charges energy super fast. It's got that community day of the superpower along with the Dragon Claw for very, very harsh pressure. If you get trapped against a Shadow Dragonite in a two-shield scenario, you are going to see the HP bars on your Pokemon go away very quickly.
And it has that subtyping of flying, which can be a blessing and a curse. In this situation, I feel like it's going to be decent for Chillis here as we get into game number 1. It is going to be Lantern into that Umbreon. It's been Mama Climb's Pokemon of choice. The Umbreon Trevenant core has been really strong, but it's matched up in the back versus 2 flying types in the Shadow Dragonite and the Gligar.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm really happy that the Dragonite is able to come in, because if you look at Mama Climb's back line here, Dragonite has a ton of this pressure that he can put on. Dragon Claws are very quick to get to, and you get this nice neutral matchup in the lead now. Your Lantern gets to avoid the Trevenant. This is a huge advantage for Chillis to start off the battle.
And running an AVB team weak to Azumarill, trying to hope that Azumarill is in the back, and this is why he swapped. He is so weak to Azumarill in the back. He had to swap out of that lead matchup to bait out the Azumarill if it was in the back for Mama Climbs, but the Azumarill is not back there, which is pretty good news for Chillis. And the fact that Azumarill wasn't brought out, I think he can now make the team read that Azumarill will not participate in this battle.
Yeah, and Chillis here, he was able to switch in first. Mama Climb's actually elected to stay in. So, Butters, we are going to have offset switch timers here, and we do see a Gligar versus Gligar matchup. Now, this is fairly good for Chillis, because you're going to have kind of your choice of which Pokemon to bring in. I do see the Lantern being able to come back and taking advantage of that ground typing to land a couple of serves here, get this out of the way, and this is going to clear up the road for Dragonite to come in and sweep in the endgame.
Yeah, Gligar was trying to come in and catch on a dig, but it didn't happen, and the unfortunate thing is had to soak all that energy, and now Chillis is just at another aerial ace and getting to another one. So the Gligar soaked all that energy, but it had to give up a Protect Shield and 80% of its health. So now this Gligar has almost 2 aerial aces, but where do you want to soak that? You actually don't want to soak that with Shadow Dragonite, and you don't want to soak it. Oh, you are going to try.
See the Dragonite come in. Oh, we catch the aerial ace, but here's the problem, Butters.
The Peekaboo! Uh-oh. The Peekaboo in top form there, showing the Dragonite so that the aerial ace will come out and then swapping. And then getting to the drill run, actually you Protect Shield here, and you can go for the Spark down, because now the Gligar is energy dry here, but the Trevenant is out. Now you're switch locked into a Trevenant.
Oh, you know, had Chillis let that one go, he might have actually had a double shielded Dragonite plonk through the rest of the way. Of course, you have to make the right read at the time, and now you're trapped against this Trevenant. He did have first mover advantage on the switch timer, but this Trevenant is going to gain a ton of value here, a ton of energy, and Dragonite's going to have to play guess the Shadow Ball or guess the Seed Bomb.
Yeah, and will you have time to bait the Seed Bomb and get to the Shadow Ball? You probably will, because you will get this. No, do you have to commit a shield here? I think you do. You can't let this go because you'll just get Dragon Breath down. You have to protect shield, and it will become actually no protect shield, but the Dragon Breaths are incoming. They're coming in quick.
The Dragonite just takes it out. This is what I'm talking about, Butters. Look at how much damage that Dragon Breath does.
And now he's going to be poised to try to Dragon Breath through the entire team of Mama Climbs here. He's going to be able to shield a foul play, but Mama Climbs can maybe get to the double foul play in time. She does. She's going to get to the double foul play in time. One of these foul plays is going to land into Chillis' Shadow Dragonite. Can it take a single foul play? We're about to find out right now.
Dragonite, are you taking it up? This is, despite this being one of the hardest hitting Shadow Pokemon, Butters, it is also one of the squishiest. One foul play coming in from
and he absorbs it, and he Dragon Breath down, and now he has 2 Dragon Claws. He can back-to-back Dragon Claw or just go for the Dragon Breath down, and that's a full sweep from Shadow Dragonite. Ridiculous from Chillis there, holding on to that Shadow Dragonite. That was just so tough. Mama Climbs had that Protect Shield to try to save all that energy, but you knew as soon as that was no Protect Shielded that Chillis was going to unleash the pressure, and the pressure was just too much. You couldn't even hit a charge attack before you got knocked out with that Dragon Breath damage. I hope, let's replay that. Maybe we could see in slow motion how quickly that Dragon Breath is going to be knocking out that
that Trevenant.
At that Trevenant
so Trevenant it's going to have a 2-turn fast move. So if we go back and see the replay here, it has a 2-turn fast move. In that time, you will endure at least 1 Dragon Breath, and if your Shadow Claw does connect and finish the animation, you will get hit with the second one. I mean, Dragonite, very hard-hitting Pokemon. It would not surprise me if that sliver of health that Trevenant was trying to hang on with gets hit by 2 Dragon Breaths, and that is going to invalidate all that energy.
So now we're in the point of adjustments. Mama Climbs has really loved that Umbreon Trevenant core for her this entire tournament. It didn't really work out too well against Arrow, and in this matchup, that Trevenant once again wasn't as useful. So do you swap, or do you fear too much that the Lantern and Registeel are lingering on Chillis' team? I really like the way he balanced his team composition, because he has these spice picks like the Shadow Dragonite, but he threatens all the counters of Shadow Dragonite with these hard answers like Lantern and the Registeel, and we're just back in it. Game number 2. There's Trevenant again, but once again, it's not finding a matchup. It's matchup into Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and Mama Climbs will have to go to the safe stop right away. The tried and true Umbreon, but again, a counter user, and now we get to see Vigoroth being showcased here. Vigoroth, of course, in the past, before this Timeless Travels update, only had access to the Bulldoze and the Body Slam, so Vigoroth will eventually win this matchup, but here's the big ripple, Butters. Vigoroth will now be able to carry a potential Rock Slide into this Trevenant matchup, making it even easier for this Gligar to come in and clean up.
Yeah, and now you won't get full walled by that Trevenant too if you match up against the Trevenant. Before, the Body Slam's double resisted, the Bulldoze is resisted, so now Vigoroth just has more coverage against everything here. So you can't just come in with your Trevenant and Shadow Claw down and get some huge advantage, because you won't be able to soak that energy so easily. But Umbreon, even though it takes super effective to counter, it's always decent against these counter users because of its bulk, because of Snarl getting the charge attack so quickly. It actually gets this Vigoroth quite low, but Vigoroth is going to come out of this matchup. No, actually has to throw the Body Slam. Perfect timing by Chillis, because that foul play was almost available for Mama Climbs.
Yeah, she's going to opt to let this one go. Of course, Umbreon could hang on to try to take another Protect Shield, but now we're going to see Trevenant come in. Shadow Claws, as you said, Butters, are going to be double resisted here. Of course, counter is also going to be resisted, so we're going to see how much energy. Oh, and she opts to bring in the Azumarill here. I mean, it is a good decision here. You're going to get some chip damage off with the Body Slam. Chillis opting to go for the Rock Slide. Of course, if you can only get one move off, you do pick the harder hitting move, but you're going to have a rude awakening here, because Registeel is going to come into this matchup, and I'm not seeing a Hydro Pump on Mama Climbs' side.
And that's why you saw Chillis shaking his head. You might think, why is he shaking his head as soon as he sees the Azumarill? Because he knows now he'll have full alignment, full hard counters into Mama Climb. He showed 2 Pokemon weak to Azumarill in the back in game number 1, Shadow Gligar and Shadow Dragonite. In game number 2, he brought the Registeel in the back to counter that Azumarill, and now he is in excellent position. He has 2 Protect Shields remaining. remaining. He doesn't even use them, and he's going to be able to endure this seed bomb, get the wing attack down, and it's just going to be Registeel versus Azumarill in the back.
Yeah, and you're going to get plenty of chip damage here. I mean, Mama Climbs does have a little bit of a chance here if she bubbles all the way down, but Chiliz is not going to let this Gligar go down without getting at least a little bit of chip damage. And, you know, I don't think it's going to affect the matchup overall because there is no Hydro Pump, so Registeel will eventually wear you down, even if it does have to be lock-ons in this matchup because we're getting to that point in the HP. Mama Climbs is going to let this one go. I think Registeel can come in very safely and just go ahead and lock on down this Azumarill to close out the match.
Yeah, and don't have to use a single shield for either trainer because Chiliz just had the alignment that entire battle, and just a tough break there for Mama Climbs and her Umbreon and Trevenant core. She used it really well, but in these scenarios, they were just aligned against the wrong Pokemon. But congratulations to Chiliz moving on with that Shadow Dragonite and Vigoroth team. That was really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I love seeing that, how much offensive power it has. It's unfortunate for Mama Climbs here. I mean, she made a really, really good run up into here, even getting to that nail biter. I think both trainers yesterday in the win-in or the winners finals had only placed as high as 9th place, right? So breaking through at least to getting to top cut, that's still amazing to see here. And unfortunately, just that Trevenant Umbreon, I mean, I think, you know, if the alignment was different, we would have seen a way different result here. But in this matchup, it's just too tough. I mean, the Trevenant kept getting punished really hard, and then you didn't really have a good value getting out of that Umbreon because it got trapped against, I think it got trapped against the Vigoroth in game 2. It didn't really have the impact that you really wish it would.
And it's always so fun to watch these trainers continue to climb in their championship series career. And this was the first time Mama Climbs made that top cut. Unfortunately, she is eliminated now, but we have a new trainer that is beginning his climb because Chiliz, this is actually his debut regional, I believe. So making his debut regional a top cut, top 16, extremely impressive, but he has a lot of work ahead of him because he's on that loser side of the bracket, but he did secure that early victory, and I believe he's actually secured multiple early victories because he would have had to win his opening round to face Mama Climbs, who dropped in from the winner's side, so already having a strong start to day number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope him the best right there. That roster does look very spicy. So if trainers can't really figure out how to attack Vigoroth and Shadow Dragonite, Chiliz is going to have a great advantage to make it hopefully to the grand finals on his side.
Let's look at the bracket. So let's see what the journey was from Chiliz. First, we'll start on the winner's side of the bracket, though. Of course, Wadaj with that 2-0 over Sankey-Lord to now be facing Onion Frank. These two trainers know each other really well. Onion Frank was undefeated, but he dropped a game to Haydonis Actual and then was able to get the alignment in that game number 3 to win it. And then, of course, Rise to Occasion 2-0ing Evan, and Arrow 2-0ing Mama Climbs to face. This is an amazing winner's semis
here. I mean, Rise, of course, just showing the absolute mastery and the team building or team reading process right there. I mean, Evan came in with a very strong team, and we've been praising the Toxapex pick and its availability, but it looked like Rise didn't seem to care. He had the correct reads the whole time, and on the losers round 1 bracket that we did not show on air, Chiliz did get the victory over Chen Yu in the first matchup, and then Valor Ash, of course, getting past the second, or getting past his round 1 as well. Elam defeats Ramberto 2-0, and Dunebug is going to keep alive in this tournament by defeating Eomero 2-1.
Yeah, so even in the lower side of the losers bracket, we have so many previous Worlds competitors, but looks like Gerald went down, Ramberto went down, Eomero went down. 3 previous World qualifiers went down early in day number 2 in San Antonio, but we have an awesome losers round 2, and we're gonna be featuring those matchups right now. I believe we're getting into Evan versus Valor Ash up next, and it's gonna be Valor Ash with his Talonflame that has been the Pokemon of choice, not only when it's good, but when it's bad too, versus Evan, who had the Toxapex. And it's a good moment to talk about Toxapex because you love the Toxapex pick, right?
I do. I think it's, even as bench pressure, you don't have to bring it in, but just having it on the bench pressure says no to Azumarill. It makes the Poliwrath user a little bit more nervous, and they may not want to bring it in as much, but I think Rise just had a good game plan. He also really punished the fact that Whiscash was pretty much the only out to charge a bug or the reliable out to charge a bug, and I think he's danced around that just masterfully.
So I think Toxapex can be very hit or miss, particularly in this day number 2, because if you hit against the Azumarill teams, which are number 2 in usage here in day number 2, surprisingly, you're actually pretty strong, but if you also hit against a Gligar team, that's really tough for the Toxapex. We saw that in Evan's opening round series. He just couldn't hold up against that Gligar like an Azumarill would. Azumarill can beat Gligar and Poliwrath. Toxapex cannot, but now Toxapex is facing a Talonflame. So let's get into this match. We have Evan on the left-hand side here versus Valor Ash on the right-hand side. Two trainers with previous top cuts. I believe Evan also has a top cut in the North American International Championships when he was getting there with that Shadow Beedrill. This time, he's bringing a different poison type that is the Toxapex with the Poison Jab, Sludge Wave, and Brine. And any other attacks that are surprising at all on Evan's team?
Well, I think everything else is fairly standard. The only call out I want to make is he's running that Powder Snow on the Shadow Low and Sand Slash. We've seen a couple of different variants, and he's running the double debuff variant of the Shadow Poliwrath. So I think we haven't really seen, Butters, in quite some time that Power Up Punch Icy Wind variant that has been coming around as well. Maybe because of the lack of hard steals or the lack, well, we see steals on Valor Ash's side, but the lack of hard steals there. But everything else I think is fairly standard for the current meta.
Valor Ash, at the beginning of Pokemon Go PvP in the grassroots scene, he was one of the most feared trainers out there. He has been so close to top cut, getting number 9 in North American International Championships, getting 17 in Milwaukee, and finally placing in this top cut with Talonflame. He has used Talonflame in 5 out of 8 of his competitions. This is the trainer with the most appearances with Talonflame ever. Will it be effective in this series? We need to see that in the team breakdown. I think it has a lot of good targets, but Evan is running one of the few teams with triple water. He is running Whiscash, Toxapex, and Poliwrath. You never see triple water, and that is tough. It's gonna douse the flames of that Talonflame.
Yeah, this is a super dangerous one, Butters, I gotta say right now, because if you have a Talonflame, and not to mention that there's a Charge Bug there, Charge Bug can put up a good fight. You might defeat it, but it is going to take the Talonflame into fairly lethal levels here. But yeah, the triple water. Oh, and we're going to go into the battle here. We do have the Whiscash leading off into the Metacham here. No Talonflame in sight for Valor Ash.
And it makes sense, and I believe Metacham can win this matchup. If Whiscash has a chance, it's right here.
Oh,
it's
no.
right
Are
here.
we going
if
back
you
into
win
coin flips, Butters?
If you win the coin flip right here, you will have a decent chance. And there it is, the attack drop. Valor Ash is shaking his head, but he doesn't really love to see that. Going straight for the Dynamic Punch. Most Metachams run Dynamic Punch now because Psychic is worse, and Dynamic Punch is a great attack. Is able to do half of the remaining health of the Whiscash, so you actually could probably win the zero Protect Shield situation, unless it's 2 for 2 on debuffs.
Oh, and we do see a shield come out from Valor Ash. This is a great call, by the way, because even if he's...
2 for 2!
We see a double debuff! And we are going to see the Toxapex come in here, and it's going to be met with the Gligar. Now, I wanted to call this out real quick here. Valor Ash's back line, though, doesn't want to see Whiscash, so I think he's happy to stay with the Metacham. Even if you're getting debuffed, you're still taking out what he perceives to be the hardest counter.
Yeah, he is double ground in the back here with that Gligar and that Galarian Stunfisk, and you need to get to double dig before the Brine is available, or actually Toxapex will win this matchup. So it looks like the first dig is available. There is no Protect Shield. It is super effective, but doesn't knock out. Do you just throw the Aerial Ace? No, you're not even at the Aerial Ace, and the Brine is coming in, and suddenly you're in a position where you're going to get knocked out unless you give up your last Protect Shield of the game, and Valor Ash goes for it.
Yeah, and that is very aggressive. We're beating down 2 Protect Shields in the earlier game, but again, I mean, I think you have to keep the alignment because you need to get this Whiscash out of there. And are we going to see the Whiscash come back in? No, we're going to see the 3rd Pokemon being revealed here. Evan doesn't want to be potentially using Protect Shields here. He's going to come in with Lickitung and soak up the energy here. I'm not sure, Butters. This is, the Whiscash doesn't have a whole lot of health here. We're going to see yet another dig here. You got to shield something because you're going to run out of health at some point. Do we see the Protect Shield being deployed here? We don't. We see... I don't know what the strategy here is. We're going to see the lick down here. The Metacham will come back, but I don't even know if he can get to a move here. Oh, and we see the switch in here, and here's the Metacham going to go for the Ice Punches. This is where you use your Protect Shields, but here's the problem, Butters. There's going to be so much chip damage done here, and I don't think one Mud Bomb is going to KO. Metacham will potentially reach the Ice Punch here. Do we see it's going to be a charge attack priority, and the Scald, I think, is actually going to be enough.
Yeah, it actually gets the Scald. at the same time as the Ice Punch, and this is going to knock out the Medicham, and suddenly Evan is in this game, but you're just getting whittled down. You could go straight Rockside here. Actually, Valor could probably just go for it, going for the Mud Bomb instead of the Scald, because you need 2 charge attacks to knock out anyway, thinking 1 Scald and 1 Mud Bomb won't do it, so I need to go for double Mud Bomb, and here it comes, the double Mud Bomb, but it's not available, so now the double Rockside is just incoming. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Evan decides to use it, but here comes the back-to-back, and we get to play the favorite game. Is Rockslide enough? And I think it is in this situation.
On this one. Even with that ground sub-typing here, the Rockslide is going to be able to take it out, and of course there is still going to be a Lickitung here, but none of Lickiting's moves. Lickitung relies on length of the matchup, right? So even this power that's going to come in, I don't think it's going to be enough.
This is going to be so close, though. Valor is shaking his head because he's going to be able to soak it up, and it comes down to the lick damage. Can he endure the lick damage? I think he can. He's
as healthy as ever, and that is the unfortunate part about Lickitung in general. It relies so much on extended matchups with the lick damage here. Unfortunately, a non-stab power was not going to do the job here for that Lickitung.
And Valor is able to take game number 1 versus Evan, running double ground into triple water and still taking that victory, using both of the Protect Shields on that Medicham and Shadow Gligar to just keep them around, to just put as much pressure possible on that Lickitung and Whiscash core. And the Toxapex didn't get to do that much either. So Valor felt like he was in a negative scenario towards the middle of that game, being down 2 Protect Shields to nothing, but he just kept the pressure rolling, and in the end, Evan just didn't have enough help.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things is maybe an earlier shield would have helped a little bit. I mean, I understand the whole concept is trying to usher the Whiscash in. Maybe Evan smelled that there was a potential ground type in the back here, so he did a great job of managing the shields right there. But unfortunately, when you're taking so many charge moves, especially on Lickitung, a lot of that protection, that safety just goes away because you just can't reach the damage potential that you want to, or that you need to close the game out.
Yeah, and if we talk about adjustments here, one Pokemon that actually just looks pretty strong if you use Protect Shields, and I feel like Valor doesn't want to see it, and that's why he keeps bringing, or that's why he brought Medicham into game number 1, is that Shadow Poliwrath. Because that Shadow Poliwrath is going to be really good against Galarian Stunfisk, and if you get up energy or up shields like that game number 1 scenario, you can close out against something like a Shadow Gligar, or close out on a Talonflame, even close out a Superior. And if you use Protect Shields against Azumarill, you're kind of fine as well. So I feel like Shadow Poliwrath, if you invest shields into it, is looking decent against Valor team.
Yeah, I completely agree here. Shadow Poliwrath, I mean, depending on how we play the matchup out, it has such great coverage moves, and especially in that Shadow form, I think the Medicham matchup is actually pretty close, even if Medicham is seen as the quote-unquote the counter user that counters counter users. I still think it's pretty potent in this particular matchup here, and I think Valor I don't think he's going to be happy if there is a Shadow Poliwrath here on this team. That Galarian Stunfisk would not have had as much impact as it did in the last game.
And I think Lickitung is a Pokemon you always bring for Evan, because there's no true counter. Yes, Medicham is a good counter now with Dynamic Punch, but you can just shield those Dynamic Punches and you're fine. And here is that Lickitung, and of course there is that Medicham in the back, but now I've called Shadow Gligar and Gligar the king of grounds, and swapping in on the Scald into Superior to take the resisted damage.
Yeah, and Valor is going to use the Superior to potentially bait out something. We don't get the Scald, or we don't get the Scald debuff here, but we do see the Toxapex come in. I mean, in this matchup, this is kind of an example of a use case of a neutral-ish matchup with Toxapex, because your Poison Jabs are going to be doing super effective, but these Frenzy Plants, Frenzy Plant is just a powerful move in general.
Yeah, and you have to get all the way to Sludge Wave to go for that knockout. Maybe Brine plus the Poison Jabs are enough, but just letting actually Valor get to that Frenzy Plant, so you might commit a Protect Shield into it. He's thinking about it. Last second, he does Protect Shield. Can you get the jab down? And I think you can comfortably get the jab down, and now you're kind of loaded with energy on this Toxapex.
Yeah, it was a great call out from Evan here. He's going to be able to dump all of this energy here, and you do. Oh, and here do come the Brine Train here. This is a Shadow Gligar too. These Brines will not deal insignificant damage to the Gligar. Does almost half, and is going to be able to go and or is going to be able to charge attack priority here. This dig will feint the Toxapex. We are going to see a 2 shield usage here, and it's kind of flipped around from the first game, Butters. We now have a trainer here with no shields, but it's on Evan's side this time. Valor will elect to let the Brine go ahead and take out the Gligar here. Oh, it does survive with just a sliver of health, and now we see Medicham coming here. Medicham with 2 shields up against 3.
Yeah, and you have the dynamic punch, so you can close this game out against Lickitung as well. Shielding the Scald here,
once again,
and will it get the attack drop? No attack drop. This is crucial. Can you knock out with this dynamic punch before the Scald is available? Throwing on charge attack priority. It looked like throwing on charge attack priority. And is it Wizcash actually winning that charge attack priority, or did Metacham not go for it? We're going to find out shortly.
Oh, we do get the attack fall, though. Unfortunate, maybe. Yeah, I think the Metacham actually reached the dynamic punch about one counter beforehand, but I mean, maybe this gives a little bit more farm to Valor Ash if he's able to counter down, but again, Metacham not known for its offensive capability, but does actually get the counter down, and we're down to just a couple of Pokemon here, but unfortunately, with this dynamic punch, Ice Punch moveset, there's not a whole lot that Metacham can do here. This is debuffed. I think this can still knock out the Toxapex, but I am not sure.
Yeah, but the problem is here, Mark, the timer is almost back up, and you'll have almost double loaded. Do you try to swap on the... No, you swap into the Lickitung, and Valor Ash is shaking his head because he could have cleared his debuff so that this would be a full dynamic punch. It's super effective, but one stage dropped, and Lickitung soaks it like it's nothing. And Lickitung is able to lick down the Metacham, and now this Gligar almost has no health remaining and is able to lick down the Gligar.
Here, Evan's going to be able to clean things up on the back of the Lickitung here. Yeah, there wasn't any health left.
And it was really a reverse. Game number 1, Valor Ash was using both of the Protect Shields, and Evan was keeping them. Game number 2, Valor Ash kept the Protect Shields, but just got whittled down by the fast attacks. It was a full flip there. Evan turned this thing around, and now he has a chance to reverse sweep Valor Ash here on the back of that safe Lickitung. I mentioned it earlier. There's no reason to not bring Lickitung in these battles. It's safe against everything.
Yeah, and I think the turning point in that matchup here, or at least I thought that the Metacham could have gone the distance here, but choosing to charge attack priority against the Wizcash instead of throwing the dynamic punch one turn earlier might have been the big game changer that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't expect Wizcash to actually win charge attack priorities versus Metacham because Wizcash is just so bulky. I mean, obviously Metacham is bulky too, but it does seem consistently like that Wizcash, especially from Evan, has been winning charge attack priorities into the Metacham. I expect though that Metacham is going to come out from Valor Ash because you are expecting that Lickitung in every single battle, unless you just sit it and bring as many counters to that Metacham as you can. But in reality, you only have 2. You have the Toxapex and the Charger Bug. So I think it's going to be a lot of Metacham versus Lickitung, and it's all going to come down to which Pokemon do you bring on the edges. It's been Toxapex having some play versus the Gligar, but the Gligar took the advantage in one game, the Toxapex took it in the next game. Are we going to see those 2 Pokemon in that game number 3?
Yeah, and if you're Evan, you still have to be concerned about all of these Pokemon on Valor Ash's side that are susceptible to, you know, water type attacks here, Galarian Stunfisk, Gligar, Talonflame. So it's going to be very hard to pivot away from the Toxapex Wizcash cores. So I mean, for Evan here, he's got to make a decision here, but I think, I mean, Wizcash has been too reliable in this matchup to not have in the lineup.
And Superior is trying to find that Wizcash, but instead it finds a different water type, the Toxapex, and you take these super effective poison jabs here. It looks like Valor Ash is going to stay in this matchup, maybe try to soft lose this matchup and get some type of wing attack down on that Gligar, which has been so valuable to have up energy on Gligar.
We are going to see the Frenzy plant come out first for Toxapex. Of course, we don't expect Toxapex trainers to be shielding a whole lot often. And Valor Ash is going to try to catch onto the Sludge Wave here. That wastes a ton of energy.
What a catch!
Wow!
That might bring Valor Ash back in it because he was going to lose the alignment here, and now he's going to match up into this Lickitung, but he absorbed all that damage now, and now you can have that Toxapex is kind of healthy though in the back. It's going to be probably facing a backline Metacham because Lickitung should shore up this alignment here.
And we see the Gligar, of course, going straight for the dig here. Is going to take the Body Slam. Up to Valor Ash to decide whether this Gligar is actually important or not. I mean, at this point, the licks are going to add up onto the Shadow Gligar. Looks like Valor Ash is just going to opt to let this one go. The Lickitung will leave with some energy unless Valor Ash can reach it, but it's not going to be enough just by a single turn here. Now, the question is, Butters, who do you bring in to
this is a runway. You got to go Metacham. This is what Metacham is built for. It's what it lives for, is countering down and no, actually bringing in the Superior. Valor Ash doesn't know the back line.
That's true,
If he knew the back line, he would know that Superior is really important for him right now because the back line is that Wizcash. You need that Superior around to win that matchup. So just coming in with the Superior, trying to get a ton of energy. Do you go for a Leaf Tornado here? No.
Oh,
another body slam. And now it's like game number one again.
For the third game, we're going to see 2 shields used on one trainer's side before the other one has deployed a Protect Shield. But the Superior, I will say, Butters, getting quite a bit of farm down. Valor Ash sensing the pressure here is going to go for the Frenzy plan here. May have gotten away with the Leaf Tornado, but he's going to undercharge just a little bit here. And he is going to leave this matchup with quite a bit of energy. He's going to go for Leaf Tornado here. Now,
can he get it? Can he get the protection?
Yeah, if you're playing Toxapex here, you're not going to...
He calls it! He calls the Leaf Tornado! No shield! Even with a Wizcash in the back, he called the bait, but it did drop the attack of the Toxapex here, but it doesn't really matter. Are you going to use the Protect Shield? Finally does use the Protect Shield here. 2 for 2 calls by Evan. You can just instantly pivot the Wizcash. There it is.
And this is going to be a matchup where, I mean, Wizcash, we just saw a debuff come out of Superior, and now it is Evan's turn to throw out a potentially debuffing move here. We are going to see the Skull here. Skull does quite a chunk to Metacham. Is Evan going to win the coin flip on the attack debuff?
No, he doesn't
get it.
And you see the reach for the Ice Punch because you know Evan is going to Protect Shield the first one because he's hoping that he will get a debuff later. Does he call that from Valor Ash? And my goodness, 2 calls in a row. And now he's in position to land this Scald on charge attack priority. I don't think it's enough, but it's going to be really close here. But the thing is, you have a Protect Shield remaining. You throw the Scald. Do you get the debuff? Do no debuff, but there's a Protect Shield.
We're going to see double Ice Punch come out from the Metacham. Butters, this can still be very, very close here. Let's see what happens here. Oh, it looks like Evan is going to opt to let this one go, and knowing that the Toxapex is going to be resisting the entire moveset here, and he does get to the Mud Bomb, and it's going to be all up to Superior. I don't think you can Vine Whip down a Toxapex before it Poison Jabs you down in response.
Yeah, the Poison Jabs are ready. O'Brien is ready too. He swaps in, does the jab onto the Superior, and Evan reverse sweeps this matchup to keep his journey alive in San Antonio. He wins 2-1 against Valor Ash. Those triple waters, the Toxapex was so powerful.
What a play here. And I think, Butters, that might be the first match that we've seen where we've had either trainer go down 2-0 shields in all 3 games.
Yes. And it worked out for both trainers in game number 1. It worked out for Valor Ash, going down 0-2 in shields. And then game number 2, it worked for Evan. Valor Ash did it again in game number 3, but it was more out of desperation, I think. And then the key factor is Evan made 2 fantastic calls. Number 1 on Leaf Tornado. He had 2 Protect Shields remaining with a Wizcash in the back against a Superior. Almost everyone Protect Shields that because you know you have to knock out the Superior or else your Wizcash is done for. Yep. But he called it to stay in the tournament, and then he called the Frenzy Plan, and then he called the Ice Punch.
That one was the crazy one to me. And again, you're right. If that Superior had actually survived, I mean, you're doing resistant mud shots to it while it's doing double super effective Vine Whips. That could have turned in Valor Ash's favor very quickly right there. But yeah, I think we saw here the power of that Toxapex. I still like it. You know, it kind of deterred the Azumarill from coming in, but the Toxapex overall against Superior, which is designed to handle water types, that poison subtyping did a lot of work here.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can use 2 waters kind of as a core, using the Wizcash and Toxapex together. Let's take a look at how that last battle played out. And this was the end of the game here, but this is a crucial moment because you have this dynamic punch and you decide to throw it. Remember, Valor Ash is 1 stage debuffed right now. He could have swapped into his Gligar to remove that debuff to get a bigger dynamic punch on the Lickitung.
Yeah, and this is just a very unfortunate situation here. I mean, Evan, of course, this is the game where he went down 2 shields, but just too much health being taken away that a bulky Pokemon like Lickitung can come in and clean up. And then this is, of course, the last game here. We almost get to the aerial ace on this Gligar. Could have made a bit of a difference here, but Valor Ash, without any knowledge of what was actually in the backline here. You can see here after all of this, the double shielding, it wasn't
This
enough.
is it.
And,
This is it, though.
Here's the Leaf Tornado.
There is a Whiz Cash in the back. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. A Frenzy Plant almost knocks out, and he calls the Leaf Tornado. And then right after, he calls the Frenzy Plant, and he Protect Shields it. And that was the case in that game number 3. Evan was just making all the calls. And I want to point out why Valor Ash baits here. Because when you're facing an opponent that can debuff you, you want to use your Protect Shield early, so then when you debuff them, you take less damage later. But Evan knows that Valor Ash is thinking about that strategy, and then he uses that to his advantage to no Protect Shield the bait. So that's high-level Pokemon Go PvP knowledge out of Evan right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations to Evan. He will continue to move forward in the losers bracket here. I think Valor Ash, having at least started the day in the losers bracket, so that is going to be his second loss here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome to see him make it over that hill and get into the top cut, but unfortunately his journey has ended in San Antonio. But he said it before, this is his time in Timeless Travels. It feels like all of the original Pokemon are good again, so I bet this is not the last time we see Valor Ash in this season of Timeless Travels. But awesome performance with that Talonflame. Unfortunately, ran into that triple water types and the Tox effects of Evan.
I'm sure Talonflame will be making a comeback, of course, as the meta is still settling in, right? Still a lot of trainers making different decisions on what team of 6 to bring each and every weekend from here on out.
If you like that strategy from Evan, where he knew that his opponent would be baiting because there's only 1 Protect Shield remaining and you can debuff your opponent, that's a high-level tactic. If you want to learn more high-level tactics, it will really help you win a best of 3.
All right, trainers, I'm Will Dunphy, and today I'm going to teach you how to win your first match at a Pokemon Go Championship Series event. Let's get started. In the Championship Series, Pokemon Go trainers compete in a Show 6, Bring 3 format. Both trainers begin by analyzing their opponent's team of 6 Pokemon and selecting their 3 best Pokemon for battle. However, Pokemon selections and playstyle adjustments made between battles are equally as important. Let's uncover the mysteries behind the team selection screen and give you the tools to win at your next championship event. There are 2 sides to team reading in Pokemon Go PvP. First, understanding your team's strengths and weaknesses. Second, identifying your opponent's team's strengths and weaknesses. The key is to maximize your team's capabilities while preventing your opponent from doing the same. First, identify which of your Pokemon has the most positive matchups against your opponent's team of 6. Then, choose 2 other Pokemon that cover its weaknesses. Next, choose a macro strategy that fits your team. Finally, envision your win conditions. Will your opponent bring 1 key Pokemon to every game? Can one of your Pokemon defeat your opponent's team with a shield advantage? Typing matchups, shield scenarios, switch advantage, and energy management all play a role. To see these principles in action, let's review Tonton Batuz versus Nezabethan at the 2023 European International Championships. In Game 1, Nezabethan identifies that his Galarian Stunfisk can defeat Tonton Batuz's Shadow Alola Ninetales, Registeel, Shadow Dragonair, and Shadow Charizard. He also brings Swampert because Tonton Batuz doesn't have a Grass-type Pokemon. Nezabethan doesn't bring either of his Flying-type Pokemon because of his opponent's Shadow Alola Ninetales and Registeel. Nezabethan leads Medicham because it's his trio's best response to an opposing Medicham, and Ice Punch provides coverage for Shadow Dragonair. Tonton Batuz doesn't expect Nezabethan's Flying-type Pokemon, so he comfortably leads his own Medicham. Shadow Dragonair is his safe switch because it can defeat most Pokemon in the 2-shield scenario. Finally, Registeel is a great answer to Altaria, Noctowl, and Lantern. Tonton Batuz's ABC-style lineup prefers switch advantage, while Nezabethan is playing an ABB-style double ground team. Nezabethan wins Game 1 due to 3 key factors: weakening Tonton Batuz's Medicham, protecting his Galarian Stunfisk.
It happened! Oh my goodness, what a swap! And I said it earlier, it could come down to a sacrificial swap. That was absolutely beautiful, saving all the energy on Galarian Stunfisk.
And aligning his Galarian Stunfisk versus Tonton Batuz's Shadow Dragonair. For Game 2, Tonton Batuz benches his Shadow Charizard in response to the Shadow Swampert and Galarian Stunfisk from Game 1. Nezabethan selects the same team, while Tonton Batuz chooses the more flexible team of Shadow Dragonair, Medicham, and Lickitung. Tonton Batuz leads Shadow Dragonair and uses a Protect Shield to KO Nezabethan's Medicham and control switch advantage. He aligns his Medicham against Galarian Stunfisk and uses his Lickitung to absorb Shadow Swampert's energy. Tonton Batuz's adjustments win him Game 2. In Game 3, Tonton Batuz repeated his Game 2 lineup, while Nezabethan selected a team of Altaria, Medicham, and Galarian Stunfisk. Tonton Batuz takes a Protect Shield early, then switches to his Lickitung to lure out Nezabethan's Medicham. Tonton Batuz makes a spectacular catch!
To catch the charge move on a site. Well, it doesn't matter what it is. They're going to go ahead and let it go through on the Dragonairs. This is going to be taking it out.
Yeah,
but the true skill is his recognition that the Galarian Stunfisk would be Nezabethan's third Pokemon. Tonton Batuz wins Game 3. In this series, Tonton Batuz neutralized Nezabethan's Shadow Swampert, while Nezabethan overcorrected for Shadow Charizard and was unable to contain his opponent's Shadow Dragonair. Nezabethan's best answer to Shadow Dragonair was his Galarian Stunfisk, so Tonton Batuz was able to consistently predict it. Neither trainer had a Ghost-type Pokemon, making Medicham a safe choice for both competitors. Tonton Batuz's team of 6 pressured Nezabethan to keep his Altaria and Noctowl on the bench until it was too late in the series. Throughout a best-of-3 series, making predictions and adjustments are key. Pay special attention to player tendencies like overcharging, switch timing, shield deployment, and Pokemon usage. Some trainers choose their team of 3 Pokemon conservatively, while others like to take more risk. The most elite trainers do 3 things very well. First, build a team of 6 Pokemon that is well balanced and versatile. Second, change their Pokemon selection and macro strategy from game to game to avoid becoming too predictable. And third, influence which Pokemon and strategies their opponent chooses throughout the series. Well, that's all from me. Best of luck in your future matches, and I'll see you next time.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good lip fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here on day 2 of the San Antonio Regional Championships. We're actually in our top 12 now, whittling down to that top 8 in the losers rounds. These games are win or go home.
That's right. Here in the loser side of the bracket, you've already had 1 loss, and this is a double elimination tournament, meaning, just like you said, it's win or go home. Everything is on the line. Championship points, glory, prizes, in fact, not only monetary, but booster packs as well. So this is crunch time for these trainers right here, right now.
And especially in these rounds, I believe if these trainers make the top 8, they are actually in the money there. Of course, they're also going for those championship points, even if they've qualified to those world championships. It's always good to get more championship points. points for those potential travel awards.
That's right. And the point of the tournament that we're in right now is that we've seen, I think, all of these battlers on stage so far, at least some of the folks from the winner's side of the bracket that are now here on the loser side, we're going to be seeing them face off versus some trainers that we've have been navigating their way already through the loser side of the bracket. So if you mentioned this earlier, but the journey through the loser side of the bracket is so much more arduous than it is on the winner's side. Individuals like Wadaj and Rise, they only have a couple more games ahead of them, but these folks here in the loser side of the bracket, they still have a gauntlet to go through here in day 2.
And let's get those trainers on the stage. They're already ready to go, and we've seen them before today. Haydonis on the left, Elam on the right. I know I've said this a couple times, but these trainers also were staying together for this regional.
That's right. All these trainers, I feel like they're very familiar with each other's tendencies and their play style, and they're friends in many cases as well, which is great to see. Haydonis, as a reminder, did take top 8 at the Portland Regional Tournament, as well as, I believe, top 3 at the Fort Wayne Regional Tournament back in the 2023 season.
And Haydonis, remember, was on the winner's side of that bracket, just dropped to Onion Frank earlier today. Looking at his team again, we see that Mantine there with the Wing Attack, Bubble Beam, Ice Beam. A little bit of an unconventional pick, but I think it actually has some play against Elon's team, which we're going to see in just a second.
We did see some great play from that Galarian Stunfisk as well, earlier sweeping one of the teams as well, so I think that that may be a core breaker here potentially versus Elam. Let's take a look at Elam's side of the field as well, though. He does certainly have a couple answers to that Galarian Stunfisk, but Elam, as a reminder, did take second place in the Hartford Regional Tournament, as well as second place at the Baltimore Regional Finalist, one of the first tournaments of the 2023 season, as well as one of the last tournaments, but he's here back in the top 12. No surprise whatsoever to have Elam. Let's take a look at his team, Soph.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got that Vigoroth, that pseudo fighter that we also saw with Dodge running earlier. That's kind of the unconventional pick here. He's also got that Shadow Gligar, which we've seen making a pretty big impact here on day 2.
What's interesting is the Water Gun Lantern as well. I feel that most of the lanterns that we've been seeing have been these Spark variants, so that's going to make the matchup versus the Mirror Lantern just a little bit worse, and certainly not quite as good versus the Mantine. So I wonder if that makes that pick a little bit safer for Haydonis, knowing that it's not the Spark double super effective variant versus his Mantine.
Yeah, Lantern certainly has a lot of play against Elam's team, targeting that Azumarill, that Lantern that you just mentioned, and has okay to neutral play against Vigoroth and Gligar as well. But getting into game 1, we see that Mantine, and this is the worst matchup for Elam's Gligar. Expect to switch out.
Yeah, that's right. You know what's interesting is that this Gligar actually can take a shield. I was talking to, I believe, Arrow earlier, and he said that this matchup isn't quite as bad as you would think. But that said, Ice Beam is threatening to knock out. Here comes the first Aerial Ace. Haydonis does not want to throw that Bubble Beam right away, wants to at least build up to that Ice Beam. In comes the Aerial Ace, and you can see how much damage that does.
Does do a significant amount of damage. Looks like Elam is choosing to shield at this move, respecting that potential Ice Beam. Unfortunately, it is just that Bubble Beam. We do see him switch out, doesn't want to be in here while he has that attack dropped.
All right, well, in many cases, we see these Mantines opt to throw a Bubble Beam versus this Lickitung. Actually trying to catch the Body Slam there would have been a very nice play. Good discipline by Elam, waiting to make sure that there's no sort of switch, and now is able to throw the neutral Power Whip into this Galarian Stunfisk. This isn't a great matchup for the Lickitung, but with a little bit of an energy lead, Elam may have the opportunity to try and flip switch.
I think Haydonis actually had a great play there, built up a little bit of energy, and not only was he doing that, he's also putting the Lickitung lower and maybe potentially into double Earthquake range. Remember, Earthquake's damage was dropped recently, and there you see it, that second Earthquake is definitely going to knock out this Lickitung.
Now, the one thing we need to keep in mind is that we have 2 water Pokemon on the side of Haydonis, both with access to water-type charged attacks, right? So this Lantern actually not only charge attack, but fast attack as well will be a little bit better versus that Gligar in the back. So switch advantage hasn't become quite as important here. I'm a little bit worried for Haydonis actually with this Galarian Stunfisk. Is it going to get farmed down by one of these Pokemon as well? The one thing we have to keep in mind though is the fast attack pressure. It's only resisted damage from both Pokemon. So even a little sliver of HP, you're still going to be able to get a charge attack off. And we actually see a quick swap from Haydonis, bringing in the Mantine with an Ice Beam loaded, ready to go. This could take the second shield from Elam.
It's like he heard you didn't want to get farmed down there, and that was a great swap, forcing a shield from Elam before he could respond. But now Elam can build up just a little bit more energy at the double Aerial Ace now, and if Haydonis wants to save this, which he can't really because there's 2 Aerial Aces, he's going to have to use both shields, lets it go down, and now we're going to have to see what Haydonis chooses to bring in. Probably going to be that Lantern.
Yeah, good news, bad news for Haydonis. The bad news is that there are 2 Pokemon that can hit super effective versus his Lantern. The Dig from this Gligar as well as the Grass Knot from this Cresselia. The good news though is that he does still have 2 Protect Shields, and he has Water Gun, which is quickly whittling away the health on this Gligar.
Yeah, Elam going for that first dig here, almost up to 2, but going into that Cresselia, doesn't want to take that surf there. And remember, Elam has already used both of his Protect Shields, so this Cresselia is going to have to take a battery of charge attacks here.
And so if I take it back, it was Water Gun on Elam's Lantern. Thank you for correcting me there. Actually, Spark on the side of Haydonis, so that does make that matchup a little bit worse versus the Gligar, but you pace the moves a lot faster, which is exactly what Haydonis needs right now. Needs to pace quickly to these charge attacks, get lots of damage into this Cresselia early and often. One Grass Knot is not enough to knock out at this range. Probably can let one go to save that for the Gligar, but we already see 2 Grass Knots and a huge catch here. So Galarian Sun is going to be absorbing all of this energy. This is exactly what Haydonis needed.
That's exactly what he needed, and that was a fantastic timing on that swap. Elam was almost at 100 energy on the Cresselia, was definitely going to throw soon, but now, you know, Elam still has a lot of work to do on this Lantern, still has a little bit of that Gligar, so it's all going to come down to how much energy he has in the back.
That's right. Okay, well, here comes the first Grass Knot. This is going to be hitting for super effective. Have to no-shield this one. Save a shield for either the next Grass Knot or potentially the dig as well. Here comes the Thunderbolt. This is the harder-hitting move. The question is, will this be enough to knock out the Cresselia? Here comes the charge attack and hangs on.
Get to this Grass Knot.
Gets to the Grass Knot. You have to shield this now, Soph.
You have to shield this, but now it's just all going to come down to how much energy did that Gligar have before leaving. I think you need to get to a dig here, and Aerial Ace isn't quite going to be enough.
Okay, swaps out to the Gligar, has the move, has the energy, and we actually have a charge attack priority, and this is going to go to Elam's Shadow Gligar. Dig will come through, plenty of enough damage to knock this out. Elam with incredible plays, despite going down 2 shields early on, able to bring it back on the back of the Cresselia. He takes game number 1.
And that was with that amazing catch on Haydonis, catching an entire charged attack there. Elam needed to, get to a couple of charge attacks to take out the Lantern. Haydonis neutralized one of them, but unfortunately, Elam did just switch out with enough energy to barely take out that Lantern. That game could not have been closer. Games that come down to charge attack priorities, really, they're coming down to less than half a second.
Well, you talked about how strong that Spark Lantern for Haydonis could potentially be into the likes of Elam's team with the Water Gun Lantern as well as the Azumarill, but Elam brought 2 really nice answers to that Lantern with the Cresselia as well as with the Gligar. So I like the team composition from Elam. If we take a look back here at game number 1, that Surf coming through onto the Cresselia gets to almost 2 Grass Knots. Like you said, sometimes you have to throw energy, and Haydonis recognizing that, hey, there's a forced throw here. Let's bring in the Galarian Stunfisk, absorb all that energy. A great catch, but it wasn't quite enough.
Really a great catch, and even if Elam doesn't throw the charge attack there, you actually aren't giving Elam much more of an advantage by doing that. So great timing by Haydonis, and here is that end game coming down to that charge attack priority. Gligar does just have a little bit higher attack than Lantern, so Elam is able to get off this dig and take that game 1.
That's right. One more Spark would have been the answer there for Haydonis, but that was as close as it can get in game number 1. I'm expecting another close game in game number 2. I think that really it comes down to just who can make one more play, who can get a little bit more energy. It was so crucial, though, that Cresselia hanging on with just a sliver of HP and getting to that last Grass Knot. You know that Haydonis wanted to save that last Protect Shield for a dig. Unfortunately for him, unable to do so. So Elam 1 game away from moving on to the next round. Haydonis has to figure something out, and he has to do it quick.
And just like you mentioned, Elam had a little bit of an advantage there with the team composition, expecting the Lantern and bringing basically his 3 best answers to Lantern, right? Cresselia, Gligar, Lickitung, they all have access to super effective charge attacks.
That's right. Well, I'm curious to see if Elam swaps it up and potentially brings the Azumarill. Okay, guess what? We are actually going to be seeing it right here, the Azumarill, but Haydonis not backing off with that Lantern. He's going to have his own Lantern now facing off versus this Azumarill. Great lead for Haydonis.
Fantastic lead for Haydonis, and we do see Elam switching out into that Lickitung, met by the Altaria. This is a pretty neutral matchup, but remember, those Dragon Breaths are just chunking away. I believe Altaria can win the 0 shield situation.
Yeah, 2 one-turn fast attack users on both sides of the field here, but what we have to keep in mind is that we have the same type of attack bonus with the Altaria, with Dragon Breath. Actually, a little bit of a higher damaging move as well compared to Lick, and Lick, again, not having the same type of attack bonus for Lickitung. However, the one key difference for Lickitung is how quickly that it paces to these body slams. An incredible move, an incredibly quick move that it paces to as well. You can see this Altaria already getting quite low. One body slam is not going to be knocking out here, but it does potentially put it in range of a lick down if Elam wants to force his hand.
But Elam has to be careful here, because even if you go down shields for a switch advantage, what you don't want is for that Lantern to spark you down and have threatening energy for both the Azumarill and the Gligar here, right? So he actually goes for the shield.
I think he actually has the ability to lick down here if he wants. He can come out with 2 body slams potentially. Here comes the licks. Yes, not quite 2 body slams, but lots and lots of energy. Like you said, the Lantern could come back in, but actually brings in the Lickitung here, which is a little surprising. Actually banks both of those body slams, brings in the Gligar. This is not terrible for Haydonis.
Yeah, it's not terrible for Hedonis, but I actually like that play by Elam a lot. He knows that energy from Lickitung is going to be more effective on that potential Lantern in the back, right? Well, he saw the Lantern already. But yeah, so that was a great play by Elam. Gligar versus Lickitung, not a bad matchup, especially as that Shadow Gligar does just a little bit more damage.
Well, I'll be curious to see if at any point Hedonis actually brings in the Lantern. If he knows that this Gligar is energy dry and gets it in a situation where it's very low HP, he might be able to get a little bit of a head start on energy. Protect Shields will be key here as well, so because if you realize, well, actually, no, Elam, I think this might be his second Protect Shield that he's used, which I think in game number 1 as well, he went down 2 Protect Shields. So this is really interesting to see the same dynamic playing out.
I think he's realizing that overall, with these lines of 6, Gligar is one of his most valuable Pokemon. And like you said, choosing to invest both shields in it, he knows he's not going to be shielding that Lickitung. It's already such low health. But unfortunately, how is he going to take out this Lantern now? He has a lot of energy on that Lickitung, but I believe Hedonis still has 1 Protect Shield remaining, and 1 Power Whip definitely does not do enough to take out.
Well, you can throw the Body Slam and maybe even get to this Power Whip. That's going to be the question. I think if you're Hedonis, you realize that one's going to knock out, and a huge call. Just like he said, you can see the react from Hedonis. Here comes the second Body Slam. He does shield this one. I think it knows that, hey, it could be a Power Whip at this point. 1 Body Slam, 1 Play Rough from the Azumarill. Either one's going to be probably worth a shield at this point. But now, the question is can you get to a Thunderbolt? And I don't know if you need 2 Thunderbolts to knock out here.
These sparks are really adding up, but the thing about Azumarill is, you know, Play Rough is a great coverage move, but unfortunately just doesn't do quite enough damage here, and these bubbles are resisted. So Elam needs to get to 2 charge attacks, but I just don't think he has enough time.
Might even be able to swap into this Lickitung to try and absorb some damage if Elam does get close to that next Play Rough. But I think you're in firm control here as Hedonis. This Lantern just looks so strong. No Cresselia this time. It is the Azumarill. With that great alignment, you're able to see it in the lead and now also in the back as well. Here comes the Surf. I don't know that this is quite enough damage to knock out, but Elam is not at the next charge attack, or at least not the next Play Rough. I think that maybe 1 or 2 more Sparks will be enough to knock out. A great farm down there for Hedonis. He's going to go into this next matchup with energy and still has the Lickitung as well.
Yeah, and Hedonis played that great. He had a good lead, but really kind of managed that mid-game well, was able to maintain the alignment that he wanted. You know, Elam tried to be a little bit tricky, you know, saving the energy for the end game, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite enough. And that Lantern really came through there.
Well, if you remember in game 1, the Lantern had to try to sweep the Gligar and the Cresselia. That's much of a more challenging job than it is to sweep a Gligar and an Azumarill. So I think that was the key difference. Elam's still going for that two shield deficit, trying to you know, force the hand of Hedonis to eventually start shielding some things on his Lantern, but a lot easier destination for its energy with that Azumarill, without a doubt. This was a key moment right here, actually swapping out into the Gligar, saving all of that energy. That energy did end up getting a Protect Shield late in the game, but I think for Hedonis, you have to feel pretty happy that you didn't have your Lantern aligned versus that Gligar very long. In fact, we can see the Protect Shield coming out here, so that first one was a no shield. The second one did end up drawing that Protect Shield despite not being at the Power Whip energy.
I wonder if Elam was hoping that Hedonis would drop the Lantern in response to seeing that first team, right? Remember game 1, Elam had brought that Cresselia, the Lickitung, and that Gligar, which do pretty well, but Hedonis really just stuck to his guns, kept bringing the Lantern, and kind of, you know, got the edge versus the adjustment that Elam made, which was to bring that Azumarill.
All right, well, I'm very curious to see how both of these trainers are going to be responding. So I don't think from Elam that I'm expecting anything different. I think Gligar makes a lot of sense. I think that the Lickitung makes a lot of sense. The question is, will he bring the Cresselia back? I think it has quite flexible play across the board. Maybe its worst matchup is going to be that Galarian Stunfisk, which Hedonis has brought from time to time, but you do still have Grass Knot, which will at least hit for neutral.
Yeah, the one more thing I could see Elam bringing is that Vigoroth. Hedonis hasn't shown the Medicham yet. You know, Medicham doesn't have great play into a lot of Elam's team. Well, just, yeah, Cresselia and Azumarill has very bad matchups, and then, of course, has to watch out for that Gligar as well. So I could see Elam trying to make a read there and bringing that Vigoroth.
I've seen Hedonis regularly favoring, it seems like, the Altaria over the Mantine, so I'm curious to see if that's going to be the strategy that he goes with here as well. Guys, we're moving into game number 3 here. Let's take a look. Elam versus Hedonis. We have the Galarian Stunfisk into the Vigoroth. This is super effective counter damage, but you don't have any charge attacks that can even hit for neutral, only resisted from the Vigoroth.
So this matchup is really good in the lead because you're doing these super effective counters. I don't expect we're going to see Elam throw any energy here, probably going to try to bank it for later.
All right, well, here comes the Rock Slide, actually going for the bait attack here. This is a little interesting. Elam not wanting to shield, actually calls the move. Nice play. I think that a Earthquake is still necessary to knock out this Vigoroth at this point. Will we see a potential catch? No, just goes straight for this body slam. Near 100 energy. This is not enough to threaten to knock out, but it is some meaningful chip damage.
I was thinking the same thing as you. I was like, is he going to go into that Gligar and take this double resisted Earthquake? Heidanis may have been anticipating that though, actually throwing the Rock Slide here. And Elam putting up the shield, still has a lot of energy on this Vigoroth, thinks he can get some more mileage out of it.
Yeah, I like this because you get to one more Rock Slide here. Elam, it forces his hand to actually throw this body slam. Now, I do like this here because for Heidanis, you've gotten solid value out of your Galarian Stunfisk. You have a nice answer now with your Altaria that can come easily tank one of these Rock Slides and farm down. I don't know if he's trying to set up his Lickitung to sweep, knowing that this Vigoroth is mostly out of the way. We could even see Elam swap out right here, save that Vigoroth, knowing there could be that Lickitung in the back.
Fantastic prediction right there. And Elam knows his Gligar is pretty safe against Heidanis' team if there isn't a Mantine, and predicts correctly that there isn't one. Able to throw this Aerial Ace. I don't think this is quite enough to take out, but it certainly threatens the Altaria enough.
Well, I like what Elam did here because he gets that super effective Rock Slide, and now you're putting Heidanis in a position where, oh, I have to start shielding neutral Aerial Aces. That's kind of difficult to do, but we actually have another shield coming out from Elam here. This is interesting. This is 3 straight games he's gone down 2 shields, so.
Yeah, just for that Gligar, which is putting in a lot of work, like we said, has such great play into all of Heidanis' team. And now, I think because Heidanis still has 2 shields up, you're just going to start throwing these cheaper moves, right? This Aerial Ace, and of course that Vigoroth is still very threatening for this Lickitung.
I just love the way these matches are playing out. Every time Elam is saying, Heidanis, I'm going to force you to try and sweep with one Pokemon. I'm going to use both my shields to try and get as much value out of this Gligar as I possibly can, get any damage I can, wherever I can, and it's forcing Heidanis to identify one Pokemon to be that sweeper. Lantern was the case in Game 1 and Game 2. I don't know that this Body Slam actually KOs here. This is going to be close, Soph.
Yeah, that was a great overfarm by Heidanis. Doesn't quite take out the Gligar, but oh, just a couple of licks would have done it, but Elam doesn't want that to happen. Brings in the Vigoroth to take this Body Slam. I don't know if this is quite enough to KO, and these counters are really going to add up soon.
Okay, well, the one thing we have to keep in mind is there's a full health Cresselia in the back. You're going to be taking at least one more counter there. This Lickitung barely has any HP remaining. I think it's now in Grass Knot range after these Psycho Cuts. You're going to have to land 2, probably 3 Body Slams, and I think the only win con that Heidanis has at this time is he's going to have to catch, just like you said, Soph.
Right, but even if he catches, this Cresselia is so incredibly healthy. Lickitung does well with the super effective licks, of course, but when you're this low health, I mean, you're not going to get that many licks in.
I love this response by Elam, bringing the Cresselia back in game number 3 here. There's nothing on the team of Heidanis that's going to be hitting for super effective, with the exception of the licks from this Lickitung, which they just don't add up fast enough. So he does get to this next Body Slam. No Protect Shields remaining for Elam. This will do some significant chip damage here, but you're still going to have to find a way to get to that 3rd Body Slam to knock out, and you still need to make a catch at this point. Here's the catch, though, step number 1.
Another amazing catch for Heidanis in the endgame, but just like that first time, I don't know whether it's going to be quite enough. Cresselia is still very healthy. Elam even undercharging that double resisted move, going to be able to exit this matchup with a Grass Knot for the Lickitung.
Elam says, you know what, I had a Grass Knot, but I'm going to get another Grass Knot. No problem here. Has it loaded, ready to go. Still has his own catch opportunity with the Gligar as well. Heidanis making all the flashy plays, but Elam just putting himself in such a good position to close out, and he wins game number 2. Elam's journey will continue, but that's going to be it for Heidanis. A valiant effort without a doubt. 2 friends, you can see them hug it out here. What a great read by Elam to bring that Cresselia yet again.
That's exactly right. Great adjustment from Elam. We saw him kind of struggle in that game 2 because of that Lantern. In game 3, just like you said, bringing that Cresselia back when it was so successful the first time, right? It has such great play against Heidanis' team. It didn't see that Galarian Stunfisk and was able to just kind of close out against Lickitung in that neutral matchup.
I love it as the closer because when you look at charged attacks specifically from Heidanis, there's nothing that's really going to pressure that Cresselia. So if you keep a full health Cresselia in the back, all it really needs to do is just tank a couple moves and get to a Grass Knot. Even with those catches that we saw multiple times, it's just so bulky that it's able to withstand, even after a catch, get to 2 charged attacks and knock out that final Pokemon. So I like the way that Elam played that. 3 consecutive games, forcing Heidanis to try and sweep with one Pokemon. I don't think that Lickitung is that best sweeping Pokemon. Great reads, great plays by Elam. Let's move over to these highlights, though. We can take you back through the action. Game number 1, Soph, take it away.
All right, I think this is that point, or game number 2, where Elam is trying to lick down this Altaria, maybe flip switch advantage, and then he switches out into that Gligar, I believe, after banking some energy. But, you know, this was Elam's attempt in that game 2, but unfortunately Heidanis had a pretty big advantage in terms of team composition this battle.
Well, I think if he had had the Cresselia in the back, I think this game would have been a lot different. He did not. He had that Azumarill, so Heidanis was able to take that game. Again, a great catch from Heidanis in game 3 now, catching this Grass Knot, but a beautiful undercharge by Elam, recognizing that these Psycho Cuts plus this fully undercharged Grass Knot will be allowing him to get to one more Grass Knot, just like we're seeing right here. Exits that matchup with a charge attack ready to go. Lickitung does not have the move, and Grass Knot is enough to knock out and seal the fate for Haydonis with Elam. Moving on to the next round of the losers bracket. Congratulations to him.
Elam in the top 8, just like you said, now in the money, now in the hunt, and this is basically just like a normal top 8 now, where he's in that loser side of the bracket. A great run by Haydonis, though, I do want to acknowledge, making it all the way into the top 12, and certainly will have earned some nice championship points.
So one of the things I like to look at is momentum. When we take a look at Haydonis, that's 2 consecutive losses for him. He lost in the winners bracket, then moved on to the losers bracket to face Elam, where he has now lost 2 consecutive matches. Momentum, I feel, is so key in these Play Pokemon tournaments. When we look at Elam, he actually lost early in day number 1. So he has won probably 4 or 5, maybe even 6 consecutive matches, so has the momentum on his side without a doubt. It's very interesting to see someone that's recently fallen down that sometimes they pick themselves up, but in some cases that's just the start of their fall and you lose 2 consecutive. So props to Elam for maintaining that momentum as he faced off versus Haydonis.
That's right, there is momentum, but there's also an opposite force, which is being tired. You're just playing so many more games in that loser side. I mean, by the logic of momentum purely, right? Anyone on the losers bracket should be having a ton of momentum because by definition, they've all won a ton of games straight. And let's take a look at that losers bracket. We did see Evan, you know, one of those trainers who lost early on, but just picked up that victory against Valarash, was able to get a lot of use out of the Toxapex, which he wasn't before when he saw him. So great comeback by Evan. We also, of course, just saw Elam defeating Haydonis Actual, and then earlier, of course, Chillis FM taking out Mama Climbs.
Well, next up, we're going to be having Sandkeeler versus Dunebug. We did see Sandkeeler losing 2-0 to Wadaj earlier. Now it's going to be his opportunity for some redemption, facing off versus an equally imposing opponent, Dunebug 97. Dunebug did, I think, lose early. I think he was 1-1 or maybe 2-1 to start the tournament.
Right.
Another trainer who, very similar to Elam, has a ton of momentum moving into this matchup. And we saw the plays that Dunebug was making late in day 1 yesterday, and he was looking unstoppable at that time. I'm curious to see if he'll be able to translate that here into day 2. Let's move over to the winner's side of the bracket. We saw Wadaj take the 2-0 versus Sandkeeler. Haydonis, we saw him take the 1-2. Another close battle versus Onion Frank. Tough day for Haydonis without a doubt, but 2 sweeps on the lower side, with Rise beating Evan 2-0 and Arrow taking down Mama Climbs 2-0 as well.
And look at that top 4 on the winner's side. Absolutely a gauntlet. Of course, Sandkeeler, who we're going to see in a second, playing with Dodge and then Dunebug. I mean, that's got to be nerve-wracking, but of course has made it so far. Was on the winner's bracket this morning, so definitely is going to have some play here.
We talk about these tournaments, and when they're so stacked like this, you have to be champions if you want to be the champion yourself. You're going to be facing multiple time, in some cases, regional champions, just like with Dodge, just like Rise. So there's no shocks to me to see these trainers having repeat success. But if you're a newcomer and you're trying to work your way up and make a name for yourself as well, you're going to have to take down some of these titans, the Mount Rushmore of Pokemon Go, basically, right here at this tournament in San Antonio.
And you mentioned Dunebug, who we saw again late yesterday. Wasn't on stream until very late because he dropped so early, but he looked so good. I think Speedy said in Sacramento, when Dune is on, he's one of the best players in the world for sure. You know, even in those advantageous matchups, he was stretching his advantage as far as it could go in those losing matchups, which of course there weren't many, but he was doing the best he could as well.
Well, let's move over to the stage and get these trainers introduced. We mentioned Dunebug. He is going to be facing off versus Sandkeeler. Sandkeeler not quite as well known as Dunebug, but he was having a very dominant day 1 with his team. I think that his primary accolade from current season is making top 16, trying to make now top 8 here in San Antonio, Texas. As a reminder though, Dunebug actually a winner in Texas before. He did win the Arlington Regional back in the 2023 season, but yeah, he's going to have to make his way through Sandkeeler, who's had a lot of great plays, especially in day 1.
Well, Dunebug is carrying a lot of momentum, but let's take a look at Sandkeeler's team here. I believe was running that Lickitung, just like a lot of players, has that Pseudo-Fighter in the Deoxys defense, which I feel like we've seen a lot of in day 2. And then, of course, the Shadow Dragonair, one of my caster picks. I'm very happy to see it here. Potentially, we'll even see it come up against Dune's team, which we'll take a look at in a second.
All right, well, speaking of Dune, plenty of accolades on his side. Mr. Top Cut almost. He's had plenty of opportunities, many tournaments that he's attended. In fact, like I mentioned, the Arlington Regional winner. Let's take a look at his team, though. He has also top 16 at Hartford, top 8 at Baltimore, and like we said, Arlington Regional champion. He's had success in Texas before.
And I want to talk about the Arlington Regional Championship, where he, I believe, was coming up from the loser side. Reverse swept Rise to a occasion, I think, in those losers finals, and then of course reset that bracket in a very dominant victory. So Dunebug, of course, no stranger to adversity. He does have that Skeledirge, remember, which we saw just a little bit of yesterday. Not sure how it's going to stack up against Sankeeler's team with that Azumarill, of course, and the Dragonair, but the rest of Dune's team all have fair game.
Yeah, the one call-up for me, Cresselia running Moonblast. As a reminder, a lot of trainers now opting to run the Future Sight as well. We just saw Future Sight, I believe, on Elam's side, and now Moonblast. Moonblast is very interesting in this meta. It does have a chance for a debuff. We actually saw it recently from an Altaria getting a debuff, but these trainers, they're getting locked in. They're going to be moving into game number 1. It's win or go home. Can Dunebug maintain the momentum, or will he be taken down by Sandkeeler? Defense form Deoxys into the Altaria.
And this matchup is really interesting. Kind of depends on what moveset the Deoxys defense is running. Looks like Sandkeeler is running that Thunderbolt, doesn't have that super effective charge attack, and we see him tapping very close with the Psycho Boost, which he does indeed throw. Remember, this does drop the Deoxys defense's attack, so we do expect Sandkeeler to swap out very soon.
It's nice just chip damage, but what I'm worried about here is Dunebug's Registeel. It looks very imposing versus this entire team. It gets drawn out right away. The Azumarill comes and swaps in. You have to get through this metal doorknob now, the Registeel, and these Zap Cannons add up so quickly.
And this is very comfortable territory for Dunebug. He's so practiced with this Registeel. I fully expect him to go for that Zap Cannon first, potentially that Focus Blast afterwards to, again, come out with so much energy, potentially even throw a Zap Cannon on that Deoxys defense when it comes back in.
Well, I'm curious to see, like, how do you come back from this? I expect to see Dunebug very similarly, probably doing maybe the Focus Blast again and getting the farm down, coming out with tons of energy, debuffing the defense form Deoxys.
And there it is. Here comes the Focus Blast. This is resisted damage, of course. Very heavy energy charged attack, but we do see the undercharge as well. Dune probably has played this matchup hundreds of times, knows exactly what he wants, and is going to be able to take this play rough very comfortably and then lock on all the way down.
Yeah, it does set up the defense from Deoxys to get a very strong farm down here later on, but it's going to have to take a Zap Cannon, and if there's a potential debuff, may even get to another Zap Cannon. At this point, I think that Dunebug's in a very, very commanding lead, but it does come down to the back matchups as well. Keep in mind, Dunebug is also running that Moonblast, which is going to be a bit more effective versus that Shadow Dragonair for Sandkeeler. So it seems like he has all of the answers for Sandkeeler's team.
And Dunebug swapping out very quickly here with that combination play, throwing the Sky Attack on this Deoxys defense before it has a chance to react. At the very least, this does desynchronize those switch clocks just a little bit, and potentially thinking that the Registeel might have even more play to do in the back.
Well, he denies so much energy for that defense from Deoxys. Likely would have been able to get a huge, huge farm down versus that Registeel. Energy goes a long way for that defense from Deoxys because those Psycho Boosts of how impactful that they are. I really like that shield from Dunebug, by the way, shielding the hardest hitting Psycho Boost. This next one is now 2-stage attack drop. Not going to do nearly as much and will allow this Altaria to farm all the way down. Actually, a quick swap out into the Shadow Dragonair. Not able to farm down before this next Sky Attack comes out, though.
Dune probably feeling very happy that he preserved that Registeel, which is going to be able to deal with this Dragonair very comfortably if he wants to. You know, it's a little bit of an advantage to not show all 3 Pokemon, but it looks like Dune is coming in with that Cresselia here. Just needs to land the Moonblast and doesn't even need to be afraid of a catch because that switch clock is so misaligned.
Yeah, realistically, you don't even need to shield. Even if the Dragonair gets to 2 body slams, you tank both very comfortably. You have a super effective Moonblast. Even the Future Sight would be just fine here, but you do pace to this Moonblast a little bit faster, and it is super effective. A great move set here for Dunebug. Had all the answers in game number 1. Will knock out this Shadow Dragonair. Just a little bit left on this defense from Deoxys. Probably will be able to get to a Psycho Boost, but I don't think it's going to matter. Just needs to throw 1 more charge attack and going for the full farm down, not wasting any time. Dunebug taking a very clean game number 1, riding that momentum from earlier today.
Like you said, Dune had all the answers. Again, with that really practiced Registeel versus Azumarill matchup, was able to exit with a huge advantage, right? Had the Zap Cannon for the Deoxys defense, and then switched out when the health was still around 40%. Could have gone a lot more mileage if he needed to. Now, the one thing I don't quite like about Deoxys defense, personally, is that you have to debuff your attack, and that often means that you're also giving up switch advantage, which we saw there was a little bit unfortunate, right? Allowing Dunebug to farm such a big advantage. And here's that endgame, just like you mentioned earlier, Cresselia throwing that super effective Moonblast onto this Dragonair and leading to a very long farm down with these Psycho Cuts.
Yeah, that's right, and there's really nothing that you're going to be able to do as Sandkeeler then, right? You just accept your fate, get farmed all the way down. Dunebug maybe could have thrown the Grass Knot, but don't want to waste any time. just get those Psycho Cuts to farm all the way down. I would like to see St. Keeler bring a harder answer to that Registeel. Defense Form Deoxys is okay, but if you're swapping out, you're basically allowing Dunebug to guarantee that if there's a Registeel in the back, it's not going to face that Defense Form Deoxys. We're not going to waste any time, though. Again, we're moving right into game number 2 here. This is win or go home for St. Keeler. We're going to be seeing the Cresselia lined up versus the Lickitung, a much better lead for St. Keeler.
Yeah, this is great. Lickitung into Cresselia, especially when the Cresselia doesn't have Future Sight, right? Remember, which is a very hard-hitting charge attack. This is great for the Lickitung, able to get off a lot of damage with these licks, and of course these body slams are going to pace very quickly as well.
It wouldn't shock me if we actually see Dunebug swap out of this matchup in a little bit. May want to land one Moonblast to start, get some chip damage, but I wouldn't even be surprised to see him swap out into his own Registeel at this point. We've seen him have a lot of success with it, and knowing that there's maybe not a great answer in the back, it could be very impactful. Choosing to stay in for now, though.
Looks like Dune is actually happy to just stand here, take these super effective lifts. I also wouldn't be surprised to see him switch out at some point, maybe save this energy, because this Lickitung is in a pretty good range for your Registeel to deal with it, right?
Well, the matchup to keep an eye on will be, does that Azumarill get aligned up versus the Altaria? We know for years now how bad that matchup is for that Altaria with double resisted Dragon Breath, and now with Sky Attack coming a little bit slower. This is not a good matchup whatsoever. But take a look at all of this damage now from these Moonblasts. Oh, almost able to get to that Grass Knot. We see Dunebug let this Body Slam go. The question is this enough to knock out?
I don't think it is. I think this Cresselia is going to get off this Grass Knot, and this game might just come down to this shield decision, right? If you can get that Azumarill on the Altaria instead of the Registeel, that would be huge. Let's see what St. Keeler decides to do. Does decide to shield it up, so now Dunebug is in a difficult position.
Okay, but this might set up the Registeel with 2 shields to potentially win the matchup. Let's find out. I don't know if he wants to come in with that Registeel. I don't think it's going to be able to farm down. I like this play a lot more. Coming in with the Altaria, get some energy. Even energy into that Azumarill is not terrible. Puts it in range maybe where one Zap Cannon is going to be enough not to knock out. What's key to see here, though, is now going to be the Charge Bug versus the Registeel, and how can Dunebug take it out?
It's might come down to those Zap Cannon debuffs. I fully expect Azumarill to come in, followed by a quick swap by Dunebug into the Registeel. Yep, there it is. And of course, net by that Charge Bug. The great thing, just like you mentioned, Dunebug does have a shield advantage here, and probably want to throw off this Zap Cannon as quickly as you can. But St. Keeler doesn't let him get to the discharge first.
Yeah, this Altaria is not going to have much play moving on. I don't know that it even swapped out with a charge attack either, so there's not going to be an opportunity for a combo play later on. So we might see Dunebug trying to preserve that Altaria simply just for a catch in the late game. Here comes the Zap Cannon, though, and a 66% chance to debuff your opponent's attack. It would be very meaningful here, and we actually see no drop, not carrying the luck that he had in day number 1.
Yeah, and Dunebug is definitely going to want to shield up this discharge, going to do the most damage, probably looking to throw another Zap Cannon. This Charge Bug is just about at that halfway point in terms of HP, so Dunebug is going to need to land 2 more charge attacks, 1 to take the shield, 1 to deal the damage.
All right, well, here comes the next Zap Cannon, still trying to fish for this debuff opportunity. You're now getting to a point where you have to shield resisted attacks as St. Keeler. That is going to be the final Protect Shield, and we do see the attack drops there, so you love to see that as Dunebug, knowing that you shielded 2 full strength discharges, and now you're only having to take a single stage attack dropped discharge instead.
So Dunebug is going to have to take out this charge attack with a Zap Cannon. The question is it going to be able to reach a Zap Cannon against that Azumarill as well? Because that's what you need. This is actually just a resisted X-Scissor here. Dunebug probably going to have to throw the charge attack, but then the switch is already up. I don't think you're going to be able to undercharge and farm down or anything.
I don't mind that play, though, because any damage is good damage now for St. Keeler. Even if it's resisted X-Scissor, you're now putting this Registeel closer and closer to bubble down range for your Azumarill. Azumarill will hang on versus one Zap Cannon. The question is, can you get to the Zap Cannon before you get to a bubble down or charge attack? Oh, he tries to make the catch move. Actually able to get to this Sky Attack.
Which
this
puts
is really,
in a Zap Cannon range.
Exactly. This is really awkward now for this Azumarill. You might even need to land a Ice Beam and then try to go for the bubble down to come out with a move versus this Registeel.
Registeel is very close to a move,
right?
It's
super close.
Yeah, I think you have to undercharge this.
I think you go to great here and not excellent. But no, going for the full charge. This will knock out the... Okay, this is going to be a race to the finish. You get to the Zap Cannon. Is this enough to knock out? This is still above 66% HP. I don't know if this is going to be quite enough here, so...
But it's a super effective 80 energy move. Doesn't knock out, and that Azumarill is going to reach a charge attack. What a close game there at the end. Registeel putting in a lot of work, not quite able to get it.
I think if Dunebug maybe had landed the Moonblast rather than the Sky Attack, potentially that could have been enough. Definitely a very, very tight game, very uncomfortable game for both trainers. Dunebug not getting those early attack drops that he needed versus that Charge Bug. Maybe if he'd gotten the first one, that would have allowed his Registeel to be a bit more healthy and hang on. But nonetheless, we've evened the series up 1-1. Let's not discount the plays of St. Keeler, looking very strong there in game 2.
Dealt very well with that that end game, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I honestly thought that Zap Cannon was going to take out, but Sankiller very calm, you know, just taking that Altaria once he had farmed up to 100 energy to kind of maximize the chance that he would be able to get to a charge attack against that Registeel, which it did reach in the end.
So if you made a great observation at the beginning of that matchup, you mentioned how important that Lickitung into Cresselia matchup was. Cresselia was there actually about to try and take the Zero Shield matchup, but a nice shield for Sankiller to allow his Azumarill to get lined up versus that Altaria. Like we mentioned here though, this Registeel fishing for those debuffs, but later on, actually, now we have this Registeel swapping out, trying to catch an Ice Beam, but very nice patience by Sankiller, able to hang on, build up more energy so that he can exit the matchup and finally get to that last charge attack versus Dunebug. You can see this Ice Beam was not undercharged. It was fully charged up, and the Azumarill did hang on versus that Zap Cannon. That was key for Sankiller to wrap up game number 2.
Azumarill always so reliable. When you have a Azumarill, there's always still hope, and looks like Sankiller was able to get that with this Azumarill hanging on with just a sliver of health to take out a Registeel.
All right, so we're in game number 3. You love to see this here. This is going to be win or go home for both of these trainers. Whiscash into Chargebug. We've seen this matchup play out a couple times, but you have to give the advantage to Whiscash early on.
Yeah, you do resist those Volt Switches. Dunebug going straight for that Scald, potentially hoping for that debuff there, and of course, Scald does do a little bit more damage than Mud Bomb. Like you said, we've seen this matchup play out a couple of times, but we've also had it come out with a couple different outcomes, and of course, Dunebug with the Registeel counter swap again onto the Lickitung.
I think I've been most impressed by Dunebug team reads compared to any other trainer in this tournament so far. He seems to have all the answers very regularly versus his opponents. Great lead, has a perfect response here with his Registeel into the Lickitung, and if we take a sneak peek in the back as well, so he has that Cresselia ready to go, kind of one of our pseudo grass users versus that Azumarill. So things looking very nice for Dunebug right now, but he needs to play this out. We've actually seen some trainers with their Lickitung double shield them, and I think this Lickitung may even have the Lick break point versus this Registeel as well, so these licks do add up over time.
Yeah, you're actually right. Look at that Registeel already below half health with just licks and body slams, and of course, I think that Dune missing that first Zap Cannon is really what's leading to these licks adding up. Like you said, it's looking very good for Dune if he's able to maintain switch advantage. Looks like Sankiller is allowing that to happen as well.
Yeah, the Zap Cannon does knock out at this point, so you have a little bit of HP, not much energy. It's going to allow this this Chargebug to overfarm, but you already have so much energy, you don't want to go over 100. You need to throw this discharge now and essentially maintain where you are energy-wise with this Whiscash coming back in. I expect to see Sankiller swap out relatively quickly again. Could throw the X-Scissor just to get some chip damage, but I don't think he wants to stick around in this matchup.
Dude looking a little happy. Didn't quite get that much shot through, but I think he's still okay. This is a great advantage, and like you said, Sankiller is forced to swap out here out of that bad matchup, but Dunebug, like you said, has all the answers. Cresselia for Azumarill, especially with 2 shields up, these Psycho Cuts are going to add up and put the Azumarill in double Grass Knot range.
The only advantage here for Sankiller is that you do significantly more fast move pressure with your bubbles compared to the Psycho Cuts. However, Dunebug will pace through charge attacks much faster and has super effective damage with his Grass Knot as well. You have to give the advantage to Dunebug right now. Here comes the play rough though. Both of these trainers do still have 2 Protect Shields. However, I think they may save them for the back matchup, which will be that Chargebug versus the Whiscash yet again.
This matchup is going to take quite a long time. Both of these Pokemon very bulky, and like you said, 2 Protect Shields up. I think Sankiller really needs to kind of hope that the Chargebug can do something here. It does have a super effective charge attack for the Cresselia. The Whiscash is also getting a little bit low, potentially to the point where Chargebug could take this out, but it's going to be an uphill climb for sure.
I think as this is Azumarill, you need 2 charge attacks to knock out. 1 Ice Beam not going to do it, 1 Play Rough not going to do it. Maybe you just go for the 2 Ice Beams, knowing that that's going to translate to a little bit less energy. And actually, no, look at this play here. I was maybe expecting the Grass Knot as Sankiller, but it's not. It's the Moonblast here. So nice patience by Dunebug and actually knocking out this Chargebug. Just needs to get to a Grass Knot now. And even if you're not able to do so, I think that your Whiscash has enough left into the tank to probably take out this Azumarill as well. Dunebug opting to use the Protect Shield, knowing he'll get one back here though.
I think that's right. I think with 2 shields up, you can potentially, you know, save some time, just go for those fast attacks. But Dunebug gonna play it safe, get off this Grass Knot, and take the series, I think, 2-1.
Without a doubt. I mentioned it at the beginning of this game, but Dunebug making some incredible reads in the way that he's building his team, accounting for all possibilities. I think that Registeel was so flexible, and the best thing I can possibly see is that Lickitung. That has set him up here to sweep this matchup now with the Whiscash. In comes the Scald. Not going to be enough to knock out because there's still this Protect Shield. Azumarill Semifinal will get to one more charge attack, but Doonbug does still have the Protect Shield. I think 2 more mud shots are going to be enough to take Doonbug into the next round of the losers bracket. Congratulations to him. Oh, it actually gets to the mud bomb. There you go. Doesn't want to farm down this time, not like game number 1. Able to get there, and Doonbug, despite dropping game number 2, a very nice comeback. You can see him shake his fist in triumph. 2-1 victory for Doonbug.
Those trainers having a little bit of fun on stage here, throwing their charge attacks, maybe taking the advice of Nighttime Clasher, which we saw in that little video earlier today, right? Once again, congratulations to Doonbug. Moving on in this tournament, and I believe might even be facing Elon next?
We'll have to see. It's very, very exciting. I gotta say, if I'm just falling down from the winner's bracket, the last person that I want to face right now is going to be Doonbug. He has so much momentum. He is showing those precision plays again. You mentioned it late in day 2 when he was finally on stream in the losers finals, but that play in the Registeel versus Azumarill, when we see that Zap Cannon followed by the Focus Blast, followed by the Farm Down, it puts that Registeel in prime position to then debuff the next Pokemon as well. And we even saw some nice plays from him swapping out his Registeel to save it for later game. Just great plays. Let's actually take a look at some of the highlights from that series. As a reminder, it was a 2-1 victory for Doonbug in game number 1, imposing alignment for Doonbug. Able to get this Moonblast super effective into the Dragonair and still had that Registeel that he'd saved later on. He didn't even need it though. A full farm down into this defense form Deoxys with Psycho Cut. That's definitely not something that we see every day.
It's not something you see every day. Of course, he has the energy, but choosing to save a little bit of time there, of course. Charge attacks take about 10 seconds, fast attacks take less. And here we see this Registeel barely not able to get to the Zap Cannon and then swapping into the Altaria, trying to catch a charge attack. Like you said, I think if he committed to the Moonblast, might have had a better chance.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more damage would have been the trick there, because the one thing that the Registeel lacks is fast attack pressure. You do land that super hard-hitting charge attack with your Zap Cannon, but you have essentially 0 damage from your lock-on, and Sankeyler able to reach that last Ice Beam with just a sliver of HP. That was enough to knock out and secure game number 2.
Azumarill, such a tank, able to take that Zap Cannon. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close out in game 3, though. Just had too much work to do against that Cresselia. And of course, the Whiscash, which we see here, closing out that game. Again, congratulations to Doonbug, moving on in this tournament.
That's right. All right. Well, that's going to do it here for Soph and I. We'll be back soon, but we're actually going to be moving over to the winner's side of the bracket yet again. I think it's going to be Wadaj versus, if I'm not mistaken,
Onion Frank.
Onion Frank, yeah. But before we get to those matches here, we do want to take a look specifically at Wadaj. We mentioned the journey that he's had, how he had some struggles in early season of 2023, but by the end of the season, completely transformed, unrecognizable trainer as far as his plays go, winning Hartford, winning NAIC, and then winning Pittsburgh as well. Let's not forget, top 3 at Worlds. Let's take a look at his personal journey. We'll be back with more battles.
I've been into Pokemon my entire life. One of my earliest memories is just playing Ruby with my brother. He had Sapphire on the ODS. I started competing because in GBL, there was like really good rewards for the casual players. So I just kind of kept playing, and here I am. Since I've started competing, I've learned to stay humble. My favorite moment in competitive history is like definitely when I won Hartford. It was like such a struggle for me to finally get there. It meant a lot.
With the hurt knee and all, able to play through the pain.
Personally, I really look up to Radicid Occasion. Like we played at NIC and we played before, and he's like my captain almost, like on a grassroots team. My goal this season is to just have the most challenge points like in the world. I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Comecei a jogar Pokémon GO em 2019, antes de começar o PVP. O primeiro jogo de Pokémon que eu joguei foi o Pokémon Yellow, por volta de 2002. Meu Pokémon inicial no Pokémon GO, no PVP, foi a Medicham. Desde que ela foi lançada, ela sempre foi muito forte. Só que com a adição dos doces GGs, ela ganhou uma força imensa no competitivo. Ela consegue atualmente lutar, brigar com os seus counters, além de ter matchups neutras completamente dominantes. Então por isso que, ao meu ver, ela é o melhor Pokémon da Grande Liga. Eu acho que no competitivo de Pokémon, você tem que ser sempre muito solidário. Porque quando o cenário cresce, todo mundo cresce, não é só você cresce, o jogador fulano cresce, o cenário todo cresce, assim ganha mais visibilidade, mais torneios, e assim a gente pode atingir outros patamares. Eu não me inspiro necessariamente em uma pessoa em competições. Eu admiro diversos jogadores, eu acho jogadores de excelente nível, tanto nível nacional, tanto internacional, mas se eu para citar um jogador que eu me inspirei bastante, foi o King, o streamer hoje juiz da Pokémon, e o Rice Occasion, um jogador americano. Se eu fosse líder de uma tipagem de Pokémon, eu iria escolher a tipagem de água, porque a tipagem de água ela é a mais completa pela subtipagem. Então você vai ter muitos Pokémon de água com uma subtipagem extremamente forte, que pode se cobrir. Então acho que o melhor ginásio para você defender seria o ginásio tipo água. Meu Pokémon favorito no Pokémon GO é o Lickitung, porque assim como a Mei-chan, ele é extremamente forte, então ele pode ser muito versátil em diversos times. E meu Pokémon favorito da franquia Pokémon é o Lucario, porque o Lucario ele é muito estiloso, ele é muito forte, é bem bacana. Minha sobremesa favorita, eu não sei se é brasileira ou mundial, mas é a banoffee. É basicamente uma torta com banana, doce de leite e chantilly. A minha parte favorita nos eventos Pokémons é sempre estar com os amigos, as pessoas, prestigiar o evento com companhia. Não necessariamente apenas jogar, mas você curtir esse momento com amigos, com familiares, é muito legal. É bem importante também. Eu não sou da equipe Rocket, eu não entendi muito o contexto, mas se eu for pra escolher entre o bem e o mal, eu sou do lado do bem.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back to day 2 at the San Antonio Regional. We are now in the winners semis, and Mark, what an absolutely stacked winners semis we have.
Yeah, absolutely. These are, they're the best players of the tournament, but there are for sure 4 cornerstones in the Pokemon Go community here. We're going to be starting today off with Dodge and Onion Frank here, but we have another matchup that we're going to get to later here today, Butters. These are top tier players here, and they've been doing very well in this tournament. Obviously haven't lost yet, but they are absolutely crushing it. We saw them showcase their skills earlier today. It is time to start deciding what this finals bracket is going to look like.
The most interesting wrinkle for me is not only that they're top tier trainers, but all 4 of these trainers in the winners semis know each other very well, and specifically the trainer they're head-to-head with. We have up next Wood Dodge versus Onion Frank, and these two are great friends. They often team build together, they come to tournaments together, and they've really had opposite journeys in the championship series. We have Wood Dodge fumbling at first, and then as you saw in his personal journey, he was able to just get absolutely torching hot by winning so many regionals in a row, winning an international championship, and then winning the first regional of the 2024 season.
And he'll look to continue that with his roster here. We'll review it. Azumarill, Vigoroth, Charjabug, Defense Deoxys, Gligar, and Lickitung. And Butters, there on that defensive form Deoxys, we do see the Rock Slide instead of the Thunderbolt. A little bit of variation between trainer to trainer.
Double Rock Slide, double normal. A really unique team, just like he did in Pittsburgh to start out the Adventures Abound update. Let's move on over to Onion Frank. And the reason I said they have opposite journeys, Onion Frank started out on fire in the championship series. He was number 5 in Baltimore, number 7 in Peoria. Then he was number 3 in Knoxville, number 7 in San Diego, even number 9 in Fort Wayne. So he started his championship series journey winning a lot. And then he has cooled off recently, but this time he's on the winner's side of the bracket, made it all the way to the winner's semis with this team, which is pretty much all the old meta except for Shadow Dragonair just slapped on the end of it.
Yeah, and I think he might have been the first trainer that you and I saw, Butters, that had the Leaf Tornado Superior that we casted very early on yesterday. Does look like it's been making some impact here with some multiple debuff teams or just a potential chance to flip some matchups.
And he goes for it early, and it's a little bit of mind games. I saw him go for it against the Lickitung. You actually don't need to go for it against the Lickitung, but if you get your opponent off balance thinking, I will go for a Leaf Tornado at any point, the opponent trainer doesn't know when the shield, and we're just in it, and there is that Superior right here. It is Onion Frank versus Wadaj lead matchup, Deoxys form defense versus that Superior.
Yeah, and Wadaj is bringing what you alluded to, Butters, the double counter, double normal, kind of a new style of line here, where Onion Frank, he does have the Gligar in the back, as well as that Medicham. Medichamp's going to do pretty well into that back line. We know Lickitung puts up a great fight. No debuff on the Leaf Tornado here, and you can see the big smile from Onion Frank here. And Wadaj is going to take his time. I think he's going to chip and possibly dip into part of his backline here. Wants to make sure and check for that Medicham before giving up all the health on his defense form Deoxys.
You know, this is the one matchup that the Rock Slide actually helps a bit. Usually you run Thunderbolt, so you're not walled by the Registeel, but now you don't have to dip. You don't have to Psycho Boost and then dip. You can throw the Rock Slide first and then keep your attack at the same level and then throw the Psycho Boost and then dip out if you want, and you get the Protect Shield in this even shield scenario against Superior. But now, does Superior have the opportunity to actually go for the attack down? No, it doesn't. So just lands the Leaf Tornado instead.
Yeah, and I think Onion Frank was sensing the Psycho Boost coming very quickly, so he is going to throw the Leaf Tornado here. It's going to leave Superior without energy, but it's going to leave Onion Frank down 1 shield, and we're going to see which Pokemon Wadaj decides to bring in. Is going to bring in a Lickitung, a little bit safer option here, I think, because you don't want your Vigoroth to be exposed to the Medicham incoming. Probably is going to end up taking this Frenzy plan here with Wadaj, opting to keep his shields, and we're going to see if that strategy works out for him. For sure, we're expecting the Medicham to come in to answer this, and as we know, though, with this amount of health, Butters actually puts it in a pretty cautious situation. Does Onion Frank think that there's anything else that Medicham can handle? It does not, and of course, Wadaj, he's going to have to use as much resources as possible to get this Medicham low, because Vigoroth, it's not that tanky against the counters of Medicham.
And that's why it's really good for Wadaj here, because you're able to bait out this Medicham and throw a ton of body slams and licks into it so that your Vigoroth can finish off the Medicham. If it was Vigoroth versus Medicham in the back, it might have been a wrap for Wadaj. So that's huge, running this ABB double normal to bait out the Medicham. And the Medicham even had to throw energy here, but it's still going to be tough to counter down with Vigoroth.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. Wadaj is going to put everything onto this Vigoroth. I don't know, because the counters are going to definitely add up. I mean, if you are Onion Frank here, I think you just use the Protect Shield on the body slam, and Wadaj shaking his head here and of course, Onion Frank's going to use it. This is going to chunk down the Vigoroth. Even if you take down this Medicham, it is going to be very, very painful, and it might just be a good cleanup angle for the Gligar. Look at the
These counters are doing nothing. And then
and he catches the body slam here as just, and this is going to be very, very over here. Onion Frank dominating here in the first game.
That was absolutely brutal. The non-same type attack bonus of the Vigoroth, it is a normal type using a fighting type fast attack. It was doing absolutely nothing versus that Medicham, and Onion Frank cleans up that game number 1. No problem. That Medicham at, what, 15% health? got the 2 ice punches and took half of Vigoroth's health just by using 1 Protect Shield. It's such a dominant answer to that Vigoroth.
Yeah, and it surprised me, like I said, Butters, I was hoping that we would see double normal backline and maybe try to draw something out with the Lickitung very early on, but I mean, the Defense Form Deoxys, Wadaj kind of just let it go down from the Superior, and then when we saw the Lickitung come in, it took that Frenzy Plant, which did end up being the difference, right? If you had used a Protect Shield there, maybe you could have mounted a better offense against the Medicham, but there just wasn't enough health for Lickitung to really take over.
Yeah, and you did lose the alignment there, and that was the crucial thing. And look at this. This Vigoroth is doing nothing. You don't have same type attack bonus, and then the beautiful swap, but you could just see it just tickling the Medicham, and that's why Medicham has always been the king of fighters, because it's able to take out the other fighting types so well, even though this is just a pseudo fighter, because it is a normal type.
And Wadaj is going to have to go back to the drawing board for the second game here. I kind of understand what he was trying to do with the double normal, but there aren't any ghost types on your Frank's side, and I think it would be really good to follow the flow and really isolate the Medicham as you intended with this line, to be able to have Vigoroth run free. Now, Vigoroth still has a very rough time against Gligar too, because Gligar is going to be resisting those counters, and it doesn't, you know, it's going to start taking body slams, but it doesn't care about the Rock Slide. And with Aerial Ace being such an efficient move and has stab, Vigoroth's going to struggle in that matchup too.
I really like Lantern here because the best counter is that Gligar or the Charge Bug, and then you don't really ever want to bring the Azumarill if you're with Dodge. So that might open up Shadow Dragonair for Onion Frank, because that Lantern is such great bench pressure and is really strong overall. That really does scare off the Azumarill. So Shadow Dragonair up shields could have a good chance in this game number 2. This is the winners semis with Dodge versus Onion Frank, and there's the Shadow Dragonair match up into the normal Gligar.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that is actually somewhat good for the Dragonair, because you have access to the Aqua Tail as additional coverage here. So it's really the pressure going to be on Wadaj here. And you can see how much those Dragon Breaths add up. I mean, Butters, we talked about Shadow Dragonite earlier today. Shadow Dragonair going to have similar fast move pressure here, and this is going to tear away. I mean, your shields don't matter if you're taking so much fast move damage. We are going to see the dig come out from Wadaj here. Does Onion Frank sense?
Oh,
Maybe
that's huge! That's huge! It goes through 2 Protect Shields. Most of the time, the Gligar throws the Aerial Ace here, and now you can just wing attack down.
Flipping that matchup right upside down, and now Onion Frank's in a terrible spot because you have a shielded Gligar that you're going to come into. Sure, you're up a shield, but you are going to take so much fast move damage, and Wadaj here very content to just go ahead and throw out some of these Aerial Aces.
That might have been a huge misstep from Onion Frank there to let that Shadow Dragonair go. Most trainers throw the Aerial Ace there because Aerial Ace is still a good amount of damage, but Wadaj makes the big call against someone he knows well. These are 2 trainers that know each other, having to throw the Leaf Tornado, and it's not even
hangs on! And we're going to see Aerial Ace come out here. If you're Onion Frank, do you invest a shield here? I think you have to. You're going to be down to 1 Pokemon with 2 shields, and it looks like it is going to be the Medicham as the final Pokemon here with Dodge here. He's going to give a nod here. He's going to come in with the Azumarill. Now, Medicham does not have Psychic. It's got Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch. Everything is resisted. You can see Onion Frank. He's got his face in his palm right now, and I think Wadaj here can safely go super effective moves here. Onion Frank, he has decided that he is going to be in a ton of trouble here. I think he knows that in this matchup, if you're Medicham and you don't have Psychic, you cannot win this matchup. So looks like the 2 trainers are going to opt into a fast move down, and we've tied things up with a fantastic call from Wadaj.
We have tied things up, and that's why Azumarill has been so strong in San Antonio, and Wadaj didn't even have to show his 3rd Pokemon. He had that Vigoroth in the back, but didn't even reveal it. And I just want to give a glimpse to the people watching at home about the relationship that I've seen between Onion Frank and Wadaj. I was talking to Onion Frank in Out of Pocket before the tournament today, and Onion Frank was kind of talking about celebrations, and I was saying, oh, you can do that when you beat Wadaj. And then both of them were like, no, Wadaj would hate that. Wadaj would get mad. I think they are friends, but they are very competitive against each other. Wadaj does not want to lose to Onion Frank, and Onion Frank does not want to lose to the Wadaj.
Yeah, you can see here with the replay, that dig that initial call there made all of the difference in this match. It forced Onion Frank to bring in the superior into the Gligar, and then of course the Gligar was able to hang on non-Shadow Gligar. You know, Butters, we talked about this Poliwrath and Gligar relationship, Shadow and non-Shadow, but we don't have time for that. We have to go into the deciding match here, and we have a Lickitung leading off against a superior.
And I'm so fascinated how Onion Frank is going to play this. We've seen in the past, he just goes for the Leaf Tornado. Does he go for it? Yeah, he instantly goes for the Leaf Tornado. He doesn't necessarily need to go Leaf Tornado. You can win even shields against Lickitung going straight Frenzy Plant because you get there at the same exact time, and now you didn't get the debuff. I don't even understand why you go for the Leaf Tornado there.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think his whole idea, as you said, Butters, was to throw his opponent off, but this is what Dodge here. What Dodge seemed pretty poised now to win. I mean, Onion Frank is going to reach the Frenzy Plant here, but you think you can safely let this go, and then you're going to be able to throw out yet another Body Slam.
And you're going to let the Frenzy Plant go, and it's not enough. If this was double Frenzy Plant, it would be enough. That Lickitung would be knocked out at this point, and now suddenly the whole matchup flips because you went for the cheeky Leaf Tornado, and once again, just like in game number 2, he gives up a Protect Shield in the lead for the superior just to find the alignment. But unlike that other game, there's no Medicham waiting in the back for that Vigoroth.
Yeah, and we do see here, Onion Frank, of course, doesn't want to take yet another Body Slam, had to invest the shield already, is going to have to throw a Leaf Tornado, and now you got Vigoroth coming in. Leaf Tornado is going to come out here. If you're with Dodge, I think you're going to be pretty aware that this is not going to deal as much damage, but he's going to use the Protect Shield anyways. Maybe a good idea, as we've seen counter versus counter.
Oh, no,
we do get the debuff over here, and now Onion Frank in the driver's seat. We're going to see the instant swap come out for Wadaj here. Very interesting for the Gligar not to stay in. So now we have Lantern on Deoxys, and of course Lantern going to be doing a lot of neutral damage. Lantern, one of the tankiest water types there, and it's going to be up to Wadaj here. Energy management is going to help win this, where I think Onion Frank is in control.
It's those two pseudo fighting types in the back, but there is a flying type in the back. That Shadow Gligar is just waiting for either the Defense Form Deoxys or the Vigoroth. I like that instant pivot from Wadaj because Defense Form Deoxys is so safe versus Onion Frank's team. He could just throw that out anytime. I'm actually surprised he didn't always bring this Pokemon. He's been always bringing that Vigoroth instead, but this Rock Slide is not going to be enough, and the Lantern is almost at the surf. It's at the surf. It's just going to win this matchup. Oh, doesn't go for it. Just tries to get to the double surf here and does get to the double surf, but if you shield this,
you're actually going to move. Okay,
your counter goes through.
This might have been, I think this was a misstep, Butters, because you're now going to have to deal with an additional Psycho Boost. Sure, you get the shield, but here comes the Psycho Boost here. You do, if you want to preserve health here. Onion Frank thinking about this one. He is going to let this one go here. I mean, you're still going to be in a relatively healthy state, but the Vigoroth that Wadaj had a ton of energy. So now the question is,
are you in Body Slam range?
Are you in
Can you endure one Body Slam? Gligar has some bulk to it, but it's the Shadow version. It does take it, no problem. You have to land an attack here. You go for the dig instead of the double aerial ace, but I don't know if this is enough into the Vigoroth. It might be wing attack versus counter.
And dig is going to be, we'll see how much the wing attacks
do. Counters, wing attacks,
oh my goodness,
wings.
He gets there with the counters, and he makes sure he doesn't throw a move there, so the wing attack wouldn't KO the Vigoroth. What a crazy ending right there.
Wow, the pseudo fighting type, the Vigoroth we saw early on in this series, the counters were not enough, but they were enough to finish off that battle into the Shadow Gligar, able to counter down even though it is resisted in non-same type attack bonus. Wow, Wadaj was bringing that Vigoroth into every single battle, and finally it paid off in the end to defeat Onion Frank 2-1 to move on into the winners finals.
And no Medicham in that backline whatsoever. Really opened up. We saw the potential right there. That Vigoroth came in. Of course, you lost the opener, but you came in with plenty of energy here. And although it took the debuff, all that stored energy ended up making a huge difference in the end game right there. And I can see what both trainers were doing towards the end there with the Lantern and the Deoxys matchup. Didn't want to let any moves through. Didn't want to give the other an advantage, but Deoxys hanging out by just a little bit. And that Psycho Boost also making a huge difference at the very end.
And this is Vigoroth when it looks so bad. I mean, I really didn't understand the Vigoroth the entire way. I thought Defense Form Deoxys is so safe. Yeah, you bring that every single time. I didn't get the Vigoroth bringing it every single time. It is pretty good against everything but that Medicham. And then in that game number 3, there was no Medicham. But wow, a Vigoroth was a key component to these matches for Wadaj. And look at that, finally got that 50-50. I think he went for too many cheeky leaf tornadoes, though.
I think so, too. I think you're right, Butters. When you're going up against Lickitung in the very beginning with Superior, why not just go for the Frenzy plan? Because I don't think they're going to shield it anyways.
And look at this. Look at this. They're almost at the same health. And this is why counter is so strong here. You're able to counter down and endure the wing attack, so it's not a simultaneous, which would have been a tie.
And it's so close right there, because if you throw the body slam right there and a wing attack gets through, then Onion Frank would be the one who wins that matchup instead.
And Wadaj moves on to the winners finals, and he is awaiting the winner of our next matchup. It's going to be Rise to Occasion versus Arrow in the other winners semis. And I just want to point out, I talked to Rise earlier, and they've actually played each other 7 or 8 times in the last couple weeks, all in local tournaments that you could get championship points in. They were at the same Chicago tournament that they ran multiple tournaments. Everyone traveled to Chicago, ran multiple tournaments within one weekend. It was an awesome event, and they played a lot of times. And I asked Rise, who won more? And Rise was kind of thinking, it's pretty even, but in the end, he thinks that Arrow maybe won one more game than Rise in the end. Maybe something about 3-4. He won 3 and Arrow won 4. So in the last couple weeks, Arrow has had the slight advantage.
Yeah, I think Arrow's bringing in the good momentum here. I mean, he looked very dominant earlier, so you and I got to go over his battles. Looked very dominant in that first round of the winners bracket here. And of course, Arrow bringing in one of the more unique teams from that we've seen before, right? He's bringing the Carbink as well as the Skarmory, 2 Pokemon that, you know, we really haven't had too much of a chance to feature here. It's kind of up to Rise here on what his team composition is like and how he responds to that.
Let's see how they both respond. Let's head on over to the stage. We have both trainers waiting. Like I said, we have Rise to the Occasion versus Arrow, 2 trainers that have been a mainstay in the championship series so far, but Rise is the trainer that has been an international champion finalist and a regional champion.
And in addition to that, also getting the top 8 in Orlando and Arlington. If you're very decorated, I think I had even some opportunities last year to see Rise in action. He is going to be bringing the Ice Beam Azumarill Guzzlord, which is a fairly rare pick for us, in Shadow Poliwrath, Shadow Gligar, Shadow Alolan Sandslash with Shadow Claw, and then Charjabug.
Moving on over to Arrow side, this has been a trainer who has been through the gauntlet of the championship series, and recently he has gotten really close to being a champion. He was the finalist in Fort Wayne. He was a top cut at the North American International Championships, and he is a previous world qualifier, and he is running the Carbink, which that Guzzlord wants no part of, and then also the Steel Wing Skarmory. So 2 Pokemon that you almost never see in this new iteration of the meta, and then the non-Shadow Poliwrath is also a Pokemon to mention.
Yeah, and I like the fact that this Carbink probably changed things up a little bit for how Rise decides on a team composition, because I think we haven't seen too much Guzzlord in this tournament, but Guzzlord definitely doesn't want to go up against Carbink. And then here's the thing, Carbink is kind of additional insurance, if you will, against Charjabug as well. So
and there it is, there's the Guzzlord.
And you know what, Butters, maybe not. Maybe Rise is just very, very confident here. He is going to be bringing out the Guzzlord into the Poliwrath, but that's a terrible matchup here. And we see Gligar, and here is the Skarmory counter pick that we've seen before here. Both moves by Gligar are going to be at least resisted against the Skarmory, and Arrow feeling very, very good here. We see I think he went for the Sky Attack here to be able to chunk it out, and Rise is going to have to let this one go. Gligar is not going to be able to win this matchup.
I thought he was actually going to safe swap into the Shadow Poliwrath, because if he did that, there is no clear answer on Arrow's side, because it could get an energy advantage against the opposing Poliwrath and the Lickitung. But of course, we see those backline matchups and the trainers don't. So far, Arrow is in a commanding position because he's going to be able to absorb both of these digs. He's going to be able to Steel Wing down and land a ton of energy onto either the Guzzlord or the Poliwrath. You have to come in, soak it with the Guzzlord.
Oh,
no, wait, he's going to go for a counter down.
And this is really interesting, Butters, because the remaining backline for Rise Arrow's Lickitung doesn't want to see either of those Pokemon.
And he's going to go for the whole counter down. And actually, Arrow decides to go for the Brave Bird to deny that extra energy. He wanted to drop his own defense by 2 stages to deny that farm down. That was a really smart play by Arrow here. And now Rise gave up a shield, but he's only up 3 counters.
And we do see Rise going for the Scald here. Scald, of course, going to have stab, so it's going to deal more damage if it lands here, but it's a coin flip. We do see the attack fall right here, and this is a very curious situation. Arrow's going to have to respond with a Scald, but if you are Arrow, you know that you have to hang on to this Poliwrath because you needed to deal with the Guzzlord.
He's trying to call the Icy Wind. He tried to call it, but it was the Scald, and he got the attack drop
here. I think Arrow is going to, I think he might shield. You have to shield this attack here, but he's going to opt to let this one go.
But he knows there's a Guzzlord in the back. He's going to let the Poliwrath go. The Poliwrath does get the counter down, but he has the Icy Wind. He has the Icy Wind, and now this all flips because you can land the Icy Wind, which will get Protect Shielded, but crucially, it will drop the attack, and there's no way to clear that attack drop because that's your last Pokemon. You do beat Lickitung, but I don't know if you beat Lickitung down a shield and down
Arrow
attack.
has a shield here. He's going to go for the crunch here. Rise going to go for the crunch here. I think it's a great call because if you do get a defense drop, you might claw your way back into this matchup here. Do we get the defense drop from the crunch? We do not. And I think Lickitung, I mean, we'll see if it is still able to do it. We can see it's chunking though.
It's not over yet. Maybe if you get a defense drop and it's shielded and you get to a Dragon Claw, you could still win. Or if he lets the crunch go, it could still win, but you're gonna shield if you're Arrow. You have 1 protection remaining. Is this Guzzlord in double body slam range, trying to go for the Dragon Claw bait? He is gonna be able to get the bait. Arrow is thinking about it. He calls the Dragon Claw bait and lets it go. And now we have the body slam coming in, and Guzzlord is just sitting there hoping that it can take 2 body slams.
Yeah,
I don't think it can.
Be able to, I think Lickitung going to be able to have this. We get it onto the body slam here, and it does look like this body slam is going to be enough. With that Icy Wind debuff, Poliwrath is able to make a huge difference in this game, and we do see Arrow ending that comfortably with a shield.
I was surprised the way Arrow played that in-game, letting that go on the Poliwrath, because you know the only Pokemon in the back is the Guzzlord. If you protect shield that Scald, you could get 1 Icy Wind, 2 Icy Winds on that Guzzlord, but knowing that he would endure that Scald and still get to the Icy Wind, that was next level. It was a little too close for comfort there because Rise still had a chance with that Guzzlord. You mentioned you might not want to see Guzzlord out there this battle, but as we go into these Poliwraths, and this is what I'm talking about right here. This is the no shield on the Poliwrath. And I mean, how do you know you're going to endure that and the counter to live with literally a speck of health? And look at the composure. He was not even phased, like he knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, and this right here made the huge difference. This no shield call here, had that have been a crunch here, I think it would have been a situation where, you know, a couple of more Dragon Tails would have ended the battle right here. And of course, Lickitung, despite having that disadvantage, Icy Wind debuff evens things out, and Arrow is able to get out of this first game with a victory.
And will we see that Guzzlord in this game number 2? I think you actually do bring the Guzzlord because the Azumarill is looking so strong against Arrow's team. It's good against everything but Charger Bug and can lose the Lickitung also. What's the best thing to beat Charger Bug and Lickitung? It's the Guzzlord. So I think we actually might see Azumarill and Guzzlord core, or even just Guzzlord, to try to beat the counters to the Azumarill because Arrow has to respect the threat of the Azumarill.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I was bringing up a little bit before we got into the match here. Guzzlord does have some bad matchups as well because you do have Arrow who has access to Carbink and Poliwrath here, both Pokemon that you don't want to see. But you're right, Butters, because in order to defeat Lickitung and the Charger Bug core, you kind of need the Guzzlord in your lineup no matter what.
And we are into game number 2. The winner of this series will meet Wadaj in the winners finals. We've seen Rise previously in this tournament pivot out of this matchup because he thinks he won't win the charge attack priority, I think. And this time he actually goes for it. And yes, it's exactly right. He doesn't win charge attack priority.
Yeah, so I wonder how he's going to manage the energy. Maybe it's possible that he tries to catch, but here's the thing. The Pokemon in the back line, the lower health that Arrow's Gligar is, actually the better it is for them, because you have both Sandslash and you have Poliwrath. These are Pokemon that don't want to see the Gligar. So from the way I'm looking at this, the lower HP that Arrow's Gligar is, the better it actually is. And yeah, and Rise does, he goes ahead and forgoes the charge attack priority, is going to use the shield here, and he didn't even try to go for the charge attack priority.
He went for the extra wing attack there. Is he going to try to wing attack down? I think that's what he's going for, but last second he doesn't wing attack down, and then he goes for the aerial ice. If Arrow wants the shield, he can throw on charge attack priority, which you know he will win. Do you try to swap into the Alolan Sandslash? No, just gonna let this go, or get the wing attack down. You can shield and take alignment if you want with this wing attack. Does Rise go for it? No, he just lets it go. The soft loss in that neutral mirror matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like, Poliwrath was the choice to receive more energy here. We are going to see the Charge Bug come in, and now it's going to be Carbink versus the Alolan Sandslash. This is a very interesting matchup, Butters, because the Carbink, despite having the Rock Throw here, which is not going to deal too much damage to the, or it's going to deal neutral damage over to the Sandslash. I mean, Sandslash has access to Drill Run, which is going to deal quite a bit of damage, and Rock Throw does not allow you to charge that quickly.
Yeah, and the Rock Slide is coming through. I expect a Protect Shield from Rise here. You could let it go and endure and try to get to that next Drill Run, but you do Protect Shield that Rock Slide. And now the key thing is, I don't think Arrow is going to Protect Shield here, because even if you Protect Shield this Drill Run, the Sandslash gets the double Drill Run, so instant no Protect Shield. There's no point of doing that. You have to go for the full Volt Switch down, but that's going to be tough. You're going to at least get to one Ice Punch. You might even get the double Ice Punch before the Volt Switch down.
Yeah, and this is all dependent. Right now, Arrow is he's kind of in the driver's seat about what he wants to let this happen. He is going to opt to go ahead and take the Ice Punch here, which is going to put him in a situation where, and he's going to throw it right away. This is very smart, because this does put the Poliwrath in a really bad spot. Now, as a Poliwrath, you do have to get to 2 charge moves here, because Charge Bug is going to resist that counter here. Now it's kind of up to Rise here. I think it's going to be
you get to
just
the Icy Wind before the discharge, though. You get to the Icy Wind first. You get to that first, and now you debuff. So now you have the opportunity to endure the charge attack, the discharge from the Charger Bug. It might not be enough.
Can a Shadow Poliwrath survive a 1-stage debuffed discharge we're about to see here? And
it
hangs
does,
up by Sliver, but it's not going to be enough, because it still needs to get to a move. And Arrow is going to take this matchup 2-0 over Rise to Occasion.
And he moves on into the winners finals to meet Wadaj, and Rise to Occasion is going to drop down to the loser's side. That Charge Bug in the back. Both of those games, Arrow's Pokemon in the back were able to clean up these matchups. How about that Carbink appearance as well? But the real hero was the Charger Bug.
Yeah, that Charger Bug at the very end there. I mean, Arrow's showing off kind of all of the different picks that he has, right? In the first game, we saw the Steel Wing Skarmory and how crushing that Pokemon was. And of course, it came down to that decision that you have to make. But here's going to be the replay. We just saw the Skarmory just manhandle this Gligar. And of course, Arrow making a decision here, even with the Guzzlord still kind of in the field of play from Rise, is going to still come in with Poliwrath here, and it's just going to barely leave this matchup with an Icy Wind, which ended up making the entire difference in this battle.
The crazy thing is the next Scald. The next Scald that gets no Protect Shield if we have this here. Arrow is the one, and here it is. Arrow just no Protect Shield this and doesn't even flinch. This is a trainer that is very emotional sometimes, and he doesn't even flinch, and he just secures the knockout and the Icy Wind, no problem. And that just won him the game and his ticket into the winners finals.
The no shield call here to say, I don't believe that you've got another crunch here. Show what you've got. Lickitung, of course, able to clean up afterwards. And then we'll take a look at the second game as well. Carbink, for one of our few times that we've seen it on air, Butters, during this event, but Carbink against Alolan Sandslash, still able to put up quite a bit of a fight, even if it's a losing matchup.
And it did get really close there. I know there was a Protect Shield remaining, but these backline matchups, I mean, at least you get to this Icy Wind first, but this is why Charger Bug is part of the top meta, because the best fighting type right now is probably Shadow Poliwrath. And the fact that you can resist these counters, throw super effective discharge, even though this doesn't knock out, you're able to secure the victory in the back. And congratulations to Arrow. He is one step closer to his ultimate goal, being a regional champion.
And for Rise, of course, well played on this match as well. Rise, this is his first loss, so he'll be dropping down to the loser's bracket, but he'll have a chance to fight back and potentially go to the grand finals and cause a reset.
One of my favorite aspects about Arrow is he is an awesome team builder. He often has crazy compositions with double ice, with the Frostlass and the Shadow Abomasel. This time, he brought out the Carbink and the Skarmory when no one was really bringing it. If you want to learn more about the tools that you need to build a team of 6, check this out.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and let's take a look at how to build a competitive team that can help you succeed at a future tournament. For the Pokemon Go Championship Series, trainers register teams of 6 in the tournament. Each trainer will preview their opponent's team of 6 before deciding which 3 Pokemon they will lock in for the upcoming battle. This Show 6 Pick 3 format allows for another layer of strategy where both team predictions and compositions heavily impact the outcome of matches. There are a number of ways to build your team of 6. Many focus on a balanced approach, pairing Pokemon together to cover each other's weaknesses. A common example of that is Trevenant paired with Noctowl. Others may purposely build unbalanced teams to counter a specific threat in the meta, which are often called anti-meta teams. All teams will have their strengths and weaknesses, and how each trainer capitalizes on them will often be the deciding factor in a matchup. When setting up for a battle, each trainer will have a lead Pokemon with 2 Pokemon in the back. When a trainer is faced with a bad lead matchup, many trainers swap to one of their backline Pokemon, often called the safe swap. These safe swap Pokemon have the potential to dish out a lot of damage to win back switch advantage or take a shield advantage against their opponents. Although there are no official categorization for what a safe swap Pokemon is, there are a number that are used often due to their success in this role, such as Purified Sableye and Registeel. The third Pokemon in the back is often labeled as the Closer, a Pokemon that is very strong in the right matchups, and or when they have a shield advantage. Although this final Pokemon may have to take on multiple enemy Pokemon to finish the match, their ability to turn the tides of battle is what makes them so strong in the endgame. When determining which 3 Pokemon to bring into battle, many trainers like having a backup option when they do not catch a good lead matchup. This is when an ABB line comes in handy. The 2 B Pokemon in the back protect the A Pokemon, so even if the first B Pokemon is taken out, the secondary B Pokemon is still in play and can continue protecting the A Pokemon. Another variation of this strategy is an ABA line, where only the B Pokemon in the middle can protect both the lead A Pokemon and the backline A Pokemon. ABA lines strategize around keeping the backline A Pokemon healthy, even at the cost of the lead A Pokemon, hoping to exhaust the opponent's resources early so that the A Pokemon in the back can close out the match. Finally, trainers can run a diverse line of 3, utilizing an ABC line. With the proper alignment, ABC lines can thrive in any battle, and their balanced nature gives it flexible coverage. However, if caught in a bad lead matchup, ABC lines have less of a backup plan. As an example of a reliable and safe team, the Toronto Regionals Grand Finalists of the 2023 season used Noctowl, Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, and Medicham to qualify for the World Championships. These Pokemon cover each other's weaknesses well and are fairly accessible for newer trainers. An example of an anti-meta team that is geared towards beating traditional teams is Deoxys Defense Form, Altaria, Venusaur, Walrein, Galarian Stunfisk, and Purified Sableye. This team earned the trainer a top 8 placement in the San Diego Regionals of the 2023 season, utilizing Deoxys as a counter to popular fighting types makes this team very strong in the right situations. There are a number of ways to build a team for a tournament, and the possible combinations are endless. Whether you're a trainer who prefers to build safer teams closer to the meta, or a trainer who wants to build a team to counter the meta, finding out what team fits your playstyle is part of the journey, and we hope to see your unique team one day at a future Championship Series event.
been into Pokemon my entire life. One of my earliest memories is just playing Ruby with my brother. He had Sapphire on the ODS. I started competing because in GBL, there was like really good rewards for the casual players. So I just kind of kept playing, and here I am. Since I've started competing, I've learned to stay humble. My favorite moment in competitive history is like definitely when I won Hartford. It was like such a struggle for me to finally get there. It meant a lot.
With the hurt knee and all, able to play through the pain.
Personally, I really look up to Raz the Occasion. Like we played at NIC and we played before, and he's like my captain almost, like on a grassroots team. My goal this season is to just have the most challenge points like in the world. I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio, Texas. We are here at the 2024 regional tournament here for Play Pokemon. What a day of battles that we've already seen. We just saw a very, very close matchup between Wadaj and Onion Frank. That's going to be Wadaj now moving on, as well as Arrow versus Rise. Arrow a little bit less close, actually taking the 2-0 victory. They're going to be facing off here in the winners finals soon. But no shocks to me so far, Softov. Wadaj, we just saw his journey. He's maintaining that momentum here in San Antonio. Arrow, another well-known battler here, finding himself in the winners finals.
Well, Wadaj did just say he looks up to Rise to Occasion, who, you know, just dropped to those to that loser side of the bracket against Arrow, so maybe a little bit of a surprise there. But of course, like you said, Arrow, an extremely seasoned battler, has been in the top 2 before, hasn't gotten that regional championship win though, which he could be very close to right now, and he has secured his spot in the top 3.
That's a reminder, as a reminder for everyone, Arrow did take 2nd place at the Fort Wayne regional to qualify last year. Sounds like we're ready on stage, though. Let's go ahead and kick it over to the stage, introduce these battlers one more time. You've seen him time and time again. Wadaj, one of the most imposing trainers in North America. We actually saw his Vigoroth farm down a Gligar to defeat Onion Frank earlier in the winners semifinals. Over on the other side of this screen, we have Arrow, though. He's been running that Carbink. We're not going to wait at all. We're going to get right into these battles, guys. Game number 1, winners finals. Here we go.
And here's that Vigoroth you were just talking about leading into that Skarmory. With Rockside, this is actually a much better matchup than before, but these Steel Wings are going to add up very quickly.
All right, well, I'm very curious to see how this Carbink performs in the back. We did see a little bit of Carbink action earlier on in the day, but here comes Skarmory immediately going for, I believe this was that Brave Bird, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed, does get shielded up. Nice shield from Wadaj.
Instant shield from Wadaj, and does bring in that Gligar by Arrow, but unfortunately met by Wadaj's Azumarill. This is a fantastic matchup for the Azumarill, but maybe on Arrow's side a little bit intentional, right? Carbink now gets to avoid this Azumarill.
Yeah, but at the same time, Wadaj has built 2 answers to that Carbink. Probably Azumarill is your best answer, but you have a good answer as well with that Gligar hanging around in the back, able to hit super effective with its digs as well. But you have to love this Ice Beam. This does threaten to knock out. Arrow actually prioritizing the HP on this Gligar, wants to keep it in the battle.
That Gligar does have a little bit of energy, potentially hoping to get off another charge attack. We do see him throwing the dig here. This would actually put the Azumarill very low. Wadaj doesn't care though, letting that go, and I think you're going to get a couple more bubbles before going down. Maybe even the Ice Beam, actually.
What would be interesting is if you're able to realign that Carbink versus the Vigoroth, where that's going to be a pretty solid matchup for you. In fact, yes, Arrow wanting to take this to the 2 shield will be wing attacking down and coming into this next matchup with a lot of energy. Vigoroth, keep in mind though, I think it has quite a bit of energy as well. And actually, we have a charge attack priority here. This Body Slam will knock out, so all of this energy on the Gligar from Arrow will be neutralized thanks to all the energy from this Vigoroth.
Yeah, and I think Wadaj is in a little bit of an advantageous position right now. Arrow has already invested 2 Protect Shields into that Gligar and into its energy, but that was all just taken out by Wadaj's Body Slam just now.
Yeah, I'm a little curious why we didn't actually get to see the Carbink come in there. I felt like that would have been a little bit more of a dominant matchup. Perhaps just wanting to sacrifice this Skarmory and then have the Carbink be your closer. Actually did not build up to the Brave Bird here. This is just a Sky Attack. Either way, it is enough to threaten to knock out. Wadaj will use his 2nd Protect Shield on the Vigoroth.
Yeah, no Protect Shields left in this battle. We do see Arrow finally bringing in that Carbink. Now, Wadaj is able to actually throw Rock Slide here. This is going to deal neutral damage. Those counters are neutral as well. Unfortunately, those body slams are resisted, but he's going straight into the Gligar, hoping to get off these digs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, I'm very curious to see how much damage this dig is going to do. I'm wondering if that Rock Slide was unnecessary, because if you're going to need 2 digs anyway, perhaps the Rock Slide could have been saved later on to go back into the Skarmory later on. Here comes the dig, though. We're about to find out how much this does. So the thing we need to keep in mind is these wing attacks are resisted as well. I think that you're not going to be able to knock out with a Aerial Ace. You need to get to that second dig, which to me means that Rock Slide from the Vigoroth could have served better purpose later in the game.
Carbink is very bulky though, and is going to throw off this Moonblast, putting Gligar down into the red there, and I think Wadaj is trying to farm just a little bit more, come out with some energy, and maybe get up a charge attack against that Skarmory when it comes back in.
Well, Skarmory is going to be a great answer to this Gligar. It will resist all of the fast attacks as well as the charged attacks. The question is, will it be able to farm down and hang on? It is in the red here. I think one Aerial Ace even will do it, and yes, Wadaj does get to the move. I think this is going to be a Game 1 victory for Wadaj.
Didn't even need that Vigoroth in the back, but remember, this is winners finals, and these finals matchups are a best of 5, so Arrow still has a chance here. It's not just the next game could be, you know, lose or go home, but he still has a chance to take this with 3 games.
Yeah, you took the words right from my mouth. It is a best of 5 series, so a lot of opportunities still for Arrow to go back to the drawing board, figure things out. But I have to commend Wadaj on a very smart read of bringing 2 answers to that Carbink. Not only the Azumarill, but also that Gligar as well. And I think for Wadaj, that Gligar was the MVP, at least in that game. And I think it's had a strong showing this entire tournament, Soph.
Definitely, and it has a great matchup against Arrow's team as well. You know, does well against that Charge-a-Bug, of course. The only real counter is that Skarmory, which it didn't really see until the very end of that battle.
Yeah, we can see actually a great shield decision early on, being willing to go down 1 shield on that Brave Bird, shielding a Brave Bird as well as a Sky Attack later on. But what was so key here is Arrow, coming out of this Gligar matchup, had a move stored. But Wadaj, 2 Body Slams stored, able to neutralize all of that energy and put himself ahead in the matchup. If he didn't have that move stored, I don't know that Wadaj would have won that game.
I think that's a great call. I think that actually was a critical point in the game, right? Arrow, like we said, investing both shields in that Gligar and not really able to get all of the mileage out of it, right? Ordinarily, when you invest your shields, maybe you're hoping to come out with energy and get those shields back, but unfortunately, lost that charge attack priority, just like you mentioned.
Well, let's move to game number 2. Wadaj is going to be bringing the defense form Deoxys here, met with the Lickitung. While you do super effective counters, you're also taking back super effective licks. You have to give a little bit of the advantage, I think, to the Lickitung here, knowing that you can't really throw that Psycho Boost consistently without debuffing yourself.
Yeah, Rock Slide here, coming from the defense form Deoxys, not quite as efficient of a move as Psycho Boost, but like you said, doesn't drop that attack, which is going to be really good, so Wadaj can actually stay in here and continue doing damage with these super effective counters.
What's going to be so key is this Gligar for Wadaj. If it gets lined up versus Skarmory, that's the nightmare. If you get it lined up versus Charge-a-Bug, it is going to be best case scenario. So I'm very curious to see how this lead matchup plays out for Wadaj and Arrow.
Well, looks like Arrow's letting the Psycho Boost go. I think he has a Body Slam stored though, so it is going to come down to like the last couple of licks here, as well as this Body Slam that's about to land.
Yeah, I think this Body Slam is actually could get shielded by Wadaj. No, decides to let it go. Wadaj does not have another move stored, despite, oh, and actually quick swaps out into the Gligar. This will bring out the Skarmory. A great response from Arrow. He's going to be able to get to these Sky attacks. You are hitting neutral with all of your attacks. Meanwhile, Wadaj's Gligar can only throw resisted damage. The dig is going to be slightly more efficient, and this does only hit for single resisted, but you can see that doesn't really do much to that Skarmory at all.
Yeah, this is exactly where that Skarmory wants to be. Like we said, really the only answer to Gligar on Arrow's entire team, and it's found its mark here, able to take these digs, no problem, and I expect Arrow to get a little bit of an advantage out of this matchup, come out with some help, come out with some energy to threaten whatever comes in.
Well, we do need to keep in mind the Rock Slide on the Vigoroth as well. That could be a potential answer to this Charge-a-Bug, especially if shields go down for Arrow. But I don't think he has any reason to shield currently in this matchup right now. He's going to be able to get to the Sky attack. If he's counting, he's going to be throwing right on charge attack priority. Great play by Arrow. Wadaj in a tough spot, has not knocked any shields out of the way. This Skarmory still has plenty of HP, will likely get to another move. Meanwhile, you're going to need to fully rely on this Vigoroth. We could see a potential catch here. That could be an impact. Let's see. No, actually unable to catch, but still Arrow throws the energy, not wanting to get farmed down.
Yeah, Wadaj able to absorb all this energy from Skarmory with that Deoxys defense, and now going to be putting it all on that Vigoroth. Just like you said, definitely still has play against Charge-a-Bug with that Rock Slide. But, you know, in the 2-shield situation, potentially, you know, you need to land a rock slide, but a body slam might be enough to deal the last little bit of damage.
Vigoroth may have the answer here to knock out, but no, a great shield by Arrow, shielding the rock slide, doing his very best to come back. You're going to need to get to 3 charge attacks, one more to crack the shield, and then another one to knock out. We saw the first one get shielded right away. This is the rock slide, no shield from Arrow. I'm curious how much damage this is going to do. It is super effective, almost brings it down to nothing. It's still in the red though. We do have, I believe, 2 X's are stored though, so.
Yeah, Arrow has a lot of energy here. Wadaj throwing up the first protect shield. Gonna need to throw up the second very soon, and potentially at this point, do you just go for fast attacks, or do you think he's going to be able to reach double body slam? Now Arrow already at 2 charge moves.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you get to these 2 X scissors. Arrow recognizing that Wadaj is not gonna be able to farm down, has 2 X scissors ready to go. Wadaj does not have a swap out here either. There's no catch opportunity, so you charge attack priority, you have the shield as Arrow. It does do 1 damage still, even through the shield, but this charge bug has enough HP to withstand the 1 damage, and we will see this X scissor knock out this Vigoroth. I expect to see Arrow even up the series 1-1 here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wadaj, that Vigoroth just didn't have enough time to knock out that charge bug, even with that super effective rock slide landing. Charge bug is a pretty bulky Pokemon. Like you said, great plays from Arrow there, taking advantage of that Gligar swap in from Wadaj. You know, in these matchups against top players, just little things like that, losing the alignment and bringing in a good counter Pokemon and coming out with an advantage, that like really makes a difference in the entire game.
And it's so crucial to shield a rock slide early on too there. So if you end up shielding body slams or letting a rock slide through early, that allows Wadaj to then just go straight for body slams, which he can pace to much quicker than those rock slides. Let's take a look at the replay. We can actually see early game, this body slam does land, not enough to knock out, but it sets up a farm down. Wadaj recognizing that actually brings in his Gligar, but that is the worst case scenario because Arrow has the response. It is the Skarmory, and that Skarmory response I think was key to this game number 2.
Yeah, that was a really pivotal moment there with Wadaj losing switch advantage. Just like you said, Gligar would have had a great matchup versus that charge bug in the back, but unfortunately Wadaj realized he was going to lose switch, and here we are in this game 3, Lickitung versus Charjabug.
Okay, I'm very curious to see how this defense form Deoxys will actually perform for Wadaj. It's actually in the switch scenario now versus being in the lead. We're going to be seeing Arrow immediately throwing this X scissor right away versus Wadaj, not waiting whatsoever. And he does have 2 pretty solid answers to this Lickitung. I can see a potential swap maybe to his own Lickitung, but for now they're going to be playing it out.
Yeah, this is a pretty neutral matchup, Lickitung versus Charjabug, but I have to give the edge just a little bit to Lickitung, and just like you said, Arrow swapping out, but actually going into the Poliwrath and met by the Azumarill. How many times have we seen this, Wholesome?
Arrow continually finds his Poliwrath going up against Azumarills. Now keep in mind, Arrow is the only of 4 Poliwraths in Top Cut, the only one to be running non-Shadow, so that does allow it to tank 1 charge attack a little bit better. Does not get the attack debuff here, 50% chance. Arrow actually shakes his head. He needs those attack debuffs so that he can tank potentially that 3rd play rough after his shields are down.
We've seen Arrow time and time again in this matchup. It does go on for quite a long time, so if you throw out both shields and then leave, your Poliwrath actually leaves with a significant amount of health and still able to do things in the back, while the Azumarill, as you can see, doesn't want to shield any of these resistant moves, but it's already below half health.
Yeah, if your main answer to Poliwrath is going to be your own Azumarill, it does make sense eventually to probably invest 1 shield, just knowing that that's probably going to be your main response. But let's not forget that Wadaj does have the Lickitung as well with access to Power Whip. With these bubbles, it is likely put it in range that a Power Whip will knock out. Arrow, yet again, for every game that I see, investing 2 shields into this Poliwrath when it's lined up versus the Azumarill.
The good news for Wadaj, though, is that in the past, when Arrow was double shielding his Poliwrath versus Azumarill, the opponent didn't really have a great way to take out the rest of this Poliwrath. But like you mentioned, Wadaj has 2 Pokemon that have super effective charge attacks that don't take too long to get to, and potentially Wadaj is going to be able to take out this Poliwrath very soon with the Psycho Boost.
I like the overfarm there from Wadaj, not immediately throwing that Psycho Boost, right? You would have had a charge attack priority. He's going to be able to overfarm now and actually maybe come out with 2 Psycho Boosts, but no, a quick swap into the Lickitung. This is a little bit of an awkward situation for Wadaj. He wants to get this counter damage off, which takes a while to add up over time. Meanwhile, though, the Lickitung is chipping away its HP with those super effective licks.
Yeah, Arrow just has the health advantage in this matchup. Like we said, went down 2 shields, but now these fast attacks are adding up so much on the defense form Deoxys. Wadaj's own Lickitung, not very healthy as well, and not going to fare too well in the mirror because of that health disadvantage.
Well, let's remember that Wadaj did just swap out with a Psycho Boost stored. He's going to have that late game, and it will do a lot of damage into that Poliwrath, maybe even enough to knock out. Could be enough for that Charge Bug as well. Arrow does still have all 3 Pokemon remaining, all with a decent amount of health as well, all still in the yellow. So Wadaj needs to have a lot of effect from this Lickitung. This one Body Slam is not going to knock out. I don't even know if the next Body Slam is going to knock out.
I don't think so. I think Wadaj is going to need to go for a Power Whip. We might see him invest the shield here, try to farm up as much as he can while he's taking these double resisted licks. That's exactly what we see, and I think Wadaj is going to farm up, maybe go for that Power Up, because like you said, I don't think Body Slam is quite enough here. Oh, we actually see a swap from Arrow.
Okay, Arrow does bring in the Charge Bug, and actually was about to get to this X-Scissor. Nice recognition by Wadaj. Throws the Body Slam, knowing that he has to throw right away. Now, Arrow's going to be in a little bit of an awkward position as well. How much do you overfarm? Actually throws right away, wants to get this Licky off the field. I believe that Arrow is now on the cycle where he is going to need 3 Volt Switches to get to his next X-Scissor. But keep in mind, this Defense Form Deoxys does not have a lot of HP. It does not want to take these Volt Switches whatsoever. Will we see a double Psycho Boost here? I think you're going to need 3 Charge Attacks to knock out all of these Pokemon.
I think that's right. You have the Psycho Boost for the Poliwrath, you have the Rock Slide for the Charge Bug right here, but you don't have a way to take out that Lickitung in the back, unfortunately for Wadaj. I think Arrow is in a great position to take this 2-to-1 advantage.
This is absolutely wild. Yes, this likely will knock out this Poliwrath, but you're now debuffing your own attack, and you're going to have to still get through this Lickitung. It's still in the yellow, or sorry, just out of the yellow, and a lick down is exactly what we see. Arrow, despite dropping game 1, has now won 2 consecutive. He is 1 game away from moving to the Grand Finals, which would actually be his 2nd time in the Grand Finals. This is very, very exciting, Soph.
Arrow playing extremely well. I keep thinking, you know, Arrow's going down 2 shields. That's ordinarily not what you want to see, but I think Arrow is really prioritizing that health advantage over shield advantage, which usually is what we see prioritized, the shield advantage, I mean. But here, Arrow is playing very well. Again, Poliwrath versus Azumarill doesn't seem like a great matchup, but you're able to chip away so much at the Azumarill.
Well, what's really difficult is when you're trying to put it all on one Pokemon to be a closer, like a Lickitung or a Defense Form Deoxys. They don't have those moves that are one-hit KOs, so it's so hard to sweep. We did see an attempt here by Wadaj actually knocking out this Poliwrath, but unfortunately did not have enough left in the tank to knock out the Lickitung. All right, we're moving into game number 4 here, guys. This is going to be very pivotal. Wadaj needs to figure out a way to even up the series 2-2. He's going to find his Vigoroth up against the Carbink. You have to give the advantage to the Carbink. It has all same type attack bonus attacks, whereas this Vigoroth is having to throw non-stab counter and non-stab rock slide.
And not just the efficiency of those attacks. You see, Carbink is such a bulky Pokemon, taking all these counters, but the rock throws are really doing a lot of damage. Wadaj able to get out that first rock slide, but does so little.
Okay, well, keep in mind this Gligar for Wadaj. Remember that it got lined up versus that Skarmory in the past. It could happen again, but no, this is the Azumarill actually catching this rock slide. A very nice play by Wadaj. How does Arrow respond here? He brings in his Skarmory. This could free up that Gligar in the back for Wadaj.
That's a great call at Wadaj, potentially realizing that Azumarill is so good against that Carbink, and he doesn't know that that Gligar is in the back, but forcing Arrow into the Skarmory means that, just like you said, the Gligar is going to be able to avoid it. I think Wadaj has a lot of play all of a sudden.
All right, well, so is this matchup different now with Steel Wing compared to with Air Slash in the past with Skarmory?
Well, these Steel Wings are adding up quite a bit. I think in the past, it was a little bit better for Azumarill just because you have Bubble and Ice Beam, and those are very neutral. Skarmory was kind of throwing these inefficient charge attacks, but now Steel Wing does more damage, and I think this is a charge attack priority there.
Yeah, I think that was actually, and with that chip damage from the Carbink earlier on, now the Sky Attack all of a sudden is knocking out the Azumarill. You still have a very healthy Skarmory. You somehow need to find, hey, how am I going to get through this? Wadaj, if he's counting, probably going to be almost maximizing to 100 energy, just short of 2 rock slides. One should knock out after those counters, but this Vigoroth is having to do so much work, and what it keeps finding itself is in situations where it's going up against a Pokemon with non-same type attack bonus moves. Here's the problem though, this Gligar is going to likely be swapped in, but it's going to be met by another Gligar. Wadaj will probably have an energy advantage, but it's going to need to get through 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, and here we do see that Gligar mirror, just like you mentioned. Unfortunately, this is a very neutral matchup, and that Vigoroth in the back is going to have to see the Carbink again later. Arrow is letting this Aerial Ace go, but maybe that energy advantage is going to come in handy for Wadaj.
I think a 2-shield Carbink looks so strong right here because you're going to be resisting the wing attacks if you do come back into that matchup. Arrow doing a great job of throwing just before Wadaj gets to his own Aerial Ace. Wadaj recognizing that Gligar is going to be his most impactful Pokemon right now and trying to prioritize its HP.
Fully expecting Wadaj to invest both shields into the Gligar. Just like you said, it's going to be the key to taking out this Gligar and the Carbink. Arrow, though, trying to put it all on that Carbink.
I don't think a lot of trainers were expecting Carbink in this tournament, to be honest, and I think some trainers are feeling a little awkward when they're having to figure out responses to it. I don't think any of these Pokemon on Wadage's team right now are feeling very comfortable versus that Carbink, but we can see Wadage using both shields, just like game 3, Arrow going down 2 shields. Wadage has now gone down 2 shields. He has a lot of energy and he needs to take out this Carbink. This would be a huge no shield by Arrow. It is the Aerial Ace, but we are going to be seeing the shield from Arrow.
Yeah, this Carbink is still so healthy and does still have another Protect Shield remaining. You just need to take out this Gligar with a charge move. Expect to see the Moon Boss coming through, and then of course that Vigoroth in the back. I believe it has a little bit of energy, but this Carbink still has a shield and is going to be able to probably knock it out soon.
It currently has 5 counters, needs 1 more to get to the 6th counter for that Rock Slide. You need to land a Rock Slide here, and this is actually going to be very interesting.
Going to be very close. Yeah.
Let's it go. This is going to be resisted Body Slam. You might be able to get to 1 more. These Rock Slides, these Rock Throws do add up relatively quick. A huge call by Arrow. You do get to the Rock Slide. I think that Arrow has to shield this one at this point. Doesn't have anything left in the tank, but I think you're going to be able to farm down. And does that Gligar have any energy swapping out?
I don't think so. I think it just has a couple HP. Oh, it has an Aerial Ace!
Okay, I don't think this Aerial Ace is going to be enough, unfortunately. I think that Rock Slide definitely is going to be the harder hitting move. Maybe if Wadage had been able to throw the Rock Slide early on, this could have been a different game, but no. Arrow does lock in his journey to the Grand Finals here in San Antonio with a 3-1 victory versus Wadage, taking down an absolute titan. He's going to have to wait and find out who he's going to be facing, but congratulations to Arrow. What an incredible journey that he's had so far here in his home state.
Like you said, taking down Wadage, one of the titans of Pokemon Go PvP, taking his place in the Grand Finals on the winner's side as well in such a commanding position. And those games came down to the wire, right? I kept thinking, oh my goodness, this is over. The Carbink is there. But Wadage actually made it extremely close there.
That's right. And you know what it reminds me of is the matches that we saw from Elam and regularly going down 2 shields. It worked so nicely there in game 3 for Arrow when he prioritized HP. Like you said, I'm going to be efficient with my shielding. I don't care that I'm in a 2 shield deficit. I'm going to force you to try and sweep with a Lickitung or sweep with a Defense Form Deoxys, which is just so challenging. Great reads, great plays by Arrow, but I don't think we've seen this isn't all we've seen from Wadage. He's going to be now navigating through the loser side of the bracket. Might even get rematched versus some folks that he's battled earlier today.
Potentially as well, the ones that he's battled and knocked down to the losers bracket. But let's take a look again at the highlights from that amazing series between Arrow and Wadage.
This was very impactful in game number 1, actually. You remember that Arrow had used both of his shields to get a devastating farm down and come out with lots of energy, but Wadage at the same time actually has his own energy and with a charge attack priority knocks out the Gligar with his Body Slam.
Right, but after that, Arrow was struck back, winning 3 games straight. Here, I think there's that lead matchup from game 2 where he's winning switch advantage versus the Deoxys and then able to get that Skarmory on the Gligar, which was extremely pivotal.
Okay, well, we can actually see the Rock Slide knocking out the Charjabug, then the Poliwrath coming in, getting to the Body Slam, knocking out as well. But Arrow retained all 3 Pokemon in the end game. 2 of them get knocked out, but you need to knock out 3. Arrow had no issue in game number 3 with the farm down and putting himself 1 game away from moving on to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, Arrow, right, prioritizing health not just on 1 or 2 Pokemon, but like you said, all 3, forcing Wadage to need 3 charge attacks, which he unfortunately was not able to reach. And this is that final game right there with the Aerial Ace on the sliver of health, with this Gligar not able to take out that Carbink.
All right, well, the Aerial Ace did not knock out, but Arrow was making some great shielding decisions throughout all of those games. I think that was the biggest takeaway for me, is Arrow recognizing when shields are going to be the most impactful, how to prioritize HP and force Wadage into awkward situations where he's having to maybe debuff himself so that he can sweep his own games with all 3 of his Pokemon rather than just having to put it all on 1 like he was doing to Arrow. So congratulations again to him. Wadage will be moving to the lower side of the bracket, and we have not seen all from him. I fully expect to see Wadage with a strong comeback later on.
Absolutely, you should never count out Wadage for sure, even in the loser side of the bracket where we honestly have not seen him in quite a long time, I think. But we are getting ready on the stage. We're actually going to be moving onto that loser side of the bracket there. Not going to be seeing Wadage, who we just saw, but a couple of the other trainers who have been fighting through that losers bracket all day so far.
That's right, this is going to be losers round 3 that we're moving to, so we'll have to see those trainers in just a second. What I want to talk about quickly, though, is how do you feel that Defense Form Deoxys performed there for Wadage?
Honestly, I thought it was a little bit underwhelming. I was kind of hoping it would put in more work against the Poliwrath, but I think in those scenarios where you have to throw those non-stab counters, kind of like that Vigoroth actually, you're not doing a lot in those neutral matchups.
I agree. I actually had it as one of my caster predictions, but I'm a little bit underwhelmed, just like you said, to see how it performed. Didn't do that hot versus the Lickitung. Never really got to get lined up versus anything where I felt it had a dominating matchup. In many cases, it was having to throw non-stab counters and non-stab rock slides simply to be effective at all. But let's take actually a look back at our day 2 usage. I like to kind of see where were these Pokemon represented. Azumarill did shoot up to the very top of the meta just behind the Lickitung. We've seen a lot of effectiveness not only from Azumarill, but from that Gligar as well.
Yeah, Gligar has been strong all tournament, and of course with a great conversion rate into day 2. And then of course we've got that Charjabug and Whiscash and the Cresselia, which we've seen a couple times. Remember that Cresselia has a very versatile moveset, usually carries Grass Knot for things like that Azumarill and that Whiscash, but of course you have your option between Moonblast and Future Sight.
Okay, well here's the question. Whiscash making it to the top row of our day 2 graphic. We did see a little bit of Swampert, but is Whiscash the superior Mud Boy at this point? Because historically we've seen Swampert, normally Shadow Swampert, more recently regular Swampert. It's nowhere to be seen now, Soph.
I know, it's crazy. I think you're absolutely right. Whiscash has kind of usurped Swampert's role, and I think we've got a Whiscash on the team of one of these trainers who we're about to see, and I think they're actually ready on the stage for us.
Let's move over to the stage and introduce us. Guys, this is Losers Round 3. We've seen a lot of Evan77713. We haven't seen quite as much of Chillis FM. He came in on the loser side of the bracket, so I don't think we got to see much of him in day number 1. But that said, he's actually got a pretty interesting team here with that Shadow Dragonite, actually one of the Pokemon that Wadaj had won in the very first regional of the North America circuit, which was the Pittsburgh regional. On the other side though, Evan, we've seen him top cut before, I believe at NAIC in top 16, but he's had a lot of strength from that Whiscash, just like you said.
Yeah, and I think that Shadow Dragonite really proved helpful in a matchup earlier today, I think against Mama Climbs, right? Dragonite with such an oppressive fast attack, able to get through a lot of health very quickly, but here we go. First lead, not a great matchup for Chillis FM. Cresselia into that Alolan Sandslash.
Alolan Sandslash is going to be resisting all of these attacks. It does not have the Shadow Claw, which will make it even more imposing, but still a great matchup without a doubt. Evan going to be immediately reaching for this Drill Run. This will do some nice neutral damage. It actually does more damage and is more efficient than the same type attack bonus Ice Punch, so it is the preferred move to go for.
Yeah, it's not a great matchup for Chillis FM, but you do have the Future Sight. Also, this Alolan Sandslash is running Powder Snow, so it's not a terrible matchup. And the good news for Chillis FM, though, even though you're in this disadvantageous matchup, is that your Gligar gets to avoid this Alolan Sandslash.
Realistically, you are triple weak to this Alolan Sandslash on Chillis' team, but your best matchup, just like you said, is this Cresselia. And if you're able to hit for these Future Sights, that does do meaningful damage into this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We might even see a shield come back here from Evan, recognizing that, hey, this is going to be an important Pokemon to me. Yeah, good recognition from Evan. I think that had been one of his struggles in some of the earlier rounds, is recognizing which Pokemon are most important. Nice shield. I like this from Evan.
That's exactly right. You see the shields come up from Cresselia versus an Alolan Sandslash. Highly unconventional, and actually throwing up the second shield here, realizing how impactful this Alolan Sandslash might be. And in fact, if he can come out with a lot of energy, he's going to be able to probably take that shield back on whatever comes in.
It's rarely a best practice to double shield your Shadow Alolan Sandslash when you're up against a Cresselia, but I don't really mind this play because I feel like you are going to be getting that shield back here at some point, and I do like this Whiscash quite a bit here as well. I think that Evan is expecting something weak to Whiscash in the back, and what are you really going to do here is Chillis. You actually have a double weakness not only to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but to Whiscash as well, so Evan in full control as far as this team building goes.
Yeah, the team composition for Evan this game was absolutely on point. This backline is so good against Chillis FM, and of course that Alolan Sandslash is very strong against all 3 of the Pokemon that Chillis FM brought.
We may not even see this Charjabug come into the action. I think that this Whiscash is going to be able to do a lot of damage here. Even if it does get taken out, we're going to see this Alolan Sandslash likely going to have energy and probably no shields left on Chillis' side. Here actually comes the Scald. This is the not super effective move. I don't think it's enough to knock out either. Does leave this Registeel with a little bit of HP. Can you farm down? No, not quite. Registeel gets to the Focus Blast. Evan, no shields remaining. He will get a little bit of a farm down, probably with that Sandslash, and I think he might actually outpace to 2 moves versus that Gligar, but Chillis ready for the quick swap.
Yeah, I think that Evan potentially was wondering whether Chillis was going to catch that Scald on Gligar or potentially shield and go for that debuff. But unfortunately, these powder stones adding up so quickly, and just like you said, Evan able to outpace there and gets to that double Ice Punch, which is going to be enough to take out this Gligar.
That's right, and when we look at a charge attack priority, we do have the aerial ace stored. I think we're going to see it launched, yes, but the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash already at the move as well. It does win that charge attack priority, and just like we said, that Charge Bug not even going to make it to the field. Evan having all the answers with just 2 of his Pokemon.
And I think that's really nice in these longer matchups, right? Not showing all 3 Pokemon that you've brought, not revealing all of your strategies yet is always a great feeling. And of course, you feel, oh wow, I won with 2 Pokemon.
All right, well, Soph, what is the answer to that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash? Dragonite, that's not the answer. Lantern is going to struggle quite a bit. At least it's Powder Snow and makes it slightly easier. The Gligar is terrible matchup. The only real things that I can see are, of course, the Vigoroth. Maybe the Registeel has to serve as an answer to Shadow Alolan Sand Slash as well. Again, let's take a look back at these highlights. We see that with energy already, Evan able to reach 2 Ice Punches. The first one gets shielded, then a charge attack priority. The second one goes through, no Protect Shields remaining. 1-0, Evan takes the first game.
Yeah, and I think that was great recognition from Evan. Like you said, recognizing how important that Alolan Sand Slash is and choosing to invest both shields, maybe feeling emboldened by Arrow's plays earlier, right? Choosing to go down 2 shields in matchups where it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but really able to get a lot of mileage out of it, able to take out that Gligar as well. So Alolan Sand Slash really putting in a lot of work there, taking out 2 Pokemon.
Well, I think that we've seen good team building and team composition consistently from Evan, but the key difference for me later on in day 2 is that he is shielding his priority Pokemon, whereas I think earlier, I think it was versus Rise in his winner's side of the bracket, he was not shielding his Whiscash, which I think would have translated to game victories for him. So I love the response, I love the pivot that we're seeing from Evan in making those recognition plays mid-battle, not just building good teams, but making the calls mid-battle to prioritize those Pokemon that will be most valuable to him.
All right, trainers still locking in here. You have to imagine as Chillis FM, just like you said, thinking about how you can deal with that Alolan Sand Slash. Maybe you do have to bring that hard counter of the Vigoroth because, you know, we saw last game, Evan really recognized its value. So Chillis maybe needs to adjust here. Like you said, maybe the Lantern, resisting that Powder Snow could have a little bit of play, but of course the Vigoroth really being the only main counter here.
All right, well, I think that there's an, Vigoroth, it's of course going to be that main answer to the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. It also does great versus Evan's Lickitung. It is going to struggle versus things like the Toxapex and of course versus that Shadow Poliwrath. So it wouldn't shock me if we see Evan actually bring some sort of combination of Whiscash, Shadow Alolan, Sand Slash, maybe the Poliwrath or the Toxapex as well. It is interesting to see how much success Evan has had with 3 water Pokemon on his team. That's a little bit unconventional.
I have to say, I was actually a little surprised to see him swap the Whiscash so happily there in the last game. Whiscash doesn't have a great advantage against Pokemon like Cresselia and the Dragonite. Of course, the Cresselia was out of the way at that point, but Whiscash certainly not the safest Pokemon out there.
Definitely not, yeah. It is just so interesting. I keep saying this, but there's so few grass Pokemon in the meta. 3 waters, and it seems viable now. You just have to watch out for the Lickitungs and the Cresselias. All right, well, here we go. We're going to be seeing that Vigoroth come into action, although this time Evan has now moved the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash into the back. A great response. He has his Charge Bug, which are going to be resisting these counters, although, Soph, you need to watch out for these Rock Slides.
Of course, and this is the matchup, Vigoroth versus Charge Bug, that we just saw in that matchup with Dodge versus Arrow there. Looks like Chillis is going for the Body Slam first, and Evan doesn't fall for it and lets it go.
Okay, well, Whiscash is going to be very interesting to see. Do you actually bring it in right here? You do have 2 answers to this Lantern. Not only the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but that Whiscash. I think Whiscash is probably the even better answer. If you can bring it into this Lantern, that means it gets to avoid the Cresselia. I like these plays from Evan.
Yeah, just like you said, bringing in that Whiscash, it's a great answer to Lantern. And now that that Lantern is chipped a little bit, you're a little bit more comfortable. Might actually still need to land 2 Mud Bombs, but potentially in some scenarios, you could land the Mud Bomb and then Mud Shot all the way down.
You are resisting these sparks. That's nice to see. They're not adding up that quickly. It's normally a relatively hard-hitting fast attack, but not in this case. 2 Mud Bombs now stored for Evan. He's going to be unleashing the first one. Might even be able to get a cheeky farm down after this. I think this was charge attack priority, Soph.
I think it was. Here comes that Surf from Chillis FM. Whiscash is able to take this very, very comfortably, and then just like we mentioned, probably Mud Shot all the way down, come out with a lot of energy for anything that comes in.
Okay, yeah, easily able to tank that one. Here comes the farm down. Going to move into this matchup with quite a bit of energy. I'm curious to see if Chillis wants to reveal his back Pokemon, the Cresselia, to try and absorb this energy, or if he simply just brings back in the Vigoroth and tries to knock out with a Body Slam.
Looks like he's just bringing in the Vigoroth. It is very hard to farm things down with Cresselia, and potentially hoping that he'll just be able to counter down, but unfortunately, unfortunately, this Wish Cast just has so much energy. Here comes that first Scald, and it's going to be able to get off this Mud Bomb right away.
Yeah, you now have to make a decision. This Vigoroth, if I'm expecting the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, I need to use my Protect Shield. That's exactly what Chillis is doing. He's going to try and go for the farm down, but Evan does still have some energy, might be able to get to this last Mud Bomb. Actually now brings in the Cresselia. Will we see a swap? Yes, brings in the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and he still has this Charge Bug, which can potentially take care of that Vigoroth as well.
Great reflexes from Evan there, just meeting the Cresselia with this Alolan Sand Slash, not throwing energy from that Whiz Cash. And I think Evan is a very commanding position. Just like you said, making adjustments from where we saw him struggling earlier, now bringing the good team composition, making the swaps he needs, and investing the shields where he needs them as well.
I think you need to start shielding something at this point. You don't want to get countered down by that Vigoroth. You could potentially just save your Protect Shields for that Charger Bug, though. That's not a bad strategy. That might be exactly what we're seeing Evan do here now. Throws the Drill Run. This is not enough to knock out the Cresselia. At this point, Chillis has to figure out, okay, what is my strategy now? How do I respond? Yes, I could probably take out this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but there's still 2 other Pokemon I need to get through. I think desperately trying to farm up to 2 moves. 1 Grass Knot's not going to be enough. This Future Sight may be enough to take out the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but it's done its job, which is neutralize that Cresselia.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like you said, Evan bringing that Charge Bug to potentially finish up the game here. Chillis kind of nodding his head, you know, seeing the writing on the wall. This Vigoroth is at such low health, and Evan has a lot of energy, and just kind of letting that charge attack go.
I think a little bit of a miscue there, actually, from Evan. Probably wanted to throw the X-Scissor there, a little bit lower energy, but nonetheless, I think that Chillis saw how that was going to be happening, and we have a 2-0 series sweep from Evan. Keep in mind, this is a best-of-3, not a best-of-5. That means that Evan will be moving on to the next round of the losers bracket. That's going to be it for Chillis, but a great set of battles for him. We only got to see him a little bit in day number 2, but definitely very impressive with that Shadow Dragonite. A little bit of spice that he brought to the action, so.
Yeah, made it all the way into the top 8. I believe he was in Wadaj's group on day 1, too. A very talented group there, and made it all the way here. A great run, just like you said. Also, I believe finished in the prize money, which is always great to see. And we're going to see more of Evan as well. And I'm really impressed, actually, by how Evan has stepped up his game just from a couple hours ago.
I agree. I think that Evan has taken away all the key takeaways, like I said, that he needs to apply here to these games, and we saw it on full display. Speaking of full display, let's take a look at our highlights here from those 2 games. Game number 1, we saw that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash actually double shielding versus the Cresselia, but with all of that energy, was able to get to 2 Ice Punches, 1 to get the shield, 2nd to knock out that Gligar and take down Chillis for that first game.
Yeah, really was able to take advantage of Chillis not having brought that Vigoroth or that Lantern. Alolan Sand Slash is so potent against all 3 Pokemon, you know, resisting everything from Cresselia, doing super effective to the other 2 as well. And I think this is Evan mudshotting this Lantern all the way down, coming out with that huge advantage in that second game, and then so much energy for that Vigoroth.
Well, I love the plays of Evan there, because game number 1, that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash had 0 checks, and he still 2-shielded it anyway, despite taking super effective damage. We actually saw here at the very end of the game, this discharge coming through. Chillis understanding the dynamic that he's in right here. Lots of energy from Evan, not going to be able to withstand 2 moves, just lets it go and says, good game, let's move on to the next here. But for Chillis, that is going to be the end of his journey. For Evan, he will be moving forward. We talked about it before though, so Evan applying all of his learnings from earlier in the day here in this matchup versus Chillis. And I was saying earlier that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, despite having no answers in game number 1, he still double shielded it. And then he brings it to the back in game 2, and the Vigoroth is in the lead. So a great response, predicting what his opponent was doing in game 2.
Yeah, great team prediction there. Like you said, still bringing that Alolan Sand Slash, but putting it where it actually ended up being the most effective as well. And maybe, you know, kind of anticipating the switch by Chillis FM to bring that Lantern. And then, of course, Evan is very prepared with that Whiz Cash and knew how to make the most of that matchup as well.
That's right. Well, things only get harder from here for Evan, because he's going to have to go up against Onion Frank in a little bit. We're still going to be navigating through these losers rounds, though. One of the matchups that I'm excited to see as we round out the losers round 3 is actually going to be 2 trainers that we mentioned have been having lots of momentum, that haven't lost in a long time, that being Elam as well as Dunebug. 2 of the trainers that I think are some of the most scary, that, like I said, if you're falling down from the winner's side of the bracket, you don't want to face either of those. So Elam and Dunebug will be facing off, and the winner of that matchup will have to go up against Rise to Occasion. There's no easy paths here in the losers bracket, so
many talented trainers down here in the losers bracket, and I believe Wadaj is there lurking at the end for whoever makes it through this gauntlet. So such a difficult journey for those who are down here. But of course, Elam and Dunebug started this day in the losers bracket bracket have already won a couple of games straight, and you know, they're carrying a lot of momentum, just like you said.
Yeah, in this losers bracket, your final boss is going to be Wadaj as well, so that's not going to be easy to get through. Moving to the winner side of the bracket, though, we just saw Arrow with a 3-1, 3 consecutive game wins versus Wadaj. So anyone that's going to be going through that loser side of the bracket, not only do they have to make it through Wadaj, potentially through Onion or Rise as well, but they have to then face off versus Arrow, someone who is definitely on a tear right now, and his Carbink is actually looking very strong. I don't think a lot of trainers have predicted Carbink in the meta, and like I said, it creates a lot of uncomfortable matchups, so.
Carbink did do very well for Arrow there. I also just want to give a little bit of a shout out to Arrow. I believe he has qualified for the World Championships with his performance here today, so congratulations to Arrow hitting that 500 mark, and we'll all see you in Honolulu.
I know Arrow wants to get that regional victory, though. You know, qualifying for Worlds is great, but when you can have the prestige and the honor of regional champion, I know Arrow's going to be gunning for that. He did take second place at the 2023 Fort Wayne Regional, losing to Kimi Sui, I believe, but still, he has that last hurdle that he wants to overcome, and he wants to do it here in his home state in San Antonio, Texas. But I'm still very excited as we round out this loser side of the bracket. There's so many formidable opponents that he is waiting there for in the grand finals.
Absolutely, and we're going to get onto the stage right now. We have Elam versus Dunebug. They're ready to go. They've been sitting with each other for a while now, and let's take a look at these teams one last time.
All right, I'm very interested to see the combo of two normal Pokemon for Elam and how they're going to perform. There's definitely some threats there, especially that Registeel. No longer Vigoroth has Bulldoze, it's Rock Slide, so that's going to make that matchup a little bit more threatening. We've seen Dunebug get so much precision plays from that Registeel. We're going to have to see what are the answers to that Registeel. The only one that I'm seeing is the hard answer is probably going to be that Gligar, and even that matchup can get a little bit dicey.
It can. I've seen Registeel beat Gligar before, maybe a little bit dependent on whether you can get those Zap Cannon debuffs, so it is going to be tricky for Elam. However, if you can get that Vigoroth on the Registeel with shields up, potentially you're going to be able to shield with those Focus Blasts.
And let's not forget that the Cresselia, I believe, on Dunebug's side is running Moonblast. I don't know that that's going to have any big impacts here in any of these matchups, but in the mirror matchup, it might be a little bit interesting because you're going to be throwing non-resisted Moonblast. You can't really throw that Future Sight as Elam. You have to go for Grass Knots instead. So we'll have to see if that matchup plays out. Let's move into game number 1. This is losers round 3. Elam versus Dunebug. It's the Lickitung versus the Registeel. Terrible matchup for Elam. Immediately brings in the Vigoroth. I like this play, but there's a good response, and it is this Cresselia.
Just like you said, Dune's so practiced with that Registeel and getting a great lead off of it. Also able to match the Cresselia onto the Vigoroth. This is a pretty good matchup with Cresselia. Vigoroth is going to be able to chip away very slowly with these body slams for the Cresselia, very bulky and resisting these counters as well.
Yeah, this is not a good spot right now for Elam, but the one good news is that he is able to get this Cresselia drawn out of the way. It's just so bulky that a lot of his Pokemon are going to struggle against it. That Gligar is going to have to be the MVP. Oh, and we do have an attack drop. One of the benefits of that Moonblast Soap is that there is a 10% chance for that Moonblast to debuff your opponent's attack by one stage. That's exactly what we see. How are we going to get through this Cresselia now? It's looking so strong, especially after this debuff.
And this matchup just went from good to great for Dunebug, able to get out this Grass Knot on the charge attack priority. I don't know if it's actually quite enough to get to take out this Vigoroth right here. No, Vigoroth going to be able to get off one more charge attack, Elam going for that body slam, and then probably Dunebug just going to be looking for that farm down, maybe come out with some energy to hit that Lickitung.
Well, the one downside here is that now the Lickitung might get an even more imposing farm down. Actually, a quick swap out now into the Gligar, but there's a response. It is going to be this Whiscash. The one advantage that you have as Elam's Gligar in this two-shield matchup is that you are able to outpace to these aerial aces. You only need 5 wing attacks, whereas you're going to be needing, I believe, 6 mud shots for these Scalds. So slight outpace, but one Scald is devastating versus this Gligar. I expect to see 2 shields coming out from Elam.
He does get that aerial ace bait there, saving just a little bit of energy in the long run. He also did switch just a little bit before Dunebug came out to meet this Gligar with the Whiscash. Also dodged the attack drop there. That could be critical.
Let's keep in mind as well that these mud shots are actually double resisted due to the flying type of Elam. So there's 0 fast attack pressure. Dunebug opting to let this one go. This is not the bait, it's the dig. That's hard-hitting attack. Now you may be in a situation where you can farm down with one of your Pokemon, but the question is, how do you get through this Registeel? It has to be this Gligar, and can you hang on long enough to maybe swap out of this matchup?
This Whiscash is so bulky, though. I don't know if you can... Oh my goodness, you can't wing attack all the way down, especially not with that attack drop. Elam forced to throw this aerial ace here at the last second, and Dune putting up a shield, trying to commit to this last Scald.
Can we see a catch from Elam? He has that Vigoroth at low HP. No, but Dunebug waiting one turn, waiting for that wing attack to come through. This is going to be a huge amount of damage with his super effective Scald. The last best answer for this Registeel. Now mostly neutralized, maybe even able to lock on down. He's trying to go for that wing attack down, and he's able to get that. That could be huge. I expect to see a swap out maybe into the Lickitung when this Registeel comes back, but Doombug could bring in that Cresselia as well.
Elam needs that dig to land on the Registeel, but Doonbug is, we've seen this time and time again. Registeel locked into an advantageous matchup. We know Dune is going to make the most of this opportunity. Probably going to go for double Zap Cannon, maybe even an undercharge on the second one to get a nice lock on down. And of course, Doonbug does still have that Cresselia in the back with just a little bit of health that could certainly take out a Gligar.
Doonbug throwing the Zap Cannon here. Keep in mind you need 2 charged attacks to neutralize and knock out this Lickitung. Go for the attack drop to start. Does not get it this time. Likely going to be going for the Focus Blast next. It is the same amount of damage without any sort of super effectiveness taken into account, but it is a little bit lower energy, so I expect to see that thrown next. Now Elam has the opportunity to get this Registeel down into range where one dig from the Gligar will knock out, but you still need to get through that Cresselia as well. This is going to be an uphill battle for Elam.
I think that's exactly right. Elam, like you said, got this Registeel into dig range. I don't think the switch clock is up, so probably going to just see him throw it right away, but I don't see how he can get rid of that Cresselia. I don't think the Vigoroth has a lot of health there. The Gligar doesn't have a lot of health either.
Well, he waited out the switch clock, and what that means is you can swap out, but no, actually just opting to stay in. I think Doombug is confident that his Cresselia is going to be able to close out this matchup. One dig comes through, and it does knock out this Registeel. A quick swap to the Vigoroth, but you are out of energy. Meanwhile, this Cresselia has a Grass Knot ready to go. Doombug nodding his head. Full control of game number 1.
Full control of game number 1. Had the lead, had the counter swap for that Vigoroth. I think Elam tried to dance around it, switching out, banking energy here and there, but unfortunately just not able to overcome those matchups.
I think that realistically, Doonbug just again, we see this team building so strong for him. Earlier, I think that he had all the responses for things like Lickitung. Yet again, Registeel into the Lickitung. I think that I mentioned it earlier, that Registeel looks so good right now for Doonbug. So bringing it in the lead, it's almost guaranteed to find a good destination. The hardest thing is going to be that Gligar, which was actually in the back for game number 1. Let's take a look back here, though. Elam actually tries to maybe try and get some sort of swap here, but Doonbug, very patient, very methodical, waits one turn to launch his Scald in the middle of that wing attack, landing devastating Scald damage.
I expect nothing less from Doonbug. We've seen such precise plays from him in all of these matchups and knows exactly when to wait a turn, when that's advantageous, and it definitely was right there.
Look, Doonbug not only makes winning plays, but he avoids those losing plays, which would be throwing that Scald into a 1 HP Vigoroth. So great plays by Doonbug. He puts Elam in such a difficult position and guarantees that he's not going to make that bad play by waiting for that wing attack to come through. So you have to give it up to Doonbug. He is making great play after great play after great play and avoiding bad plays at the same time. He looks unstoppable right now, Soph.
Doonbug also, I want to say, has a little bit of extra motivation. This is actually a rematch of the, I believe, losers finals from the Baltimore Regional Championship last season. Elam took 2nd place, Doonbug took 3rd place, and I know Doonbug has been itching to even up the score since then.
All right, well, if you're Elam, you have to find a way to get your Gligar lined up versus that Registeel. It is the main answer. There are some more neutral matchups, kind of like that Lantern, maybe brings that, but here we go, game number 2. This is a best of 3. Yet again, it's the Lickitung into the Registeel. This is the same team for Elam, and it's getting met by the same fate. The one key difference is no longer is that Whiscash in the back. It is now going to be the Altaria. Let's see if that's going to make an impact here in this game 2.
That's right, and we also saw in game 1 Doonbug getting that Moonblast debuff, which wasn't critical in helping Cresselia win this matchup, but certainly just a little bit helpful. Elam again trying to get through this Cresselia with those body slams, but they're just not adding up quickly enough.
All right, well, don't forget that Elam actually swapped out of the Vigoroth late in this matchup, in the middle matchup here. He actually preserved that Vigoroth and swapped in the Gligar. I'm curious to see if he makes that same play in game 2, or if he just lets the Vigoroth go down and maybe brings in the Lickitung to get lots of energy and farm down.
We might actually see an adjustment from Doonbug, though. If you remember, he threw the Grass Knot. Yeah, there it is. He throws the Moonblast. The Grass Knot, remember, wasn't enough in game 1, allowed Elam to switch out with that energy, but now we see Doonbug realize that, saw that, and goes for that double Moonblast. Great adjustment there.
Yeah, impeccable memory from Soph there, actually remembering that, yes, that Grass Knot did not KO, now neutralizes that Vigoroth. It's not going to be able to be used as a safe swap. Doesn't give Elam the opportunity to make that play to bring in his Gligar and get the energy advantage like we saw in game 1. So great adjustment from Doonbug. He now has another Moonblast ready to go versus this Lickitung. Lickitung may go for the full farm down at this point, but I think this Cresselia can reach one more charged attack.
Doom probably very happy to just let this Cresselia go down. Gets a little parting gift with this Grass Knot here. Elam not putting up any shields. He knows this energy isn't really going to go anywhere if it hits the Registeel. Knows it's not going to be very impactful and starts getting a little bit of an energy advantage with the Gligar here. I like this a lot. This is kind of his only play, but unfortunately, these Dragon Breaths in a double shield situation like this are just adding up so quickly.
An energy lead is nice for Gligar, but in the 2-shield matchup specifically versus this Altaria, these fast attacks are just so devastating with Dragon Breath after Dragon Breath after Dragon Breath adding up so quickly. Even if you're going to be shielding these Sky attacks, it doesn't really matter. You can see just how much damage these Dragon Breaths have already done versus the Shadow Gligar.
I have to say, this is looking very good for Junebug. Really, the only way Elam has to take out that Registeel is by landing a dig with the Gligar. And the Gligar, I don't think, just has enough left in the tank to get out of this matchup with any energy or health.
Like we said, the key to this game 2 was going to be, can you align your Gligar versus the Registeel? Unfortunately for Elam, that was not the case. Fighting his Gligar up against one of its main counters on Dunebug's team, the Altaria here. And here comes the shield from Dunebug, recognizing, hey, I still need to rely on this Dragon Breath damage from my Altaria. Let's not forget the Switch Clock's Body Slam ready to go, and actually Dunebug responding, knowing that it's coming, throws the Sky Attack right when the Lickitung swaps in. This is actually a charge attack priority. It's not enough to knock out. Elam will get off this Body Slam, but still, you've gotten as much efficiency out of your Altaria as you possibly could. Incredible plays by Dunebug.
Elam throwing this Body Slam, not even enough to take out that Altaria, and I expect Junebug to just lock on down here, come out with some energy for that Gligar. Elam throwing this Body Slam, but I don't think that Gligar has enough health to withstand all of the lock-ons.
Registeel does not care about your Body Slams whatsoever. One Body Slam not going to do anything. Another Body Slam ready to go. Might even go for the Power Whip here, Elam, just because it does do slightly more damage. But to your point, so lock on down for this Registeel is going to be the recipe in order to get to the energy that you need to knock out this Gligar. And here comes Elam. He does still have a shield. Let's keep in mind, though.
Yeah, potentially, you know, you are going to be able to withstand these lock-ons, but you do still have that Altaria in the back. Elam's really going to need to throw this dig right away, take as little fast attack damage as he possibly can. Actually, I think Elam has a little bit of a chance here. Even with that attack you have, he's going to be able to get to this dig, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to knock out with that attack drop.
He's going to have to wing attack down. I don't think he's going to get to one more charge attack here. You need this to knock out. You don't want to take any more fast attack pressure whatsoever. Here comes the dig. It does not knock out. Trying to desperately get to the Focus Blast. Yes, Dunebug has it. He's going to get this Focus Blast. He will knock out. Shields are down. This will be a 2-0 victory for Dunebug, ending Elam's tournament run.
Junebug able to get his revenge on Elam there. Congratulations. Like you said, moving on in the tournament, moving on in this gauntlet of a loser's bracket, marching towards Wadaj, of course. And, you know, Junebug, you know, able to get his revenge after those past matches versus Elam.
That's right. Dunebug says, I want to try and be back-to-back Texas regional champion, and he is not done yet. Elam, so close. I think you were right, Soph. I think that if that attack buff maybe had enough hit, I think that that dig would have knocked out the Registeel, and I think that that Altaria was energy dry just on that Sky attack into the Lickitung.
Yeah, wing attack down.
We may have seen a wing attack down there, but Dunebug getting the luck when he needs it, getting the drop 2 out of 3 times every time there with his Registeel. I think that debuff was very pivotal for him to lock in and survive that dig and get to that Focus Blast. Just beautiful plays though from Dunebug. I love the way that he builds his teams, and he took a 2-0 game or 2-0 series sweep there versus Elam.
Junebug is absolutely on a tear. I think if anyone has a chance against Wadaj, it might be Junebug, but let's take a look at those highlights. What were all the great plays that Dune made to take that victory?
All right, starting with game number 1, we saw Elam versus Dunebug. This was definitely just going to be a really uphill battle from the start from Elam. I do like how he was able to swap into his Gligar earlier, get an energy advantage, but he did not swap back out, and Dunebug, waiting that one turn, was able to get the Scald off. Once that Scald had landed, that was game over for Elam, unfortunately.
I do want to compliment Elam, definitely recognizing the win conditions in each of these games, right? The only way he could take out the Registeel was always with that dig from Gligar and a little bit of chip from what ended up always being Lickitung, or maybe a couple of the counters from Vigoroth. He always tried to save that Gligar, but unfortunately just didn't have enough to take it out.
Yeah, without a doubt. In game number 2, I think things were a little bit closer. I like the plays from Elam and getting all of this energy. And then actually, I think after taking this Grass Knot, swapping over to his Gligar to get that energy advantage. He does have the combo play here, but again, great response from Dunebug, a charged attack priority, ensuring that this damage does land on this Lickitung so that it's essentially neutralized from that point. I do like that Elam was able to get a a Body Slam and a Power Whip to almost get this Registeel in range, but again, a little bit of a bailout there from that Zap Cannon getting that attack drop, and you can see Registeel hanging on, getting to that focus blast. Incredible plays from Dunebug there.
That game was so close. Props to Elam for making it close with that difficult team composition, but even more props to Dunebug for anticipating those changes, making those his own changes, right? Like that Moonblast on the Cresselia, taking out that Vigoroth, and not giving Elam the opportunity to switch out.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to continue to see some of these trainers, and it's really interesting to see, like, how did Dunebug possibly lose in day one when he's making plays like this? But he still has more battles ahead of him for sure. And what's really wild is just seeing all the trainers that are on the loser side of the bracket now. Dunebug, we have Wadaj, we have Rise, we have Onion Frank. Talk about just a huge, huge gauntlet of competitors that you're going to have to get through if you're trying to work your way back up to the winner's side in those grand finals to go face off versus Arrow.
Some of the best trainers in North America for sure, if not the world. We are so lucky to see all of these trainers here in San Antonio all together competing before the holidays.
Well, we still got more battles for you guys, so make sure you stick around. We're going to be taking it over to a little bit of a hello trainer for one of our most notable trainers. Rise to the occasion. We'll see you guys very soon.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help about in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes.
Welcome back. We are getting down to the final stretch here at the San Antonio Regional. We have 4 trainers battling it out to see who will face Wadaj in the losers finals, and then Arrow is awaiting that winner of that matchup for the grand final. So 6 trainers remaining, Mark, in a lot more Vigoroth than I anticipated.
Yeah, looks like we're seeing some of these Pokemon float to the top of the meta towards the end of the day here. We still have a lot of talented trainers left in the pool right here. We're about to feature 2 trainers that we have seen quite a bit today. I mean, both had a small blunder at the early parts of the tournament, but now's their chance right here to try to make it to that winners finals. I mean, we just saw some great play coming out of Doombug, able to secure his place too, and the trainers here will meet him eventually on their way to the losers finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And those trainers are ready right now. So let's head on over to the stage for losers round 4 between Onion Frank and Evan. 777-1-3 here. And Onion Frank, of course, lost to Wadaj earlier on that winner's side of the bracket. Evan also came in on that winner's side of the bracket, and they're going to be facing off here. It's that Toxapex versus kind of the old meta, and Toxapex wasn't really good in the old meta. I'm curious how it's going to work out versus Onion Frank.
Well, we know that Evan has utilized that Toxapex today. Especially, it looked pretty decent against a Pokemon like Superior, which has been impactful in today's matchup. So I wonder if we're going to see the same result here today. I think Evan used it against Valor Ash earlier in the day, and that Superior, despite being a grass type against water type, it just couldn't hang on. But we're going straight into the matches here, and we have Onion Frank's Metacham leading off against Alolan Sandslash. Kind of tell from Evan's response here, he's got to get out of there, and he's bringing in that Lickitung. And I think Onion Frank is happy to stay in here. This Metacham has Dynamic Punch.
I was thinking maybe he would go for the chip and dip, throw an Ice Punch, and then swap out and keep the alignment here. He wants to keep this Metacham around, so maybe you throw the Dynamic Punch, but it's definitely getting protection here. But this is enough of a chip and dip where you did so much damage to that Lickitung here. You will be up a shield when you pivot, in either the Gligar or the Shadow Dragonair. Decides to go in for the Shadow Dragonair to remain aligned Metacham into Shadow Lone Sandslash.
Yeah, and you have to be careful here, Butters, because you do have a Metacham on Onion Frank's side, but he's making a great read up against the Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash very good into Gligar and the Dragonair, so you cannot lose alignment here. You have to do whatever you can to make sure that Metacham is always pinned onto the Alolan Sandslash.
And at this point, you know the alignment is over, and actually decides to use a Protect Shield here. Can this Dragonair get to another attack before it gets licked down? It's going to be really close. It needs to get to that Body Slam, but first, a Body Slam is incoming to pick up the shield. You would have to imagine from Onion Frank, and I think this Shadow Dragonair is poised to hold on to get to that Body Slam or Aqua Tail. And no, swap in.
We see this.
And Powder Snow down.
Yeah, Metacham's going to have his time here, but Alolan Sandslash will reach a move here. It's probably going to go for the Ice Punch, and the Ice Punch does not have stat on it, but if you're the Metacham, can you risk this with a Gligar? It looks like Onion Frank will go ahead and use the last Protect Shield. I think it's a great choice because Gligar would be taking super effective damage, or double super effective damage from the fast moves.
And not terrible there. I mean, you match up against that Metacham, you got it quite low, and now you can soak up either the Ice Punches or the resisted Dynamic Punch, but the thing is, you have this Gligar in the back waiting for that Charge Bug, going for the Discharge, which I actually think you usually go for the X-Scissor because they're both single resisted, and X-Scissor is a stronger attack.
Yeah, and right there, our wall to Charge-a-Bug that we came in today with that theme of, we are going to see the dig come out from this Gligar. It's going to be doing massive damage. Of course, it's only going to be neutral because of the bug typing, but this Charge-a-Bug will not be able to outpace. I think Evan's going to try to bank some energy, come in with the Lickitung, but Onion Frank is not going to have any of it. It's going to go for that Aerial Ace, and it looks like Charge-a-Bug is coming back, but even at this level of health here, Metacham will have plenty of energy to clean this up.
Yeah, and the X-Scissor is going to be almost available. Maybe if you threw triple X-Scissor instead of Discharge in the X-Scissor, maybe you would get to this next X-Scissor because X-Scissor is less energy than that Discharge, but at the end, it didn't really matter because this was a comfortable victory for Onion Frank, and that all happened really quickly.
It happened very fast.
It was pretty much alignment based. Evan decided to run Lickitung, Charge-a-Bug in the back, which is a good core, but he left himself ABA weak to Metacham because he ran that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the lead. And Onion Frank, who's actually known for his ABA teams, was able to carve that apart.
Yeah, and I think Alolan Sandslash is actually a pretty good choice against Onion Frank's team. You have the Dragonair and the Gligar. It was just Onion Frank's analysis before the match, deciding to hide those in the back line instead. And also, I want to say it does hit the Superior as well. So this is Alolan Sandslash, still a dangerous pick against Onion Frank's team, but he was able to navigate around it really well in the first game.
Yeah, it's quite good against everything but Medicham, and Onion Frank led the Medicham. So I agree with you. It's not like you need to drop that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but it's just so hard because if you're expecting the Medicham in every team, maybe you just switch your orientation of your team composition to have Medicham counters. And we're going to see if Evan does adapt to that in game number 2. We're already in it. This is losers round 4. It's going to be Wizcash, and now Evan has the alignment advantage met by the Shadow Gligar.
Yeah, and this we've seen before already. Wizcash fairly tanky, and we're going to start flipping coins for Scald soon, I think, Butters. And it looks like, yeah, I mean, Onion Frank is going to opt to go ahead and stay in this matchup. I mean, the Scald is going to be super effective, I think. Yeah, I think the shield is going to come out here, and do we win the coin flip on the Scald? We do, and this is going to be a terrible situation. I think Onion Frank wants to do a little bit of chip damage before he swaps out, but you have to swap out here because you are at a severe disadvantage with the Gligar in against this Wizcash.
I'm fascinated how this plays out with Protect Shields because I've been calling Gligar the king of grounds, and Wizcash is obviously a ground type as well. Can Wizcash comfortably win this matchup? If it gets the second debuff, does it get the second? It gets the second debuff. Now, I think even if you throw Dig, you might barely endure, but it's going to be really close. You might not want to risk it. You might want to use the Protect Shield here, and there is the Protect Shield from Evan.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting. I think you want to bank some energy if you are Onion Frank, but it looks like Evan is going to get to the Mud Bomb here. I mean, this is going to be resisted.
Scald energy?
I think he just got to the Mud Bomb here. He's gonna have it, but it's gonna let the Gligar survive. And now the Air Release is coming up. But this is double debuff. I don't think it's gonna be quite enough to KO.
Oh, but he gets the
Protect Shield though.
So even though he got both of the debuffs, he's able to take both of the shields if you're Onion Frank and keep the alignment here. And you have to kind of stay in with the Superior. Gonna go for the Leaf Tornado. Onion Frank is going for the coin flip himself. Evan was 2 for 2. Can Onion Frank get 1 for 1? And yes, we got that harshly fell.
And this is going to be very interesting because Superior, it's not going to have a whole lot of play with a full grass moveset into Charge-a-Bug, but at the very least here, if you can continue to debuff, maybe you are able to get this into a manageable position. But you know, Butter, seeing the back line here, it's still going to be an uphill battle for Onion Frank.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you're going to have to face that Medicham into the Toxapex, I believe, and here comes the swap into the X-Scissor here. I think Onion Frank was expecting that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back, but Evan adjusted. He has the Toxapex, and the Toxapex can soak up all of this energy from the Medicham. It resists the Ice Punch and the Dynamic Punch, and this Medicham is already going to be close to half health.
Yeah, and this is one of the toughest parts about this new Medicham moveset. For those trainers that have decided the Psychic is not worth it, this Toxapex is now a hard wall against Medicham. I don't even think it matters if you have 2 Protect Shields on this Medicham. I don't think you're going to be able to take this down, and I think Evan's in a great spot to just close this one out.
Yeah, you just go straight Brine here. You don't even have to go for the Sludge Wave.
Does almost nothing.
It really, you never see it do so little. This is going to be single resisted, but it feels like it's almost double resisted because of the bulk of the Toxapex. Taking another Dynamic Punch, and it's unfazed. Doesn't even have to throw energy. It's just going for the jab down so that he can throw some charge attacks into the Superior. Going to be able to throw bank the Ice Punch, swap in the Superior, and throwing the Brine, which is resisted. Onion Frank does call it properly, though.
Yeah, still this is going to be a close one, but it depends on how much damage that the next charge move can do. I'm not sure if Frenzy Plant is going to be enough from this range. I think it is.
Yeah, he's still in the game here. He has an Ice Punch banked. He can Frenzy Plant knock out, but the Charge-a-Bug is going to be the problem. And the Frenzy Plant should knock out, but how do you knock out that Charge-a-Bug? You need the Ice Punch to do so, but your timer is not yet available. And does Evan wait the timer? He actually is. No, he decides not to wait the timer. The proper play there, I believe. Does he get to the Leaf Tornado? No, the X-Scissor.
Oh, he gets the X-Scissor, but there is an Ice Punch available here. I almost want Evan to be able to catch this on the Wizcash if possible. Switch timer is up. Does Onion Frank throw immediately? He waits for the Volt Switch to come through, and now I think it's going to be a counter versus Mudshot situation.
And Wizcash has more health, but one Mudshot won't knock out, so it's going to be counter. Oh, no, but he has the Mud Bomb banked the entire time. Evan was not worried at all, and he's going to be able to tie up this series 1-1 there. Wizcash was probably the MVP, getting that double debuffs, but you had to give up 2 Protect Shields in the opener, but it all worked out in the end because you had that banked Mud Bomb.
And what a comeback here from Evan, and I think Onion Frank there. I was really surprised that with the Gligar in the lead, he didn't swap out. He didn't want to lure anything out and try to realign, because I think it would have been very, very useful to keep that Gligar active. And it's not like Medicham or Superior is going to have or it's not like swapping in Medicham is going to have a bad effect. You do want to draw out a hardest counter, right?
And that Superior almost got that Leaf Tornado. If it got that Leaf Tornado, that means it would have been charge attack priority between Medicham and Wizcash. But actually, Wizcash has been winning that charge attack priority even if Medicham did have that attack bank. So Evan had the clear advantage in the in-game with, I thought Gligar was the king of the grounds, and Wizcash is putting his hat in the ring because it's looking really strong. Even though one Scald doesn't knock out the Shadow Gligar, you pretty much put it in Mud Bomb range. As you saw at the end, you just threw the Mud Bomb and it almost knocked out.
Yeah, and again, I don't know, Butters. I think Mud Boys are maybe in a different category. I understand what you're saying when you're referring to it. Against Galarian, Stunfisk and Gligar, of course, Gligar is going to be very strong. I think Wizcash in a class of its own. I almost consider it more of a water type just because it has a moveset that kind of acts a little bit more like it. But yeah, you're right. I mean, against Gligar versus Wizcash, I'm very surprised it stayed in that long. I mean, both trainers farming up and almost being able to take it out. I mean, if that Gligar was completely removed, it did cause some problems a lot down the line. So I hope Onion Frank kind of realigns or changes up the strategy to make sure that he checks the back line for any potential counters.
And it looks like we're about to get into a lock-in for this crucial game number 3 between Onion Frank and Evan. Onion Frank is trying to rebound. He was hot at the beginning of that 2022-2023 season, but he has cooled off recently. Can he regain his momentum and get back to losers finals for a rematch with Wadaj? Or will Evan and his Toxapex be able to advance? And this is a decent matchup for the Toxapex here.
Yeah, it was seen before, Butters. Poison Jab is no joke. Even if he gets the Leaf Tornado here, I mean, it looks like Onion Frank is gonna beat Evan there, and you have to decide whether this is a Frenzy Plant or a Leaf Tornado. Evan is not gonna use a Protect Shield here, but does the debuff happen? No. And we don't get the debuff here, and Onion Frank is shaking his head. I think Evan is going to be in full control right now. I think he's going to go for the Sludge Wave, and we are going to see the first Protect Shield being deployed by Onion Frank. I mean, at this point, if you're Onion Frank, I think you just have to go for Frenzy Plants, but he's going for the Leaf Tornado once again, putting Evan in a spot again where he has to decide, and it looks like he's going to call it again, and we get the Leaf Tornado, but this time we do get the debuff here, and now we're probably going to see the Frenzy Plant come in, but Onion Frank... I mean, this is mad scientist behavior, as you said before, Butters. Another Leaf Tornado, and Evan calls it for the 3rd time. And now we're going to see, I mean, I think even a quadruple debuff Sludge Bomb is enough here.
Oh, absolutely. It is going to be enough, and it gets Protect Shielded. Onion Frank wants the alignment, and the alignment is not going to be that valuable. Yes, you are going to match up your Gligar into that Charger Bug, but once again, Evan is bringing the answers to the Medicham in the back. Here comes one more Leaf. It's still not enough. It doesn't knock out, but you will be able to get the Vine Whip down, and there it goes.
But finally, we are able to give the victory to Superior in the 0-2 shield scenario here. And Charger Bug's going to come in and have a pretty good time farming down. I mean, we know that from Onion Frank's backline here, he is going to have a slightly favorable scenario. But here's the thing, Butters. There's 2 shields on Evan's side, and he's got a Wizcash. And even with the Medicham coming in, I think there's still a very good chance that the Wizcash can do quite a bit of work. We are going to see the chip and dip here before the Gligar goes away, because I think Onion Frank has identified he's going to need a lot of help in this matchup.
This is very smart, though. This forces the Wizcash to use an ineffective shield. Aerial Ace isn't the move you really want to Protect Shield, but he knows if he took that Aerial Ace, he'd get quite low, and the Medicham counters would add up too much, so had to throw the Protect Shield up. And can he get the debuff to match Onion Frank?
No debuff.
He doesn't get it, and that means Medicham is going to be able to throw an Ice Punch, but you want to throw before Charge Attack priority, and yes, throwing right before before the Scald is available.
And Evan has to decide here. This might be the decider for the match here. We do see Evan deploy the Protect Shield against Dynamic Punch. And now we're going to get up to, we're going for the Mud Bomb here. Very interesting.
He thought maybe Scald isn't enough, so he's going for the double Mud Bomb, but this gives a lot of opportunity for that Gligar, I believe, because you have to get energy dry here. You have to throw this Mud Bomb, and as soon as this Whiscash is in range of Dig, Evan is in trouble. And I think this Whiscash is almost in range of Dig. Can you outpace to the Dig before the Scald? Will it be there?
Barely gonna get there, but it's he barely got there, and this is gonna deal heavy damage here. I think Evan's gonna be comfortably in the driver's seat. He's got a full health Charger Bug in the back, and he swaps into the X-Scissor, and Butters, I think this is gonna be enough, or the follow-up Volt Switch. I don't think there's anything that Onion Frank can do here.
There it is! Evan takes down Onion Frank 2-1 to move on to losers round 5 to meet the winner between Rise to Occasion and Dunebug. That means Onion Frank's journey in San Antonio has come to an end, but what a great run from Onion Frank.
Yeah, and great job by Evan here. For Onion Frank, I think he was looking for certain alignments against Evan's team, but, you know, we talked about potentially seeing, you know, being worried about A-Slash and things like that, but, you know, Evan just never brought those in. He didn't care. I think he really focused on his game plan here, and then the second game, you know, with I think Onion Frank's backline was Gligar and Medicham right there, and in the back is sitting a Charger Bug and a Whiscash, and Whiscash just ended up tearing everything apart because Evan knew as long as I get rid of the Superior, I'm going to be in a great spot no matter what.
And let's see that Whiscash tear everything apart in the match highlights, because I have to agree with you. Whiscash was the MVP of this series for Evan, and even with the alignment sometimes, as you see this alignment in game number 1, Onion Frank, this was the only game that Onion Frank won, and it's when he had that hard alignment because of the Shadow Low and Sandslash. Evan dropped that Shadow Low and Sandslash and started bringing the Whiscash.
Yeah, and this was a great call out. I mean, in the second game here, we're seeing some highlights from the second game. I was really shocked by this, Butters, because we had this Gligar lead with the Medicham and Superior backline. Never saw the swap out, never saw the realignment, never saw the taking out of the hard counter. I didn't know how he was going to bounce back from that, and Evan stayed poised right there. Toxapex showing off the power Toxapex here, calling all those Leaf Tornado baits, and just taking the match in comfort.
Yeah, showing the power of Evan too, to be able to call all of those. And Whiscash once again is always cleaning up, but the ability to predict your opponent, in Onion Frank was just getting so eager for these Leaf Tornadoes. And as you see it right here, he's throwing all these Leaf Tornadoes, and Evan is not shielding any of them. It was 4 stages attack dropped by the end, but it didn't matter. You were able to keep those Protect Shields, and this is when it's awesome in Pokemon Go PvP, when you can save the Protect Shields and still close with a strong Pokemon like Whiscash, and it pretty much just sweeps the entire backline of Onion Frank.
Yeah, and I like your call out earlier, Butters, about this whole Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant gambit that some trainers are having here. It's like, do you go for the Leaf Tornado? Do you go for the Frenzy Plant? I mean, I think right here is a good showcase. If somebody is going to call your bluff and you are using the Leaf Tornado, it's probably one of the worst things that can happen, right? Because in that scenario, we saw Onion Frank, he had to go down 2 shields. He had to invest a shield into a quadruple debuff Sludge Bomb just to eliminate the Toxapex. So sometimes I think when you call your bluff, I mean, when you're getting your Leaf Tornado shielded, it feels great. When people are calling your bluff, it's not as good.
You know, and I don't hate it though. The strategy the entire tournament was the Leaf Tornado. He was consistent with that. And when it came down to game number 3 with your tournament run on the line, he just went for him, and you just have to tip your cap to Evan because he called every single one. Let's take a quick look at the bracket to check in where we are. I believe that means there are 5 trainers remaining, because now Evan is going to be waiting for Rise the Occasion and Dunebug. The winner of that will play Evan, and then they will battle it out, and they will face Wadaj in the losers final, and the winner of that will then go into the grand finals to face Arrow. As you saw, Arrow was able to 3-1 with dodge, and he is awaiting the winner of the loser bracket.
And both these trainers in this next match, Rise to Occasion and Dunebug, I mean, they're obviously well known in the community. I think they're both playing really well today. Dunebug, of course, is coming off that momentum from the previous match. He looked technical, he looked mechanical, and he was just absolutely crushing it, making a lot of great calculations, and playing against another greatly talented trainer in Elam. So here, I mean, you have Dunebug. He's bringing that unique squad. I think I've made this call out every time I've seen Dunebug on stage here. When is that Skeledirge coming in?
Let's get into this matchup because there are a lot of common themes depending on past matchups between these two trainers. I want to point something out here. These two trainers have played in a grand finals in the past, and those grand finals took place in Milwaukee, Rise to Occasion's hometown. And in that matchup, he had a disadvantage in his team composition versus Dunebug, but somehow he was able to win against Dunebug and become the Milwaukee Grand Champion. Now, he just recently moved to Texas, and now he is a Texan local. He's looking to do the exact same thing with possibly a team comp disadvantage because Rise told me he doesn't have good answers for Skeledirge, and guess what Dunebug has on his first team here? It's the Skeledirge.
And immediately we're having a bad match below the Sandslash into Wizcash here. Rise is forced to swap to this Gligar, and we see a fairly neutral matchup in Cresselia. This Grass Knot is going to be dealing neutral damage, and Gligar's going to be able to fight back here. This is the Shadow version, so I expect a very high total damage output.
It is going to be a high damage output, but the crazy thing is you can just go double Grass Knot here if you're Dunebug. I mean, double Grass Knot is just fine, and you're at the Grass Knot right now. You don't throw it. You try to get the Moonblast energy, the threaten with the Moonblast. Dunebug is one of the few trainers that is running the Moonblast instead of the Future Sight, and it's been proven to be quite strong, especially against the Dragons, like you see on Rise to Occasion's team. And this is going to be a dig. If you don't protect shield, this is going to be a knockout into the Cresselia.
Yeah, Dunebug has to make a decision here. He's going to opt to let this one go here, putting trust here in his shield advantage. And this, I mean, this is one of the common traits of having a Pokemon like Skeledirge, right? When you have shields to protect it, it's almost like a Swiss Army knife. You're able to use its triple coverage moveset in almost any way you want. So I like what Dunebug is doing here. Let's see how he handles this. I think he's okay getting as much value as possible.
Swap into the Scald!
And Rise is going to catch a Scald onto his Poliwrath. Let's hope it doesn't get debuffed here. And I think he wants to get head on energy.
Yeah, and does the debuff happen? Yes, it does happen. And unleash the Dirge. Dune has let it out, and the Incinerates do more damage now because of the Timeless Travel update. And you have the coverage for the fighting type of the Poliwrath. You have the fairy type attack, and it's an Icy Wind bait.
Oh, and Dune calls the Icy Wind!
Ridiculous calls from Dune. He has a lot of familiarity playing against Rise to Occasion and confidently calls the Icy Wind bait and knocks out the Shadow Poliwrath. What are you gonna do against the Dirge? It has two shields, and you have a Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back.
Yeah, and Butters, I think the Gligar doesn't have enough health to endure the remainder of this. I don't even think he can break the second shield. And look at how much energy Dunebug has farmed with this Skeledirge here. I mean, Rise is smiling here. I think he's kind of realized that there's really not an out over here. Alolan Sandslash, I think it's gonna melt in just a couple of Incinerates here. Well, maybe a few Incinerates here.
Well,
but
it is attack dropped by 1, so it is gonna be able to endure long enough. It actually might Shadow Claw down here.
It could, but I think the Wizcash is okay coming right back in here.
Yep,
and
there
Dune
it
is
is
going to bring it back in. Wizcash doesn't have a ton of energy, but it's going to be able to reach the Mud Bomb here. And you know, for Rise's situation, he had to overfarm just in case he could make it out of his matchup. But yeah, what a performance from Skeledirge. I was just talking about it before the match started. We've seen Dune on camera so many times. We have not seen him feature this, but now we know the power of this Pokemon.
He's been waiting for this moment. He told Rise to Occasion before the tournament, hey, your team is a little weak to Skeledirge. And then, as fate would have it, they're matched up here in losers round 4, and Rise to Occasion is in a familiar spot. Wizcash has been a really impactful Pokemon so far at the end of San Antonio, and this was an awesome swap, but I don't think anything was stopping the Skeledirge in the back. And even though these Incinerates are resisted, they are chunking on that Poliwrath.
Yeah, and one thing to note here is that Disarming Voice is such a cheap move, so that you have almost this free coverage, and because it's ghost typing or ghost subtyping, this Poliwrath unless there was like an even shield scenario or maybe an energy advantage, this Poliwrath actually doesn't do a whole lot to the Skeledirge initially. And of course, Dunebug made that call right there, counting the fast move output from Poliwrath here, to only getting hit by the Ice Wind, and he didn't need to use the Protect Shield that early.
And Skeledirge Registeel is an interesting core for Dunebug because Registeel actually protects the Skeledirge from the things that Rise can do to counter it, like the Azumarill, like the Guzzlord. You can bring those Pokemon out to counter it, but you have that Registeel to really hard counter those picks. Rise would be better off keeping to that Shadow Poliwrath so you can have chance to be good against the Skeledirge and the Registeel core. I feel like you might see some Shadow Poliwrath in a lot of these games, but Rise will have to make an adjustment, but he's done it in the past. He has reverse sweep Dunebug to win championships in a team composition disadvantage. Can he do it again? He has the back foot in this matchup because it was a bad lead swap, and it's the same situation as last game.
Yeah, and if he wants to do the same thing, I mean, I think Dunebug is very happy to take shields now that we've seen the Skeledirge in action. I think Dunebug is very happy to take shields as long as it allows the Skeledirge to output all that damage. And this time, we're actually going to see the Protect Shield come out first, right? So this way, I think last time Rise got to a point where he could potentially double up and get through the shields. And we are going to see the Grass Knots once again. 2 Grass Knots are going to be enough along with the Psycho Cuts in a prolonged matchup to take out this Gligar.
I actually really like the adjustment from Rise there to bait out the Cresselia just like he did in game number 1 because he switched up his backline from the Shadow Poliwrath to the Azumarill to be stronger against the Skeledirge. And now Azumarill up shield is looking incredibly strong. And Dunebug already gave up an early Protect Shield just to keep this Cresselia around. But Rise to the occasion with the proper adjustment here, I feel like, with the Azumarill in the back.
And we do see here, able to get to Aerialist. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but coming from a Shadow Gligar, it very well could be. Let's see what happens here from Dunebug's side here. He's going to take the Aerialist, but both Pokemon are going to survive. And now the instant swap here into the Whiscash. It looks like we banked a little bit of energy on the Cresselia, and Rise is going to opt to go ahead and stay in. I think he's predicting that there's a Skeledirge in the back, so he wants to protect the Azumarill as much as possible. We see the Scald come out here. Is there going to be a debuff? There will be, and now it is going to be an X-Scissors spam as much as possible. I think Rise is actually okay with this because if you get this Whiscash down into a state where you can bubble down, your Azumarill can take over this game.
I'm surprised he's actually staying in right now. I think he's doing exactly what you were saying. He's trying to whittle down this Whiscash so you can close with the Azumarill here. The problem is, if Whiscash stays around and lands a Scald into the Azumarill, that will be your last Pokemon remaining. And if you get the attack drop here, you're going to be in so much trouble because, yes, you have a Protect Shield advantage, but your charge attacks aren't doing anything against Skeledirge, and Rise knows it, and you're almost at the Scald. I can't believe it.
Dunebug goes for the Mud Bomb here. I think he had ample time to get to a Scald and then some. So Rise really putting all of his stock onto this Azumarill, and it looks like he's going for the aggressive bubble down.
And you are trying to take the fast attacks here if you're Dunebug on the Whiscash, and he went for the Mud Bomb first, and now he's going for the Scald. But Rise, it didn't matter to him because he knows that Cresselia has a Grass Knot banked in the back. Do you get the debuff? And no
debuff.
That is great for Rise to occasion here. Decides to throw the Ice Beam because he doesn't want to take either a Mud Bomb or a Scald here, but Azumarill is going to have to do so much work for Rise to occasion if he wants to come back in this game. Cresselia does have a Grass Knot remaining, and Skeledirge doesn't take much damage from Play Rough or Ice Beam, only from Bubble.
And you have to be very careful here if you're on a 3-turn move. You can see Rise is lining up the fast move, or the fast moves as much as possible, not to allow a full Incinerate to go through here. And this is going to be the Play Rough. I mean, it's going to deal damage, but it's not going to deal enough. This is going to be a very rough road. I think you need 3 charge moves,
with
and you
his
have to call the Shadow
life
Ball
on the line. He tries to call the Disarming Voice, but it was the Shadow Ball.
The Shadow Ball, and Dunebug is gonna take this matchup here. Very dominant here from a team composition and the gameplay perspective.
Wow, I mean, I get Rise trying to make that call because he thought Dune was probably going to go for the double Disarming Voice and then go for the Grass Knot. That probably was his win condition, so you always got to go for your win conditions, but fate would have it. Dunebug said, Rise to occasion, your team is weak to Skeledirge. He hasn't shown Skeledirge all tournament until it mattered right here against Rise to occasion, and he wins a clean 2-0 with the Dirge in the back.
Yeah, and really clean gameplay here from Dunebug. I mean, I think if you're Rise, you tried your very best, but we did take a look at the team composition ahead of time. This was going to be a tough one no matter what, because the triple typing coverage of Skeledirge, it starts to send ripples through your team. Let's take a look at how this matchup played out here. We do see in the early game, of course, catching the Scald onto the Poliwrath, but putting it in a really bad spot. And look at this Skeledirge. It is a fire type going up against Poliwrath, the water type. It doesn't care. It's got Disarming Voice for the fighting type, and here Dunebug recognizes that this is an icy win here, and this kind of put the icing on the cake here. There is no coming back from this scenario here, because you have double Disarming Voice to try to take you out, and unfortunately, you know, the Whiscash is going to end this game very, very easily.
And it's important that you brought that up too, because if it wasn't called and it was a Scald, and if that Scald went through, Dunebug might have lost that game, and Rise could still be around right now. But Skeledirge going for the Shadow Ball. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining, and Azumarill doesn't use either of them because Rise to Occasion was trying to call the bait of the Disarming Voice from that Skeledirge and not the hard-hitting Shadow Ball. But Dunebug went for the win there, and it paid off because now he's in the losers semis facing Evan 77713.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about that very last play, the Shadow Ball that did kind of end things. I think if you are Rise, that is absolutely the correct play. You have to hope that your opponent is actually baiting you in that situation and not recognizing that the double Shadow Ball is going to be sufficient. So unfortunately for Rise, this will be the end of his tournament run, but you know, Dunebug is going to continue to move on, and we're getting very close to that showdown with Wadaj at the end of the losers bracket here.
And sometimes your best win condition is the opponent making a mistake, so sometimes you got to go for those crazy plays. But Rise to Occasion had an awesome tournament. He has already qualified for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii, but he's just adding to his championships points total, which is very important because the top 8 trainers in North America, Europe, and Latin America will get travel awards for being top 8 in championship points. And then 9 through 12 will also get a travel stipend. So that's something to pay attention to the rest of these seasons as these trainers are trying to stack up those championship points.
Yeah, and especially with the World Championship, you know, we've already mentioned that it's going to be in Hawaii. To be able to cover that travel, or even, as you mentioned, Butters, to go to another regional championship is still very helpful with the travel stipend.
And there were absolutely no answers to that Skeledirge for Rise to Occasion teams. But does Evan have the answer? We'll find out right after this break.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the
divisions.
clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, trainers, to the San Antonio Regional Championships in Pokemon Go. It's been a long weekend, but we are getting very close to crowning our regional champion. We're already in the top 4, but before we get to the grand finals, we still have a couple of matches on the loser side of the bracket. I'm Sophtoph, and here's Wholesome.
That's right, so I am so excited to see these next couple matchups because we're going to be seeing 2 trainers on an absolute tear. One of them is going to be Evan, which, like we said, has learned from some of, I think, his previous mistakes coming in on the winner's side, applied them here in the loser's side of the bracket, and wants to make it to the loser's finals. However, Dunebug here is on an incredible tear. I think he's won 8 or 9 straight matches at this point. His only loss, I believe, was in round 1 to the Pokemango, and he has not dropped any sets since then. So this is still win or go home for these trainers, a lot on the line.
Dunebug, like you said, on an absolute tear. I don't think anybody wants to play Dunebug right now. He is playing so precisely, all the mechanics in place, waiting a turn, undercharging, getting all the alignment that he needs. And, you know, I think he is maybe the favorite in this matchup.
That's right. Even to add to that, throwing the resisted move when it makes sense so that you can properly get even more farm. He is just playing out of his mind right now and taking a 2-0 versus Rise to Occasion as well. So incredible. What's, I think, most impressive to me is the Skeledirge that he's running as well, which is just a very iconic Pokemon. There hasn't been a lot of Skeledirge at all in Play Pokemon, so I think it does throw off some trainers. Now, that said, it is very interesting because it's a fire Pokemon, weak to water, of course, but we just saw it lined up versus an Azumarill and actually win that matchup as well. So really interesting to see the team that Rise has built. Or sorry, that Dunebug has built.
Right, but Dune and Rise do have a rivalry for the ages, but I think Dune and Evan now are ready for us on the stage. Let's get down there. Let's check out these teams. Of course, we do have that Whiscash on both sides. The Skeledirge that you just mentioned, I don't think we saw a lot of play with it, but of course, it was very good against Rise to Occasion's team just now.
Well, we did mention that it's weak to water, and guess what? Evan has 3 water Pokemon on his side. I do have to say, Evan likely going to be the underdog, despite initially coming through on the winner's side of the bracket. Dunebug, as we know him, he is a regional champion, world Worlds qualified battler as well from previous seasons, so no shock that he is here in our top 4. I'm very curious to see how this Registeel is going to be performing though when there are so many targets, so many threats, including that Poliwrath as well as that Whiscash.
You mentioned Evan is the underdog, but he does have something going for him, which is that Alolan Sandslash. It's going to be really hard for Dune to bring that Skeleturge. Just like you mentioned, there's 3 waters, and other than that, the Alolan Sandslash is pretty safe, has a lot of good matchups, and then, you know, a little bit of a bad one against Whiscash, but we're getting into that first battle here. Let's say we do have that Alolan Sandslash versus Whiscash.
All right, a great lead. In fact, Dunebug bringing pretty much all of his answers for that Alolan Sandslash. Has not only the Whiscash, but the Incinerate user, the Skeleturge as well, opting to stay in, get some chip damage versus his Poliwrath after Evan quickly swaps into his Poliwrath. This will be a nice chunk of damage, bringing the Poliwrath down near half HP.
And we see here Dunebug bringing that Fire-type Skeleturge into the Poliwrath. These Incinerates are actually adding up very quickly. We see Evan going for a Scald right here, quickly shielded up by Dunebug. Not going to call an Icy Wind this time.
Now, the one nice thing you have going for you is that you, number 1, double resist the counters, and you also are able to get to these Disarming Voices. Despite not having the benefit of the same type attack bonus, it does hit for super effective, and with the chip damage from that Whiscash earlier on, 1 Disarming Voice, you'll be able to paste you very quickly, and 1 will knock out.
Evan shielding up that Poliwrath, trying to get to another Scald here. Great timing there, throwing before Dunebug is able to get to a Disarming Voice. But Dunebug wants the Skeleturge to be putting in work, shielding it up, and I expect to see an overfarm before throwing that second Disarming Voice. Actually gets the debuff as well.
Yeah, that's good. We'll have to see how that plays out. But Dunebug already reaching this next Disarming Voice. Does Evan want to shield it? Yes, he does. Both shields have been used from both trainers. Does he have the Scald ready to go? Not yet. Can he get there though?
Oh!
No, actually the Disarming Voice comes out. 1 HP on this Poliwrath, but that's going to be enough to knock it out. Dunebug still has plenty of HP on the Skeleturge.
Dunebug actually able to outpace with that Skeleturge there, bringing it into the water type. So anti-intuitive, but here comes Evan bringing in that Whiscash, and Dune trying to save that Skeleturge for that Alolan Sandslash in the back, bringing in his own Whiscash.
This is really tough because now where do you align your Alolan Sandslash? There's still that Skeleturge hanging out in the back with that double super effective Incinerate, and then also shields down. Now there's a Registeel waiting there as well, so this is so tough for Evan. He's going to need to get a lot of mileage out of his Whiscash here.
That's absolutely right. That Alolan Sandslash just doesn't really have a great place to go. It can come in versus his Whiscash, but now you're actually debuffed as well. Have to go for the Scald. Mud Bomb not going to be enough here.
What I would like potentially is to see Evan maybe catch a Scald on his Alolan Sandslash and maybe try and exit this matchup with his own Whiscash with some energy, but no, at this point now Dunebug's own Whiscash goes down. Do you try and catch a move from this Registeel, assuming that it comes in? Also the question is, how much energy does the Skeleturge have?
Right, and we do see Evan here bringing that Alolan Sandslash, but the thing is, Registeel has Focus Blast, double super effective charge move, going to be able to take out this Alolan Sandslash, maybe even 2 Alolan Sandslashes. Here comes that first Dual Run though. Registeel going to be able to take this no problem.
But he does potentially set up the Whiscash to sweep later on. He puts it in range where maybe one bomb will
look at these Incinerates!
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage. So, and you can even now, after these Incinerates, simply just throw this Disarming Voice. Evan says, what am I supposed to do here?
Oh my goodness, those Incinerates, I think each did about 40% of the health there, and Dunebug banked that Focus Blast, remember, on the Registeel. Just needs to get to a charge attack here. Here comes that first Mud Bomb from the Whiscash, but the Whiscash still needs to get to another charge attack, maybe even 2 to take out that Registeel in the back.
I don't know that 1 Mud Bomb is going to do it, especially when a Focus Blast is already loaded. Dunebug having all of the answers to that Alolan Sandslash without a doubt. Answers to the, you know what, that Skeleturge actually did a great job versus that Poliwrath. I love the way that Dunebug played game number 1, and he is already ahead 1-0. I don't know that he's really dropped many games at all here in day 2.
Bringing that Fire type into a Water type behind Energy, but still able to win that matchup in the mid game. Absolutely incredible play with the Skeleturge there, which again, I was not thinking that Dunebug would be bringing a lot, but like you said, got great mileage out of it there.
3 water Pokemon that are threats on Evan's team says, no problem. You know what? I'll in fact bring my Skeleturge into the water Pokemon versus that Poliwrath. But again, that's what's so unique about Skeleturge is that due to its ghost typing, it's able to resist a lot of moves. So when it's up against a water Pokemon like the Poliwrath, it's able to double resist those counters. Let's actually look at the replay here. You can see that this Disarming Voice goes through. Evan shields it because of the attack drop earlier from his, I believe his Scald, is actually able to survive that Incinerate, but he's not able to get to the Scald, and Dunebug reaches that Disarming Voice to knock out the Poliwrath with 1 HP.
Barely not able to get to the Scalder. That matchup is so difficult. I think you maybe need to Icy Wind bait as the Poliwrath there, as crazy as it sounds, to be able to outpace. And look at these Incinerates doing so much damage to that Alolan Sandslash.
That is just so devastating to watch. That poor Shadow Alolan Sandslash barely able to hang on. But here comes the Registeel. Nice job, Dunebug, swapping it out with energy so that it can re-enter this back matchup versus the Whiscash. Probably would have been able to hang on versus one Mud Bomb, but had the Focus Blast ready to go to secure game number 1.
And we see these two trainers on the stage still taking a little bit of time to lock in. Like we said, we're in the top 4 now. Things are getting down to the wire, and I think they are both ready to go.
All right, well, we're going to move right into game number 2. Let's keep in mind, this is top 4. Dunebug immediately going to be actually leading this Cresselia into the Whiscash. This is terrible for Evan, and we're going to probably have to see a swap out. You do not outpace to these charge attacks, at least for Scald. Yeah, you see him charge attack priority here, but, or at least it would be. I don't think Dunebug ended up throwing his move, Soph.
I don't think so. I think he's looking to overfarm, potentially anticipating a swap or a catch from Evan. But look at Evan's backline. He's got that Poliwrath. He can't really switch out, and Dunebug may be thinking, wow, why is this Whiscash staying in and wanting to take this double super effective Grass Knot? Actually letting it go.
I'm stumbling here because I just can't understand why you were staying in this matchup here. You're double weak to Grass, whereas Poliwrath is only single weak. He does know that Dunebug is running Moonblast, though, on his Cresselia here, which makes it even worse for the Poliwrath. Perhaps just saying, all right, I'm just going to take any damage that I can, but now swaps out. Actually gets the attack drop there as well. That's quite nice. Comes in with the Licky Tongue, and Dunebug actually opting to throw energy. Doesn't have a great response. Might be going for the chip and dip, maybe even a chance for an attack drop here from this Moonblast.
Does bring in that Altaria, going to be trying to chip down this Lickitung with these Dragon Breaths. I believe he saved a little bit of energy on that Cresselia. Not quite a full charge attack, but certainly enough to deal damage, for example, to that Poliwrath in the back later in the game.
The one thing I like is Evan has put this Cresselia now at low enough HP that one charge attack from any of his Pokemon will knock out. So that is one pro going for Evan right now. You did bring in your main answer to that Cresselia, but like I said, if you can get energy elsewhere and then apply it towards that Cresselia, you still have avenues to knock it out. Here comes the next Body Slam. Although this Altaria is already at a charge attack, I don't think a Sky Attack is going to be enough. Perhaps a Moonblast will be enough to knock out, though.
Perfect counting by Dunebug. Going for the Moonblast, like you said, Sky Attack not going to be quite enough, so going for that harder hitting charge attack here. Evan, unfortunately, trying to maybe call the Sky Attack, lets that go and brings in the Poliwrath to try to counter down, but I think you have to shield a Sky Attack here first.
Yeah, may have even been able to make it to a Moonblast there, but did not want to risk it. Goes for the Sky Attack. You need to shield this one up. Look, I'm mid-game, I have to say, that counting by Dunebug, so impressive.
On the one-turn fast moves.
On the one-turn fast moves. He's counting every single Dragon Breath. He's counting every single lick. Oh my gosh. All right, well, one shield has been used by Evan at this point. I imagine that we're going to see the Cresselia come back in either to absorb energy or maybe even shield and try and force that last shield to get rid of this Poliwrath. A little bit behind in energy now. I think we could see a charge attack. Oh, and goes for the catch, actually. A nice play. This is going to pull out the Whiscash on the side of Dunebug.
Dunebug very patient there, doesn't fire off that Grass Knot, maybe just going for that Mud Shot down here. He's going to be able to come out of this with a lot of energy, you know, maybe a couple of Mud Bombs for that Poliwrath, but I think, you know, Evan actually had a little bit of play here, but unfortunately Dune just so patient, didn't allow that catch.
Well, that attack drop was impactful. It allowed Evan to now get to this Mud Bomb, perhaps putting this Whiscash in counter down range at this point, whereas if you had not gotten that attack drop, you wouldn't have been able to farm down, and you actually win charge attack priority as well. I think Dunebug could even let this one go if he wanted and simply just farm to multiple Grass Knots. Doesn't want to risk it, though, wants to get that last shield, and actually, throwing the Mud Bomb is not going for the resisted Scald. Evan may be trying to say, hey, maybe I no-shield a Scald if he's trying to get cheeky here.
I think Dunebug does have so much energy on the Whiscash, wanted to preserve that. Actually, these Mud Bombs aren't doing a ton of damage here, you know, because Dune has that Grass Knot loaded. I think if you're Evan, you let this go, maybe hope that somehow you can withstand the Psycho Cuts from Cresselia. Oh my goodness, but this Whiscash still has a lot of health, maybe trying to get to another move. Poliwrath firing off another Icy Wind here.
I think there's probably 7 different win cons for Dunebug at this time. I don't think that Evan has any chance here. He's rubbing his hands together. I think that he's just going to let the fast attack down from Dunebug. A great tournament run from Evan. I think surpassed a lot of expectations, and definitely the underdog there. A bow to the crowd. You can see they hug it out, but congratulations to Dunebug for yet another 2-0 series sweep. He's locked in his place now in the losers finals top 3, but congratulations to Evan as well for a very impressive top 4 finish.
Congratulations to Evan, and you mentioned that Dune is now locked in for that top 3 finish. I think he's just locked in general, though. We have been seeing him make some incredible plays, so patient in all of these matchups. Not just us, but Butters and Mark are also remarking on this behind the scenes. None of us would ever want to face Dunebug in this situation.
I was actually talking to Evan earlier, and he was watching the matchup for Rise versus Dunebug, and he says, I don't want to face off versus Dunebug. He sees that momentum, he sees that confidence in Dunebug, and Dunebug applying it each and every game. I even mentioned mid-battle for that Altaria versus the Lickitung as well. Counting the one-turn licks, charged attack priority. He knows exactly when his opponents are going to throw. He seems 2, 3, 4, 12 steps ahead of his opponents right now. It's amazing.
Phenomenal plays from Dunebug. Let's take another look at those plays from that match just now. Here's from that game 1. We see that Skeledirge firing off this disarming voice against the Poliwrath, getting the last shield, but then able to outpace to that next disarming voice with just one more Incinerate.
Yeah, absolutely. That, I think, just speaks volumes to how strong the Skeledirge is when it can pace to those attacks so quickly. 5 turns is very clunky for a fast attack with your Incinerate, but you do pace to those disarming voices so quickly, and we did get to see the Skeledirge a little bit later, actually, versus the right here. Oh my gosh, look at those Incinerates chunking. Even before the buff, that's going to be a lot, but with the buff to Incinerate, that Shadow Alone Sandslash just cannot hang on.
Absolutely disgusting Incinerate damage there, and here's the end of this game. Registeel firing off this Focus Blast to take out this Whiscash once and for all.
Dunebug and Registeel, an iconic moment, without a doubt. Consistently iconic. All right, game number 2, though, we saw this Altaria, actually, I believe, had to force this first Protect Shield from Evan. This was directly after, I think, taking out that Lickitung after that charged attack priority, throwing that Moonblast. A lot of great mileage from that Altaria without a doubt. But I think the MVP in game number 2 for Dunebug was actually that Cresselia. Had good matchups across the board versus 2 water Pokemon, able to land a Grass Knot early and then also land a Grass Knot late in the game as well. Dunebug, you can see all smiles. He knows that this is going to be his ticket to the Losers Finals.
He does have that ticket to the Losers Finals, but you know who he has to play now is Wadaj, one of the best players in the world, actually 2 of the best players in the world facing off right now in San Antonio. What a treat for the audience and for us.
What's key to call out is that Wadaj hasn't battled in quite some time. The Winners Finals seems like a lifetime ago almost, and I'm very curious to see if Wadaj has been able to pick himself back up. He is obviously a world-class battler. He's at least 3rd place here at the San Antonio stacked tournament. He took 3rd place at Worlds. He's won 2 regional tournaments. He's won an IC, all the accolades that you could possibly need. And let's see if he has what it takes to now take down Dunebug, who, like we said, is playing out of his mind on an absolute tear on this tournament.
You know what? Wadaj plays out of his mind all the time. I think yesterday had some plays, you know, taking himself out of bad positions. The crowd didn't even react. You know, they were just expecting this from Wadaj. Wadaj never loses. Everyone knows this. But we're going to see how he lines up against Dunebug. Like you said, all of these trainers in the top 3 now, all of them. And remember that this is actually a best of 5 now that we're in the Losers Finals.
All right, well, we are here in San Antonio. We're representing Texas. We have 2 Texas battlers here on stage. We've been getting a lot of tweets from Texans as well. Let's take a look at some of our tweets, though. You guys have been using the hashtag #PlayPokemon on the Twitter, or the X, formerly known as Twitter. Let's take a look first from 7-Eleven Gaming. Congratulations to Iomero23, the 2nd Mexican qualified for Pokemon World Championships. I believe the first was Andrew Manjarres, who actually qualified, I believe, in the Latin America International Championships. We'll see both of them in Hawaii.
I believe they are teammates on 7-Eleven Gaming as well, and I believe they both had that Como O yesterday. Maybe a little bit of teamwork and collaboration there, but congratulations to Iomero, racking up those championship points very quickly. And here's Speediest Chief looking glowing with that smile on stage. Today was awesome. 3-2 in San Antonio with Bronzong, which we saw on stage in round 1. Couldn't settle on teams at 3 a.m. I locked it in. You know who else locked in a team at 3 a.m.?
Who's that?
Arrow. And look where he is now. Maybe that's the key.
It is absolutely working out for him. Yeah, all smiles from Speediest Chief without a doubt. Then we see Fleece King. He mentioned that he had 57 shinies on day 2 of Community Day. But keep in mind, he was actually the first trainer to reach level 50 in the world. And he got his Guinness Book of World Records certificate. First player in the world to reach level 50 in Pokemon Go. What a moment for him.
Congratulations to Fleece King, and it wasn't just a moment for him, it was a moment for the entire Pokemon Go community. I think I remember tons of people watching that on Twitch Live as he got those excellent throws that he needed.
Without a doubt, and to have that plaque to memorialize that, that's just so cool for Fleece King, without a doubt. Bringing us so much Pokemon Go content, without a doubt, and actually has hit Legend in Go Battle League as well, which is really cool to see.
It's always great to see players who are excelling in multiple aspects of the game, not just PvP, but also PvE, doing those raid challenges, you know, really growing your Pokemon collection in a lot of ways.
That's right, and as a reminder, it is Community Day currently here still in North America. It is that final opportunity for you to go out and collect some of those Pokemon that have had Community Days featured throughout 2023. In fact, many of those Pokemon were seen here at the San Antonio Regional Tournament, including that Poliwrath with counter. Don't forget, Arrow actually running the non-Shadow variant. These Shadows, I don't believe, are spawning right now, but he's proving you don't need the Shadow. Go get that regular Poliwrath, evolve it to get counter as its fast attack, and you could probably apply it to one of these regional tournaments as well.
Remember, Poliwag can evolve into both Poliwrath and Politoed. Both have these legacy movesets, so you want to really catch as many Poliwags as you can. But it's not just Poliwrath, it's also Charge Bug, which we've seen making such an impact here. You just want to keep it in that middle stage evolution if you're interested in using it in the Great League.
Don't click evolve twice, only one time, remember. Well, I think we're still getting ready on stage here with these two trainers. As a reminder, this is going to be the final match of the loser side of the bracket. Earlier we saw Wadaj fall down from the winner side when he lost 3-1 to Arrow. In fact, Arrow won 3 consecutive games after Wadaj took the first battle. He's going to have to now find himself faced against Dunebug, who is on an absolute tear. There have been multiple 2-0 sweeps that we've seen from Dunebug. Not only is he winning, but he's winning in a dominant fashion as well. Wadaj, he is the type of trainer, though, that could stop that momentum in his tracks.
And here is Wadaj, of course, as we mentioned so many times, huge list of accolades, has had an incredible journey all through last season, culminating in that fantastic summer where he was undefeated, not only in these regional championships, but at NAIC, and of course with that top 3 finish at Worlds. Taking a look at his team here one more time.
All right, well, we have the Azumarill, which we've seen lots of play, the Vigoroth, which we've seen lots of play as well. I think the Charge Bug and Gligar are some of the big standouts for this current tournament, just in general, as well as Lickitung. The one Pokemon that I did pick as far as part of my caster predictions was the Defense Form Deoxys. Was a little bit underwhelmed, but I'm curious to see how it applies towards Dunebug's team. That Rock Slide, notice that it's not the Thunderbolt, could be pivotal towards landing maybe against something like that Skeledirge. But let's move over to Dunebug here. Again, no stranger to these accolades as well. In Hartford, he did top cut and get top 16. In Baltimore, top cut as well. And he is the Texas hero, actually able to win the Arlington Regional Tournament back in 2023.
I want to give a shout out to Dunebug's resilience as well. You mentioned that regional championship win in Arlington, and remember, coming back from those losers finals, the same position he's in now, going to that grand finals and getting that reset. And of course, Dunebug here has faced so much adversity as well. Dropping his first match in this tournament and coming all the way to the losers final is one of the most incredible runs I think I've ever seen.
Well, I'm very curious to see what the team compositions for these two are going to be. We've seen a ton of Registeel and Cresselia pairings from Dunebug. Just so much bulk, so much flexibility. In fact, even in bad matchups, sometimes they can hang around long enough to eventually swap out. But guys, this is the losers finals. Win or go home for both of these trainers. Wadaj versus Dunebug, and it's the Lickitung versus the Whiscash. A good lead for Wadaj.
Good lead for Wadaj. Does have that power whip, which absolutely threatens that Whiscash. And of course, that Cresselia Registeel core that we see in the back that you just mentioned has been really strong for Dunebug. You know, actually looking at Wadaj's team, it's looking very similar to Elam's team, where there isn't a great answer for Registeel besides that Gligar.
Well, it's very similar in that they're both running that double normal strategy. I'm a little bit worried, actually. I was going to say, I think that Wadaj ideally would like to have his Lickitung lined up versus that Cresselia, but no, he's actually saving it and swapping into this Gligar. I don't dislike this play, though, because Gligar is not going to have a lot of play versus that Whiscash, but this could be some planning from Dunebug and trying to bring this Whiscash out to free up his Registeel to sweep 2 normal-type Pokemon.
Yeah, that Registeel has a lot of play. You know, you said those 2 normal-type Pokemon, that Vigoroth and that Lickitung, of course, are going to struggle in the zero shield situations. Even the Vigoroth is going to be taking super effective damage from Focus Blast.
That's right, but here we are in this middle matchup. This could dictate what we see, because if Dunebug is actually able to soft lose this, get some energy on that Registeel, it could be impactful. I don't think we're going to be seeing many shields here, and it's going to be very curious if Wadaj is actually able to neutralize this Cresselia, or maybe soft lose it as well and come back in with the Lickitung. It already does have about 1.5 body slams stored.
And actually, this is a great play from Wadaj, just like you said, conserving those shields, because that Vigoroth is going to do very well against the Registeel when shields are up with those super effective counters.
And now that Dunebug has thrown this energy, I think he might actually be energy dry. I don't know that he's going to be able to reach one more charged attack. I can't imagine that you bring in the Vigoroth here. I think it's going to be the Lickitung. Already at 2 body slams, probably going to be able to farm to almost 3, getting just to 100 energy. No, does not get the Grass Knot. Pokemon. This Lickitung is absolutely loaded, but it's going to have nowhere to dump that energy. In comes the Registeel, and then a quick swap out from Doombug into the Whiscash.
Wadaj storing 100 energy on that Lickitung. Maybe going to try to go for a combination play later on this Whiscash if we can get that switch clock stalled enough. Doombug throwing that first Scald here. Does get that attack drop as well.
You can see Doombug, he feels very thankful to have gotten that attack drop. That is going to make this a lot easier for him to handle this Vigoroth. And what's a little scary now for Wadaj is that if he ends up finding his Lickitung locked into that Registeel, he might get stuck with Zap Cannon debuffs that he is unable to shake once the Vigoroth is off the field.
Doombug in a good position here, just needs to get rid of this Vigoroth, and I think his road to victory is clear. Probably just going straight for these Mud Bombs. The Vigoroth is getting pretty low in health here. Here comes another Mud Bomb, but actually first we see that Body Slam coming off from the Vigoroth.
Yeah, and at this point, even despite the debuff, these Body Slams are still something that you need to watch out for. Doombug wants to try and get one more Protect Shield and has the Mud Bomb ready to go. Throws just before Wadaj is able to get to this Body Slam. Wadaj recognizing how important this Vigoroth is going to be. It's not going to get fast attacked down by either of these two Pokemon. And actually, I think we're going to see a quick swap. Yes, as the Body Slam, the combo played just like you predicted, Soph.
And Doombug letting this go. Unfortunately, not much he could do about that. This Lickitung still has a lot of energy, but he is going to be trying to Doombug is going to be trying to close out the game with this Registeel. He's going to be able to absorb all of this energy from the Lickitung, and then needs just a little bit of energy coming out of it to deal with that Whiscash.
The formula for Doombug right now, Soph, is 2 Focus Blasts. 1 for the Lickitung,
right.
1 for the Vigoroth as well. You're not going to fast attack anything down, but if you can get to 2 charged attacks, I think that Doombug is going to be in prime position to take this game. He has no problems taking any of these moves. In fact, all of the charged attacks remaining are all going to be hitting for resisted damage.
All right, Doombug actually going for the Zap Cannon here. Might even see an undercharge and try to lock on down. He does not hit those last 2 bubbles, trying to get these lock-ons in while this Lickitung is still locked in and come out with energy for that Vigoroth, saving his shields as well.
How does he keep doing it, Soph? Every time he makes that perfect play so that he is undercharging. And look, the switch clock is not up. He gets a perfect farm down just as switch clock comes up. He perfectly maximizes his energy. He is so close to this Focus Blast. He still has the shield and he gets there. Perfect play from Doombug yet again with this Registeel to take a 1-0 series lead. But let's not forget, we are here in the losers finals. This is a best of 5. Wadaj did win the first game last time, but then Arrow came back. Can Wadaj do the same?
Doombug played that extremely well. He and Registeel are an iconic combination there, and I think Wadaj is maybe facing a very similar struggle that we saw before against Doombug's team. Not having a great answer for that Registeel, needing to rely on that Gligar, but unfortunately in that matchup, right, we saw that Gligar going on to the Cresselia instead. Potentially Wadaj is going to be a little bit more aware of that moving forward, trying to maybe preserve that Gligar for the Registeel.
If you're Wadaj, do you bring 2 normal type Pokemon again, knowing that that Registeel is such a threat, and even that Cresselia is tough?
I think the Vigoroth put in a lot of work there, but of course, if you're going to be matched up against the Cresselia, that would be absolutely awful.
All right, well, we see all that very, very tough farm down there. Doombug getting an energy lead so that he can unleash that Focus Blast onto that low HP Vigoroth. Again, really just the amount of HP didn't matter so much, knowing that 1 Focus Blast is going to be enough almost regardless of the HP, and just great recognition by Doombug, knowing to throw the Zap Cannon versus the Lickitung rather than throwing the Focus Blast to knock out and go into that matchup with 0 energy. So I am just so impressed. Day 2 Doombug is so scary right now, so.
He is so scary, and I think they're actually already in this game too right now. Coming in the middle, we have Gligar versus Altaria. Throwing off this Aerialist. I'm not sure how he got into this position exactly, but we do know that Dragon Breath is doing a lot of damage in this matchup. Looks like this is a lead.
Yeah, we can see that neither of these trainers have swapped out, so this is going to be the lead matchup, Flyer versus Flyer. I'm going to be very curious to see if any trainers want to invest shield. You have to give the fast attack pressure advantage to the Altaria. However, the Gligar is going to be pacing to moves much, much faster, especially after the Sky Attack nerf that we saw previous season.
I think if you're Wadaj, he's thinking about the same thing as last game. There might be a Registeel in the back. We do see him investing 1 shield here, maybe trying to preserve this for potential Registeel. He does also have that Vigoroth in the back, which can put in some work with shields up.
And so yet again, we're seeing that Registeel Cresselia core that is just so bulky, can withstand so many charged attacks, and especially when you have a Lickitung and a Vigoroth, you're not going to be hitting super effective anywhere versus 2 of those 2 Pokemon. And just like you mentioned, you need this Gligar, but really smart shield actually gets to another move.
The perfect counting from Doombug comes through again, and switch advantage is so important in this matchup. Look at that Cresselia Registeel core in the back. You want Registeel on the Lickitung, you want Cresselia on the Vigoroth, and I think Dune is going to get exactly what he wants.
Yeah, you do have the super effective counters, and I think you have to swap out, but you've got the perfect answer, and that is the Cresselia, and it's even running Moonblast Blast, which I do like here just for that debuff chance. Grass Knot is definitely a solid move, but 2 Moon Blasts, as we've seen earlier from Dunebug, is going to be the recipe to knock out this Vigoroth. Things are looking very tough for Wadaj here in this middle matchup.
This is looking like a very familiar story with Dunebug having the alignment he needs. He got switch advantage out of that matchup with Altaria versus Gligar. Again, those Dragon Breaths, just so oppressive in neutral matchups, really set him up to get that switch advantage that he currently has.
What's really tough here for Wadaj is that despite having 2 counter users, he doesn't have great responses to a Registeel at all. Once his Gligar has been neutralized, he is feeling like he's going to have negative or at least below average matchups into that Registeel, and Dunebug is just saving that Registeel for endgame, and it's working out for him not only in game 1 but here in game 2 as well.
All he needs to do is get through this Vigoroth, and that Registeel is really home free. Cresselia getting the last shield with that Grass Knot there. Vigoroth still farming up, but I think Cresselia can even withstand another body slam if it really wants to.
Yeah, and Dunebug is actually forcing shields before Wadaj, so it puts him in a position where he can respond to the shield decisions from Wadaj with his own shield decisions. Okay, well Wadaj, you're going to try and force this matchup with your shields. I will respond by using my shield as well. But look what we have here yet again. We've seen this so many times in day 2. It is the Registeel into the Lickitung. You can see the frustration from Wadaj. He knows that this is not the matchup that he wants. We're very close to going down 2-0 here in this best of 5 series. So
and that simultaneous swap from Dunebug, great heads-up awareness. I think Wadaj was potentially trying to get a lick down on that Cresselia, but unfortunately Dune responded too quickly. Dune is maybe going to need to throw another charge attack on this Lickitung to take it out. But you know, these body slams really are not adding up very much from the Lickitung.
I'm just trying to think from Wadaj's perspective, how do you handle this core of Cresselia and Registeel? It just seems so difficult. You think, okay, maybe defense form Deoxys. Do I bring that into the Registeel? Well, still, those counters, they're non-same type attack bonus. You don't have Thunderbolt either, as Wadaj, if I'm not mistaken, only has the Rock Slide, so that means it's resisted. So the only real answers that you have to this Registeel are your Gligar and then the counters from your Vigoroth. This is such a tough spot for Wadaj, and Dunebug is absolutely leaning in on this Registeel. I love the plays from him.
And I think in past seasons, we've seen Registeel just absolutely dominate those zero shield situations, and that's exactly what we've seen. You know, trainers are getting kind of far from using things like that Dynamic Punch Metachamp, which wins so convincingly. Now you have things like the Vigoroth and the Deoxys defense, which also lose that zero shield situation. I think Dunebug is trying to switch out here, but no, he already has the Focus Blast, able to take this victory and goes up 2-0.
Yeah, Wadaj trying to make it as close as possible. You can see the effectiveness of those super effective counters from the Vigoroth. However, Registeel just too bulky, able to get to those moves just quick enough with the lock-on, and Dunebug winning 2 straight games yet again. Can't say that I'm surprised with how much momentum that he's had in day 2, as well as the second half of day 1 as well. And what's really interesting is it seems like that Wadaj is just ready to go here. He needs to win 3 straight battles, Soph.
He needs to win 3 straight. Maybe he's thinking, you know, I could have won that last game. I know what I need to do in the next game, and I'm ready to go. I wonder what kind of adjustments he's made, though. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights from that last battle. I think this is just that end game where we have Registeel on the Lickitung. Registeel does need to take out this Lickitung with 2 moves. Here comes that Focus Blast. Gonna put this Lickitung very, very low.
That's right. All right, well, we can see that Focus Blast. Actually, no, did not see that Focus Blast land there. I think that these trainers are getting locked in. Dunebug taking his time, though. I think that Wadaj, he's ready to lock in. He's just saying, hey, I'm ready. I know what I need to do. I just need to go execute. Lot of, you know, you can see the pensiveness right now coming from Dunebug. He's thinking, all right, how is Wadaj going to be responding? I think he knows that that Gligar is a necessity for Wadaj. He knows that that's going to be the primary answer.
That, right?
Maybe he tries to swap it up and say, okay, well, if Wadaj just maybe brings that Gligar in the back, I might throw the Registeel in the lead, which we've seen him do several times.
Right.
We've seen his Registeel line up versus Lickitungs in the lead several times.
You know, I think that Cresselia Registeel core that you've been talking about, what beats it from Wadaj's, and maybe the Charge Bug is the best answer, doing super effective damage to Cresselia and then resisting Registeel's moves. But we'll have to see what adjustments those trainers have made, and they're already on the field here. We've got Deoxys defense versus Cresselia.
Okay, we do have the Gligar in the back. That is the one nice thing. I do like that he's bringing all his answers to Registeel now. 2 counter users as well as a Gligar. But this is not a nice matchup for this Registeel. I may be even thinking, hey, do you swap out to your Vigoroth? And the only response I can see is either stay in or bring in your Registeel. And in the 2-shield matchup, that's not nearly as bad for the Vigoroth as it would be in the 0-shield matchup.
That's right. Maybe Vigoroth and Gligar, we have this backline where both of those Pokemon do pretty well against Registeel, so Wadaj really making that adjustment there. Dunebug of course, does have that Altaria in the back, which is going to have pretty good neutral play against both of Wadaj's back Pokemon.
And you know, it's even better to have Moonblast in this scenario as Dunebug, one of the few trainers actually running Moonblast in lieu of the Future Sight. But Future Sight is resisted versus this Defense Form Deoxys, and you're simply having to just go for Rock Slide after Rock Slide after Rock Slide. Even the next Rock Slide does not knock out this Cresselia, so it's in a very good position right now for Dunebug.
You know, this is a nice matchup for the Cresselia, but I don't think you come out with actually that big of an advantage because Deoxys defense also is a quite bulky Pokemon. You do see them actually throwing on charge attack priority here. Wadaj able to get off this Psycho Boost, realizing that Dunebug wouldn't let him get to the rock slide, so great awareness there.
I like this play a lot because it puts this Cresselia in a much more manageable position. You're not going to fast attack down from yellow HP a Cresselia. It's just too bulky. You have resisted counters with your Vigoroth, and then you have neutral wing attacks with your Gligar. But I do see an opportunity now for this Vigoroth to, oh well, I was going to say maybe the Gligar come in, but this Vigoroth will be able to outpace, might even throw one more just to try and charge attack priority tie. Going for the full farm down though, so if this is a little interesting.
Yeah, Dunebug was committing to that Moonblast, didn't want to settle for that Grass Knot, so great awareness there that Wadaj was going for that farm down. Vigoroth does take that Moonblast, doesn't get that attack drop, which is really great, but Dunebug actually brings in the Registeel, doesn't want to take this energy on the Altaria.
Now this is interesting, he might have been predicting the Gligar in the back. He's saying, all right, well I've seen the Defense Form Deoxys, I've seen the Vigoroth now, I'm predicting that Gligar in the back, and I don't want to see that I don't want to see my Registeel anywhere near that. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the Registeel into this Vigoroth. I can take all this energy that you built up, no problem whatsoever, and I'm going to start getting shields here as well. So this is actually a very smart play by Dunebug in my opinion.
Absolutely, gets to absorb all that energy without needing to use any Protect Shields. Wadaj farming up as much as he can, very close to 100 energy during this first Body Slam here. This is the more efficient move, but you do still need a couple of counters to take out this Registeel.
I would like to see Wadaj try and catch a move at this point because I don't think you're going to be able to farm down. This is actually forces a decision. Dunebug either has to shield this Body Slam or he just has to let his Registeel go. You actually still have, I think, a second Body Slam on your Vigoroth, and you can get to this Rock Slide no problem. In fact, I think you can get to 2 charge attacks versus this Altaria. I think Wadaj has some win conditions at this point, so.
I think so too. Before we saw Gligar versus Altaria, lead versus lead on kind of even footing, but now this Gligar has some help from the Vigoroth, which is able to get to this charge attack. Dunebug already used one shield. Does he want to use the second? Oh my goodness, almost closes the app here in his indecision. Shields up the Rock Slide, and here comes that Gligar. This is going to be very close.
All right, well that's a smart shielding decision. That is actually going to be the hardest hitting attack, the super effective attack. So I like the shields there from Dunebug, realizing that it's probably that Gligar in the back, and the only thing you're going to have to worry about is going to be the Aerial Aces, which hit a lot less hard than the Rock Slide. As Wadaj, you need to get to 2 Aerial Aces here, and I don't even know if that's enough. You can see Wadaj, he's feeling very comfortable. 1 Aerial Ace not going to be enough. I don't even know if the second's going to be enough, so it's going to be very close.
It's going to be very close. It might, like you say, come down to those fast attacks. We see that first Aerial Ace land doesn't do a lot of damage, and Wadaj kind of going for the dig. Maybe this is just a concession. It's not going to do a lot of damage, and Dunebug is going to be able to take this series 3-0.
That is right. Dunebug looking absolutely unstoppable. Altaria looking very imposing as well. Just needs to Dragon Breath down that Vigoroth. I like the response from Wadaj there, bringing 3 of his best counters to that Registeel, but Dunebug, too much recognition, too many precision plays, and that Altaria had everything that he needed to close that out with a 3-0 series sweep. He'll be moving on to the winners finals and an all Texas finals versus Arrow, but let's not discount the run that Wadaj had. Absolutely impressive. He was showing why he is one of those best trainers without a doubt. A clean day 1 sweep, having a great run in the winners bracket as well until he ran into Arrow, and that's kind of where things started to go south for him.
Absolutely. Wadaj, of course, one of the best trainers in the world without a doubt, but Dunebug, I have to say, this run from the losers bracket has been incredible. Again, dropping his very first match of the day yesterday and fighting all the way into the grand finals in a top 16 format. Have you ever seen anything like this?
It's not something that I'm going to say surprises me from Dunebug. He's done it before without a doubt, and he's done it with some really interesting Pokemon, including Skeledirge. I don't think we saw it there in those matchups, but that Registeel Cresselia core was so great. In fact, let's go take a look back at our highlights from all 3 of those games. Earlier in game number 1, we did see the great alignment yet again from Dunebug, but don't forget that Zap Cannon into the Lickitung to set up that farm down, to get to that next Focus Blast. Still had the shield ready to go. Just Dunebug taking all of the great plays that he made earlier in the day and said, you know what, I'm going to do it again here versus Wadaj, one of the best trainers in the world.
Like you said, Dunebug just so precise with all of these undercharges. You know, like you said, maybe not throwing the most type effective move in all of these matchups, but knows exactly what he needs, how much damage each charge attack does, maybe even how much each of those individual bubbles does when he's swiping.
That's right, and here in game number 2, we can see yet again Registeel locked on versus these normal type Pokemon. You can see the frustration from Wadaj. He just feels like, I don't have any answers to this Registeel. I need to get my Gligar onto it. In all 3 games was unable to do so. You can see Focus Blast after Focus Blast after Focus Blast landing into his normal Pokemon where they just struggle so significantly.
And the only time we didn't see Focus Blast was when we saw those Zap Cannons and those lock-on downs. Amazing farms, and here's the end of that game 3 where Wadaj is throwing that dig and letting that Altaria just take out the Gligar.
That is going to be the struggle of Gligar there, is that it only has access to Aerial Ace, which is not going to be one of the most efficient moves from a damage to energy perspective as far as flying type charge attacks go. So that is where I think the superior flyer is in that sense, is that Altaria versus that Gligar. In fact, we did see Altaria in the Stuttgart finals as well on Colin's team, and now we're going to be seeing it in the finals again here with Dunebug. But Dunebug seems to have mastered those bulky type Pokemon, those Altarias, those Registeels, those Cressalias. He knows how to squeeze every drop of efficiency out of them, and we're seeing that on full display here in day 2.
But let's take one more look at the bracket before we get into the grand finals. Really look at the journey that each of these trainers has been on. Of course, we see Dunebug starting all the way in losers round 1. Didn't come from that winner side, remember, defeating Iomero, Sandkaler, and then Elam, Rise, and Evan, and finally Wadaj. What a gauntlet Dunebug has been through.
Defeating multiple regional champions and former Worlds competitors as well, so definitely it's definitely a tall task here to get through those types of names.
And look at all those 2-0s.
And so many. Did he drop only, what, a couple games earlier in the day? Yeah, since we've seen him on stream in the later parts of the day, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. He has won 11 straight matches here. He's on a huge win streak. Let's take a look over on the winner's side of the bracket, though, if possible, as well. Let's not forget, Arrow is going to be in our grand finals on the winner's side, so Dunebug is going to have to force a bracket reset if he's going to win. But Arrow had a very clean matchup earlier on versus Mama Climbs, won 2-0 versus Rise as well, and then after dropping his only game versus Wadaj, won 3 straight games as well. So both of these trainers are on a multi-game win streak going into these grand finals, and I cannot wait to see it play out.
So much momentum and such great journeys from both of these trainers. Again, both of these trainers are so talented. Like you said, they've all been to the World Championships before. They've played each other before at these local tournaments. They're so familiar with each other. It's going to be an amazing grand finals.
I think that's a great call out, Soph, is that Dunebug, recent Texas native now, moving here, and what that means is that you're going to be competing in these locals versus Arrow, so this is not going to be their first rodeo whatsoever facing off versus each other. I wouldn't be surprised if they probably battled each other in the last month, to be honest. Yeah, with some of these locals that have been happening recently. All right, well, what do you think just in general that Arrow needs to do to make sure that he is ready for this matchup? Because it's been a while since he's played.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I think he just needs to stay mentally warmed up. I mean, we just saw the journey he's been on. He's won so many games, taking down huge names like Rise to Occasion and Wadaj, of course. I think he has what it takes to beat Dunebug even, but just really needs to stay kind of warmed up mentally in. Like you said, it's been a while. Maybe he's getting some scrims in as we speak.
All right, well, these two trainers are both going to be setting up. We're going to take a break here for just a moment, but we'll be back with both of these trainers. Can't wait for these grand finals. See you soon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the
divisions.
clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no-guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the Senior Division Final Championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heat Trend right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks out another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Attention trainers, we have got 3 new attacks with the recent attack update in Pokemon Go, which are Trailblaze, Triple Axle, and of course Scorching Sands. So, Amanda, what is your favorite one of them?
Well, as you guys know, I am a very lucky person. So I like to, use a Pokemon that sometimes may have to rely on a little bit of luck, and that's why I'm going ahead and choosing Scorching Sands here. It has the opportunity to potentially lower your opponent's attack, which is pretty good, and it actually is viable on a couple Pokemon we might see in these regional tournaments. One of them being Diggersby, and another one being the Kanto Ninetales.
So, in Kanto Ninetales, would you rather run Scorching Sands over Weather Ball or over Overheat? Because I like both of those attacks a lot.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think personally I would rather run it over Overheat. Overheat is one that once you use it, you either have to swap out or, potentially feint because it lowers your own attack. And instead, maybe having something that lowers your opponent could be instead with the Scorching Sands. And just Weather Ball is a very strong move on the Kanto Ninetales.
Yeah, it could also potentially make the Ninetales a little bit bulkier by lowering the attack of the opponent. Martijn, what about you?
Well, I hear about Amanda's Diggersby. I present to you the Triple Axle Hitmontop. It has a ice charge attack that keeps buffing the Hitmontop's attack. It takes out the Diggersby no problem. I also like it on Gardevoir, and for Master League, maybe Megalopan.
Ooh.
Megalopony seems kinda spicy, I'm not going to lie to you. I, of course, what a surprise, am going with Trailblaze here, because actually some of my favorite Pokemon that got Trailblaze, like Ampharos, which is absolutely fantastic. It can now really fight back versus the Swampert in the Ultra League, of course also in the Great League. We have Skuntank as well, which is a Pokemon that we might see more often in competitive play as well, because this now changes so many matchups, and if you have a lot of fast attack pressure with the Poison Jab already, then the attack buff of the Trailblaze can be really, really important. It changes different kinds of matchups. Martijn, what do you think of all the Pokemon that got new attacks? Which is the one that we are going to see the most?
Well, I think the Scorching Sands Diggersby is very interesting. We've seen it in Pittsburgh as well, where I remember Hot Pocket using the Scorching Sands against a Gligar from Lyle Jeffs, which was shielded as well, and that was really interesting to see. I think the Scorching Sands Diggersby might be the most impactful one.
I would absolutely agree with you on that, but let's see how it turns out in the tournaments. We are going back to the live matches.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here on Day 2 Championship Sunday for the Pokemon Go Regional Championships. What an incredible tournament that we've had so far here in San Antonio. In fact, we've got 2 Texans here for our winners interview. We just saw some incredible matches from both Arrow as well as Dunebug. They need no introductions. They are absolutely familiar here with what it's like to be in this situation here in our top 2. But let's let them go ahead and introduce themselves real quick. Arrow, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm Arrow. I'm from Waco, Texas, and look forward to hopefully winning this one.
All right, and Dunebug, over to you.
I'm Dunebug97, originally from Boston, just moved down here to Texas. I'm excited for this grand finals.
Welcome to the Lone Star State. Now, I have a couple questions for you guys. I want to start off asking you, Arrow. You've had a lot of time since your last battle. In fact, you had the first loss versus Wadaj, but then you came back and won 3 consecutive matches. How are you collecting yourself mentally to prepare for Dunebug, who's had so many recent games?
So a lot of what I've been doing over the last hour and a half, 2 hours, is just sitting, trying to make sure I don't get overexcited, try to get complacent in any way, because I did actually qualify for Worlds already with the performance today. But I want the regional championship this time.
No doubt. As a reminder for everyone at home, Arrow did take 2nd place at the 2023 Fort Wayne Regional Championship. And just like he said, he is now qualified for Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. So first off, congratulations to you. I think you needed a top 8 and we're now into top 2. But what would it mean to you to be the regional champion, knowing that's one of the things that you're still missing on the resume?
I think it means a lot. I've been around this community since the beginning of Grassroots. I've won big tournaments in Grassroots, but I haven't really placed my stamp on the Play Pokemon scene yet with a win, and I feel like that would be a lot for me.
Without a doubt. All right, well, Dunebug, over to you. You are currently on a 12-match win streak, and you've won 11 straight games as well. This momentum that you're carrying right now is almost unlike what we've ever seen. How do you feel right now going into these grand finals?
I'm ecstatic right now. It is truly a humbling experience because, like, getting knocked down right away in the first match of my tournament, it really killed a lot of momentum I had coming into this tournament, because this tournament means so much to me because I am the defending champion from Texas last year. But I just kept powering forward, putting the effort, and I've been able to just have a great run.
Well, Dunebug, this isn't the first time, this isn't your first rodeo here in the loser side of the bracket. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, in Arlington, I think you also came through the loser side of the bracket to become the eventual grand champion.
Yeah, that's correct. I lost in the winners finals to Bibelicious, and then I was able to get a reverse sweep against Rise in the losers finals, and then I reset the bracket and just locked in a big tournament there.
Well, guys, I think that as far as momentum, both of you have a lot going for you right now, and I'll definitely wish you the best of luck. I want to ask you a little bit about your teams, though. I think the most iconic Pokemon that I've seen on Dunebug's side is that Skeledirge. We've seen you even swap it into some water Pokemon from time to time. How has it been performing for you?
It's had its moments. Like, there's certain teams where, like, I don't think it's great if I bring Skeledirge, but it's found its team comps, like against Rise. Like, it really performed well as a great closer.
Yeah, when you need it, it seems to come in clutch every single time, but you've had a lot of success with that Registeel and Cresselia, without a doubt. All right, well, over to Arrow here, because you have a pretty distinct Pokemon as well, one that we've seen a little bit more often, but maybe not recently, and that's going to be the Carbink, that very bulky rock and fairy type Pokemon. How has that worked out for you so far?
So Carbink's been pretty good. I haven't ran it a ton, but in the games I have ran it, it's done the job that I want it to, and that's be a core breaker to potential Dragonair and Charjabug. I remember I did a cup in Chicago that I was playing Pranav in the semifinals, and I got ran over by a Charjabug Dragon Air Core, and I was like, I need something to break this because I am not losing to that again.
Never again, says Arrow. All right. Well, what's interesting as well is actually you guys have faced off very recently as well. We've mentioned local tournaments, which are a great opportunity for trainers to gain championship points as well outside of the regional and international championship circuit. I think it was 3 weeks ago that you guys faced off.
Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago down at a cup in Dallas.
Okay, well, that's very, very cool. A lot of recency, so I'm very curious to see how that's going to translate, maybe some tendencies that you guys are taking away. All right, before we wrap up, I do want to ask both of you kind of to get your read on the meta. Here in the Timeless Travel season, we had quite a few moveset updates. We're seeing new Pokemon, we're seeing new moves. What are the biggest takeaways as far as the meta reads for you? Let's start with Doombug.
So I was looking at Stuttgart last week, and 7 out of the 8 teams had Poliwrath and Charjabug. So that's how I started with my team building for this weekend. And Gligar was definitely the first pick I realized. It has been one of the best Pokemon in this tournament.
Okay, great to hear. Arrow, same question.
So I looked at Stuttgart as well. Sunday I did a cup in Austin, so I had a little bit of a run-in with a Gligar. So I was like, well, I can't run the team I ran in Austin because the Gligar exists, but I just added it to my team. I think I feel like with this team that I'm running, I'm ahead of the meta in the fact that expected a lot of Gligar, so I brought the hardest counter in the meta that is very strong and newly buffed Skarmory. I think Steel Wing has made it worth running, and it's a little RPS sometimes, but it's a lot of fun.
We've seen how strong Skarmory has been, especially into Gligar, which is one of those main answers to Charjabug, one of the main weaknesses for your own Skarmory. So definitely something that's a great compliment without a doubt. All right, well, we're going to wrap up here, guys. I want to quickly give you the opportunity to say any thanks or shout outs for anyone. Arrow, back over to you.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Vish and Ricardo. I scrim them every night at 5 a.m. And then all the Europeans, Stowe, Inad, and just everyone I've scrimmed with. Dial-Up, I ran by a quick change on my team at 3 a.m. on Saturday morning, so shout out to him as well.
Okay, well, practicing was some of the best. We'll see how he can apply it in the grand finals. Dunebug, any shout-outs or thanks for you?
Yeah, first of all, shout-outs to Bopper for giving me the Skeledirge idea. He kicked my butt in the challenge last weekend in Dallas with Skeledirge, and that inspired me to bring it. I'd also like to shout out Tauntaun for the scrims. Tauntaun gave me a good stress test with my team, and it's really been helpful so far.
All right, well, definitely both of you battling against some of the top trainers in the world. I'm very excited to see how these grand finals are going to be wrapping up here. We're going to give you the opportunity to go get ready on stage a couple moments before we actually kick off the battles, but we actually have a special feature in store here. So guys, thank you for your time. Best of luck to both of you. We'll go ahead and let you go for now. All right, well, again, we do have a special feature for those of you watching at home. We've asked you to participate on X, formerly known as Twitter here, but we actually have a special contest as well. You guys may have seen, but we've actually been decorating some cookies throughout the San Antonio Regional Tournament. In fact, you can actually see those cookies on display here in the lounge. All 4 of the Go casters have been going through and decorating their cookies. You can see first we have Steven, actually also known as 2-0 Butters. He decorated the Electrode here. So guys, hopefully you like that one. Secondly, we have Mark Sun decorating the Victory Bell. I believe that might even be a Shadow Victory Bell with the Shadow Aura there. Very nice stuff. Moving on, we've got mine. We've got, what is that? Well, thank you for the reference just above the cookie. It is the Pikachu. I think the icing may have gone a little bit off course there. And then finally, for Softove, we've got the Mudkip there. But guys, we mentioned there is a contest going on. So make sure you log into your X/Twitter accounts because you can go to Daniel Z. Nieri's profile and actually vote on which cookie that you like the most. We will reveal the results later today, but make sure you guys do log into social media, cast your votes, and make sure that you're also following along with the action, engaging with us on #PlayPokemon. All right, well, that is all we have for now. We're going to let these battlers get ready on stage. Let's go ahead and turn it back over to the casters. Butters and Mark, over to you.
Thank you so much, Wholesome. Those are some fantastic cookies right there.
I think you did a great job on your Electrode there.
Oh, why, thank you, thank you. And if you think I did a great job also, make sure to cast your vote once again. And we're gonna catch some battles because it is time for the grand finals. We just heard from Arrow and Doombug, and something I wanna point out is both of those trainers have now already qualified for Honolulu, Hawaii, the World Championships this season. But both of them are hungry. I think in the past, Arrow has been a finalist, and he qualified last season as a finalist. If you got top 2, you qualified. He let his foot off the gas, in my opinion. But this time, I think he's hungry for the regional champion victory.
Yeah, and I love it that both these trainers have a good reason to win this championship. Arrow doesn't have a regional win in his resume. Doombug's the defending champion. There's a really good, there's great motivation for both these players. And I know Arrow, of course, like, as you mentioned, letting this foot off the gas here, he's not going to make that same mistake today. He's going to try his very best. Same with Doombug, who's been absolutely on fire since the beginning of the day. I think every match that I've seen him play, it has been this calculated, technical, getting every single advantage that he can, and he's just been crushing opponents.
And of course, there's always the travel award on the line. The top 8 trainers in North America, Europe, and Latin America as well will get that travel award if you're top 8 in championship points. And both these trainers are top 5 in North America right now, but there's always opportunity as the rest of the season goes on for other trainers to catch up. So they want to get the maximum amount of championship points and get the crown of regional champion. And we have our players ready, so let's head on to the stage for the grand finals.
And I think we'll do a quick overview of all of the teams. Of course, we've been showcasing them all day long here. So we have Arrow on the left side, and he is going to be running that Lickitung, the Carbink, Gligar, Charjabug, Skarmory, and Poliwrath. And I'll go, and he has placed top 16 at NAIC, was a Fort Wayne regional finalist, and an Arlington regional top 8.
And he is one of the most seasoned trainers out there. He has a ton of championship series experience, and he is extremely creative with his team compositions. Once again, he is bringing the Carbink and that Steel Wing Skarmory. He said sometimes it is a little bit alignment oriented, but I feel like there hasn't been much Lantern at all. There's just been Charjabug has replaced it. So as long as you avoid the Registeel, that Skarmory could be quite strong. And on the other side, Toonbug, he has a ton of accomplishments. He has been a regional champion. He has been in multiple top 16s, multiple top cuts. He is one of the best trainers in North America, and he always seems to have a signature core breaker, and this time it is the Skeledirge. I'm not sure how strong the Skeledirge is in this meta, so it's a good thing he brought those timeless Pokemon of the Registeel, Cresselia, and Altaria.
Yeah, he's backed the Skeledirge up with quite some strong, even just strong neutral picks in this meta. And, Butters, we haven't sampled too much of Skeledirge, but while we saw it in action, this is a triple threat. It's got a fantastic fast move. It's got great coverage moves here. If Duma can find the angle, it's all about finding the angle with the Skeledirge, right? If you find the right angle, your opponent cannot do anything. And it looks like we're going into the battle here, and we've got these Skeledirge from Toonbug catching Arrow's Charjabug in the lead here, and immediately Arrow is in trouble here, but it looks like his backline is prepped to potentially handle a Skeledirge.
And it looks like Doombug's backline is weak to Poliwrath, so Doombug is actually staying into this matchup against the Poliwrath. Remember, this is a ghost type, so you're double resisting the counters, but you will take super effective from the Scald. We saw him call an Icy Wind bait before. Can he call it 2 times in a row? No! Gets the Icy Wind bait into Doombug and picks up the first Protect Shield.
Yep, and Doombug respecting it right here, maybe thinking it's a little bit too early. However, he is going to pace to another Disarming Voice. If you're Arrow, do you use the Protect Shield again? You've already debuffed your opponent, and it looks like he is going to commit the second Protect Shield here. Cannot let the Skeledirge see the Charjabug, and it looks like we might go straight into the Scald here. And it's up to Doombug here. Do you invest your second shield here in the favor of potentially knocking out Poliwrath? And he does. And is there going to be a debuff here? There's a second debuff. And although the Skeledirge is going to win and get to the Disarming Voice, Doombug chooses to go for the Shadow Ball instead. Now, I mean, this is going to be a hard-hitting neutral stab Shadow Ball, but it is double debuffed. It does not take out the Poliwrath, and we see the instant switch.
And Poliwrath able to 2-shield. Arrow has been using this strategy so many times in San Antonio. Antonio to double Protect Shield that Poliwrath. It plays to his favor once again, and then he leaves a lasting debuff on the Scald and almost gets to the Icy Wind, but now this Whiscash is at about 35% health, and it's one stage debuffed, and it's coming into the Charge Bug here. Arrow is bringing in the Charge Bug instead of the Lickitung to actually soak this energy, and unfortunately for Arrow, there is a Registeel in the back for Doonbug, so that Lickitung is not going to like to see that backline matchup.
Yeah, and I think this is really unfortunate for Arrow. I think what he's hoping to do right here is maybe catch the Skeletor's a little bit off with the switch timer. Oh no, he's going to go straight into the Lickitung. He's preparing to go into it. Now, the problem is we haven't seen the Registeel yet, and the Registeel is going to have a fairly easy time getting through both of Arrow's Pokemon here. Let's see if he has a plan for this. We do see the Lickitung come out in favor of the Skeletor. It is locked in for just a little bit, but there is the surprise right there. Registeel comes out to play here. Arrow's shaking his head. I mean, there is still a little bit of a chance, Butters, that the Charge Bug can come out of the follow-up Registeel matchup with a Discharge maybe, but this is going to be very, very tough here. It's going to be all up to this Charge Bug, and it's going to be up to the Lickitung here to potentially set things up for maybe, I don't know, maybe a farm down or so.
The problem is Skeletor's banked a Shadow Ball, and I believe Skeletor's will win charge attack priority against that Charge Bug. So even if Charge Bug comes out with an attack, the Skeletor's is just waiting, and now this Lickitung is going to be battling back against this Registeel. How many times this tournament have we seen Doombug with a Registeel into Lickitung? Lickitung is #1 in usage in day #1 and day #2, and Doombug brought the exact counter to it and is almost about to lock on down. Arrow might be very close to his timer here, but he's also very close to losing this game #1.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. He is forced to swap here. Now, Charge Bug is going to resist both moves out of the Registeel, but it still does quite a bit of damage, and you do need to have enough health to survive the Incinerate. And now Skeletor, it doesn't matter. It's coming in with the Disarming Voice, and it's going to take out this Charge Bug. And I think, Butters, this is going to be all that she wrote, because the Lickitung only has a Body Slam here. Skeletor does not care about Body Slam. It only cares about the licks, and you're not going to be able to get that many licks in before the Lickitung faints.
And Doonbug has won 13 straight games to start this grand finals. But remember, he is on the loser side of this bracket. So even if he beats Arrow in this series, that will reset the bracket, and then he'll have another chance in the grand finals to become the champion. But what an incredible run from losing the first game and first match in day #1 to 13 straight wins in day #2. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and I think from a momentum standpoint, this is about as high as you can get right here, and great planning from Doombug right there. Stayed in the matchup, invested 2 of the shields here. We've seen rarely today people investing 2 shields in their Pokemon, but in this case, he escapes with the Skeletor, gets it into a safe position here, and then comes back in to take out the only potential counter for Registeel in that Poliwrath. So great job on Doombug's side.
And game #2, it's on its way. It's Charge Bug into Registeel. Registeel instantly swaps into Wishcast. Do you bring out the Poliwrath? There it is. Do you go for a cheeky Scald? No, going for the Mud Bomb. But I want to point out, a lot of these trainers have been throwing the Mud Bomb first and then throwing the Scald. It's really unpredictable when these top trainers will throw the debuff attack.
Yeah, and for sure, Mud Bomb with a recent buff, right, still does quite a chunk of damage. It's up to Arrow here to control this matchup, but I think Doombug, I think you're right. Doombug might follow up with another Scald here. Let's see if he wants to go for the debuff, or if he's happy with just going for the double Mud Bomb. Looks like it is going to be the double Mud Bomb. Arrow knows that he is going to survive this no matter what the move is, but you're probably gonna see another Mud Bomb come out of Doombug. You might have to invest a Protect Shield here just to get through this, but it's really up to Arrow to make that decision.
Yeah, and that's enough to get the knockout. So Arrow puts up the Protect Shield, and the trouble is you're gonna have to give a Protect Shield back, because if you come in with Gligar, 2 wing attack down, you're probably gonna want a Protect Shield. No, comes in with the Registeel, but this is gonna be so tough. You're gonna have to lock on down, or maybe you soak this energy into the Registeel, and then you swap into the Gligar to get the wing attack down. Let's see if that's what Doombug is going for. No, he's going to try for the lock on down.
And Scald does so much damage here. There's going to be another Scald coming to Doombug's way. He's going to opt not to shield this one. I think his goal is to soak this up and rely on the Gligar to be able to sweep here. He is frantically going for the switch here, and he's going to be able to farm this down. I think Arrow it's still in a tough position here, because the Charge Bug isn't going to be able to do that much. Maybe an extended matchup, these scissors will add up, but Doombug has invested in both shields here, and he he is going to put it all of his trust into this Gligar.
Two things. Arrow went in straight away. You don't want to wait your switch timer there because that is just giving the advantage to your opponent that just swapped. So he went in straight away. Number two, Doonbug almost has a Focus Blast or Zap Cannon banked. So if he can use that down the stretch against this Charger Bug, there is still play for Doonbug here, but he has to get all the way through this Lickitung. Now it is at Protect Shield parity. This looks like an aerial ace bait here, and an instant no Protect Shield from Arrow, so you're gonna have to double aerial ace to knock out this Lickitung.
Yeah, and Arrow being really smart here. I think he knows that there is a potential move on the Registeel. He knows that it does a little bit under half on Charger Bug, and he needs to preserve or mold the game situation into a way that he can get this Charger Bug set up for success here. I mean, it would not shock me if he decides to take the move here no matter what it is, and he does. He no shields the dig here because he is preparing to have the Registeel come in, and he needs to be able to answer it as quickly as he can.
And this X-Scissor is not enough. You're gonna need the double X-Scissor here because this is not a Shadow Gligar. I don't think you can Volt Switch down. And as you're getting to that double X-Scissor, you're getting in range of getting knocked out by the Zap Cannon or Focus Blast. Here comes the X-Scissor. Doonbug needs to endure. If he doesn't endure to throw the aerial ace, I think it's a wrap for him in this game. Can he hold on? No, it's a knockout, and I think that's it for Doonbug. Doonbug is just gonna get Volt Switch down, and Arrow ties up the series and ruins the win streak of Doonbug, finally giving him a loss.
And what an ending right there. No matter what, Registeel can't come in and get out of that situation. I mean, I think that was a very risky play from Doonbug here without too much knowledge of Arrow's lineup here. Put it all onto this Gligar, even if you're up 2-1 shields. It just wasn't enough in the very end.
Yeah, I mean, you had maybe a slight chance if you could somehow get that Protect Shield with the aerial ace in the end, but you needed to endure on that X-Scissor. As we see the replay here, you throw the dig, and the important part here is you need to get this Charger Bug in range of Zap Cannon or Focus Blast to have a chance of winning. They do the exact same amount of damage. And look, it's almost, this is so close because you saw how much the last X-Scissor did. If he was able to hold on with 1 health, he might have been able to secure that game, but he got knocked out, and we are in game number 3. It's gonna be Whiscash versus Lickitung in the lead, and remember, you take double super effective from Power Whip. The Scald is just gonna be coming out to try to get the debuff, but also it's your most energy effective move. It's better than Mud Bomb, so you're throwing it no matter what.
Yeah, and I think Arrow's happy to see, let's see if the debuff connects. It does not, and I think Arrow's happy to see this Whiscash in the lead here because he's got a Gligar hidden in the back in preparation for Registeel. Arrow really changing up his lineup here, and he's gonna go for the Body Slam bait.
And that is huge because now you're going to be able to outpace and let this Scald go and get to a Power Whip. So you probably can pick up 2 Protect Shields here unless you want to try to swap into that Registeel. But Arrow has said Gligar is so strong, and Gligar is on his team. There's 2 Registeel answers in the back for Arrow. This is looking terrible for Doonbug here. Can you secure the knockout? You are debuffed, so you don't secure the knockout here. But can Whiscash get to the next Scald? Yes, does get to the next Scald. So does force a Protect Shield. No, actually, the Lickitung just goes down here, and Arrow is just happy with his Protect Shield advantage.
Yeah, and I like how Arrow has played this because he's gonna come in here with this Gligar, get a bunch of energy. The way that he has built his team has changed so much, and now seeing the Doonbug's Gligar come in, he now can sense that there is possibly a Registeel in the back here. So protecting this Poliwrath here, I think Arrow's got to be pretty happy with how this match is unfolding so far.
He should be very happy because he has 2 really good answers for Registeel in the back, and Registeel is laying there awaiting, and that has been the strongest Pokemon for Doonbug this entire run, but Arrow has sniffed that out and has the double counters for it and really has stifled Doonbug's entire momentum here. I felt like Doonbug had everything going for him, and suddenly Arrow just has the edge, not only in this game, but in the series right now.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a crucial moment here. Arrow is going to invest the Protect Shield. I mean, as a reminder, if this Gligar goes down, it's Poliwrath versus Registeel, and now we have Registeel coming in, and it's going to be met by Poliwrath here. I mean, Poliwrath is going to have a pretty clear way to victory here because the only thing that Poliwrath needs to do is shield this charged attack. Doesn't matter what it is, and it is going to be the Zap Cannon coming out. I mean, is Doonbug going to get maybe a helpful debuff here? And we do see that attack fell, but Poliwrath gets a chance to fight right back, and Scald still does quite a bit of damage.
And going for the Scald here, and you're almost at the double Scald. Let's see if it does get Protect Shielded by Doombug. Letting it go, this should not knock out because of that debuff, and Registeel does hold on here. So you can get to the double Zap Cannon no matter what. Looks like it's just going to be the Ice Wind, and he actually no Protect Shields this. So I actually think the Registeel can get to the Zap Cannon to force the knockout into this Poliwrath, or force the, yes, I believe it actually will get really close to knocking out. And suddenly, is Doombug back in this game because of letting that Icy Wind go? But no, there's just not enough health.
Poliwrath survives it. But here's the problem. You're giving farm to Doombug, but I don't know. Counter versus, I think you're going to have a wing attack.
You just have to get to the wing attack,
and Arrow is able to clutch it out.
Yeah, you didn't have enough health in the end on the Gligar. You had that Protect Shield remaining to Protect Shield that aerial ace, but you just didn't have enough left in terms of health. But Doombug made that quite close, but Arrow is one game away from securing his first ever regional championships, and I feel like he has taken all the momentum in this series. He is running counters for that Registeel. He is running Poliwrath and Shadow Gligar. If you're Doombug, how are you even countering that here?
And let's see the crucial moment here towards the very end. You know, actually, Butters, I thought that had the Registeel survived against the Poliwrath, I mean, it actually gave Arrow a window to come in and start wing attacking down this Registeel. Registeel could not have reached another move in time, but here's a crucial play right here, able to get a little bit of chip damage off. Doombug was energy dry on the Gligar, and Arrow is able just to come in one wing attack away from victory from Doombug. That would have swung everything back into his momentum.
And are we going to see the Cresselia? Doombug has made so many awesome plays with Cresselia, Whiscash Core, having Registeel as well. Can he pull off one more victory to stay alive in this tournament? And it's gonna be Gligar versus Gligar. In the backline, matchups are definitely gonna matter, because if you can align that Registeel into Lickitung, it's gonna look really good for Doombug. This is crucial though, Mark. Arrow does win charge attack priority on Gligar.
Yeah, and I think Doombug's going to be well aware of this thing. He's running ABA flyers because he's really anticipating a little bit of ushering for his Registeel here. I mean, and looking at the backline for Arrow, we have seen Charjabug put up quite a good fight up against Registeel. I mean, if alignment does happen, though, I would still say that you know, it's going to come down to this Altaria versus Lickitung matchup. And here, Arrow is going to fire off the Aerial Ace here, and Doombug is going to let this one go. That means that Doombug's Gligar will not reach the next charge move, but it is up to Arrow whether he wants to use a shield or not, and he does. He's going to use this Gligar as potential insurance against Registeel down the road.
That's smart, because you don't know if you guarantee the alignment just by going for the wing attack down. It might have been simultaneous, but Doombug might have had more stat product and actually win that zero Protect Shield situation. So Arrow just wants to make sure he has the alignment, but now Doombug does have double Protect Shield Altaria, which looks pretty good against the backline. Here's the Lickitung to bait out the Registeel. Looks like Doombug is going to gather some energy and then probably soak the Body Slam. No, doesn't soak the Body Slam, actually stays in with the Altaria.
Yeah, he's going to stay in with Altaria. I think he senses that Arrow wants the Registeel to come out, so it looks like he's trying to see. Oh, there he goes, trying to banking. But he was gathering some energy right there. Now the Registeel is going to come in, and Doombug has to be very careful. He has both his Protect Shields here, so he could maneuver the situation to where he comes out with a charge move. However, he doesn't know what the third Pokemon is, and you know, looking at that Charjabug in the back line, Butters, we do know that it survives any one charge move, right? So a lot of flexibility. You cannot let your Pokemon get too low here, because they're both going to take neutral Volt Switch damage, and this is where I think Arrow is kind of headed with this match.
And the Focus Blast lands, but doesn't knock out the Lickitung. And to that point, you can't let this Registeel get too low, because we have seen Registeel in the back be too clunky to finish off teams. All of these Pokemon, the Gligar has a little health. Even that little health Gligar, look, can come in and get a charge attack out of this Registeel, or yeah, a Focus Blast out of this Registeel. So soaking all of this energy at what, 5% health, just because Registeel can't really fast attack anything down. So it's all going to come down the Charjabug for Arrow here.
Yeah, and this is going to be very dangerous. You are going to need at minimum, I think, 4 charge moves, 2 to break shields and 2 to take out either Altaria or Registeel. The first charge move is going to come out. Hopefully for Arrow, this Zap Cannon does not debuff, but let's see if it is in. Oh, it is in Doombug's favor. It is going to be a tactile right here, and now we're going to be in a much tougher hill to climb up here. Altaria still has the charge move banked up as well as 2 shields, and here comes Altaria to try to finish things off.
And here comes the Sky Attack, and it's let go by Arrow. Arrow thinks that he can't get the Volt Switch down and get enough onto the Registeel, so he lets his Charger Bug go, and suddenly we have a tied series in this Grand Finals. It is 2-2 between Arrow and Doombug.
Yeah, we're going to an explosive game 5. I mean, and if anything, for these 2 trainers, with how their day has gone, with how dominant that they have been on either side of the bracket, I think it's only fitting, Butters, that we are going to be forced to go to a game 5, and we might have more matches the way after this too.
Yeah, if Doombug can secure victory here, he will reset the Grand Finals bracket, and then these 2 trainers will go at it once again. And the stubbornness of Doombug. Doombug has been as stubborn as Registeel because he keeps bringing it, even though Arrow keeps showing so many counters to it. This game, there weren't those counters to Registeel, and it was great in the backline. So he was able to secure the victory with those timeless 2 Pokemon of Altaria and Registeel.
Yeah, and I like the adjustment there, that ABA flying team right there, just to have additional coverage for the Registeel. Doombug playing this kind of in a way where he is setting up the Registeel for success, but it really matters how he's manipulating the shields and the energy at the beginning. I mean, and banking that, I mean, I think he's really punishing Lickitung as well, because Lickitung trying to come in, he's actually just farming the Lickitung and taking a charge move in. And speaking of which, we're going to get into the game 5 here, and there is a Lickitung from Arrow being met by Registeel here. You only have one possible answer to it in Poliwrath, and there is the Cresselia here, one of the most punishing Pokemon that you can have against this new pick.
And I think Doombug just said nope, because he just hard called Arrow's line here, having the matchup Registeel into Lickitung and then to have the Cresselia, and it's the Moonblast Cresselia. This is pretty much gonna one-hit KO, so Arrow does decide to protect shield. He needs to find some way to get out of the situation, and how many times has he double protect shielded this Poliwrath? But against this line, I'm not sure if it matters, because Dune even called the backline Pokemon. He has Whiscash for Skarmory.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. You can double shield if you want, but unfortunately, even for Registeel, leaving a Poliwrath exposed, you're still going to be very susceptible to that Zap Cannon too. So here, it looks like trainers have basically handshaken, and they're going into the 2 shields, but it's going to be a lot tougher than Arrow can handle, I think, because there are going to be some more surprises down the road. He is going to go, oh, and Doombug actually wins to the Moonblast here, and maybe Arrow didn't press the move there, because I would expect Poliwrath to win the charge attack priority.
Well, I think he was actually trying to swap. I think he was reaching for his timer. I think he was almost up, and he was reaching for that timer to try to get out of there. But as soon as that didn't happen, I think you saw in Arrow's face that this is going to be a real uphill climb, and Doombug is so close to resetting this Grand Finals bracket and continuing his streak in San Antonio, and he's going to get his Cresselia licked down here, and the Lickitung has a good amount of energy, but that energy goes nowhere into Registeel, and there's a 1 Protect Shield advantage for Doombug, and he has the Whiscash to match the Skarmory in the back.
Yeah, and this is a tough situation here. I mean, I guess you can accumulate as much lick damage as possible. However, we know the power of Whiscash, how quickly it can outpace to Scald here. And Skarmory, unfortunately, with that Steel Wing, it is going to generate a lot of energy, but I don't think it has enough power to be able to finish this match. I think both trainers on the screen here, they're kind of bantering amongst each other, but I think they kind of understand what the situation is going to be. Lickitung here going to struggle quite a bit against the Registeel, and it's almost done, because Doombug's been very, very good at undercharging a Focus Blast just enough to have a threatening move coming into the next matchup here. He is going to actually go for the Excellent here, and he's going to leave. Oh, he's going to leave no health, but I think it's pretty elementary at this point. With Skarmory coming in, the one single Zap Cannon is going to leave it in such a bad spot that Whiscash can come in and clean things up.
Can we talk about how Arrow brought a team ABA weak to Registeel when Doombug is running Registeel every single game in this series and almost in the entire tournament? tournament. I cannot believe that bold choice from Arrow in this decisive game number 5, and it didn't play out. And now Doonbug has reset the grand final. So now it is going to be one more best of 5 series between Arrow and Doonbug, and whoever wins is going to be your San Antonio regional champion.
And a crazy game 5 right there. You are right, Butters. I would definitely have. I think the most successful games that Arrow has had is focusing around having, at least some coverage for the Registeel in the back, the Gligar and the Poliwrath together, kind of teaming up to take down the Registeel. Doonbug is not going to exclude Registeel from this lineup for sure. So not having a Gligar or not having Gligar and Shadow Poliwrath available was a huge problem right there, and I hope Arrow makes that adjustment here. I think you just have to punish the Registeel, and here we are going to go into the reset bracket here, and now Arrow has the advantage with the Skarmory leading into the Gligar.
He did it again! He ran ABA week the Registeel again, but it worked out. These crazy calls from Arrow, he was able to play against the ABA flying, and now Doonbug doesn't really have an answer for Skarmory. But remember back in the day, Altaria wasn't that bad versus Skarmory, but this time it has Brave Bird and Steel Wing, so it threw that Brave Bird and then swapped out into the Lickitung.
And now Lickitung, I think it's very happy to absorb all of this energy that Altaria has gotten, and it's gonna be able to lick straight down unless Arrow wants to preserve health, but I don't see why you would want to, just in case there is gonna be a Registeel, and the Altaria actually does not reach the Sky Attack. So I mean, if you're Doonbug here, you're in a tough spot here. Do you come back in with the Gligar knowing that it doesn't do much against Skarmory, or do you try to get an advantage on the Registeel? It looks like the Registeel has come in instead to soak up all of this energy just to preserve some shields.
This is the smart play, but this is also Doonbug's win condition. The Registeel has to absolutely pop off to win this battle, because you'll have to knock out this Lickitung. You'll also have to land Zap Cannons on the Skarmory and the Poliwrath. And remember, Arrow does have the alignment here. So even though you knock out this Lickitung, you're going to be facing a 2 Protect Shield Poliwrath, and you know Arrow loves double Protect Shielding Poliwrath.
And here the Lickitung going to take a good amount of health off of this Registeel. We know that Doonbug is likely to manipulate this to where he's going to have, 100 energy, then throw the charge move. He's going to throw the Zap Cannon here. This is for sure going to be knocking out the Lickitung, but Poliwrath is going to come straight in, and I'm not sure how Doonbug is going to handle this, but is he going to switch immediately into the Gligar to be met? And it looks like, yeah, there is a switch here. Skarmory is going to beat the Gligar, and although Skarmory is taking a little bit of Dragon Breath damage, it still is in a very good spot.
Yeah, and now you're just going for these digs here, but Arrow doesn't have to respect them at all. This is a non-Shadow Gligar. This is single resisted. It's no problem for the Skarmory here, but you will get in danger of getting knocked out from the second dig plus wing attack, so you actually might have to give up Protect Shield. Definitely Doonbug wants to give up a Protect Shield here, unless you want to try to lock on down to Skarmory, which is not going to be that easy.
Yeah, and I think Doonbug here, I'm not sure if he's going to be happy investing both shields to preserve this Gligar, because I think he might need it though, because Gligar would be the best possible answer to the Shadow Poliwrath. We'll see here. Arrow's going to be content letting this dig go, and it's going to put the Skarmory in a relatively low position here. I mean, it looks like Doonbug is going to go ahead and invest the second shield. Arrow might just be trying to usher the victory in with the Poliwrath instead.
And this isn't over yet. I know it is really in Arrow's favor, but if you can swap on an Icy Wind because your timer is back up, I think that is Doonbug's win condition, and Arrow smartly no Protect Shields the Aerial Ace because he knows his lose condition is taking that damage from Zap Cannon. Do you swap on the Icy Wind? He doesn't go for it, and now the Icy Wind will land into the Gligar, and Arrow is poised to take game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, and what a comeback here. He knows that the best that Doonbug can get to before he gets countered down is one charge move here. Doonbug not bothering to throw the move, but Arrow will throw a Scald in celebration here, and Arrow is going to lead the reset bracket 1-0.
And this is reminding me of the past when Onion Frank was just going Leaf Tornado after Leaf Tornado, just making these crazy calls. Arrow keeps playing ABA weak to Registeel. Doonbug is bringing Registeel into every game, but it didn't matter in that game number 1 because he had the proper lead and kept the alignment, so he was able to actually have his only counter aligned on to the Registeel. So now he has a 1-0 lead in this grand finals. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this team. There is Registeel in the back for Doonbug, and you're just throwing out Skarmory, Lickitung lines. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I like this call from Arrow, though. Very risky, but Skarmory is the superior flyer between Altaria, Gligar, and Skarmory. So I think it makes complete sense here that he might be relying on that since Doombug has been favoring the Altaria Registeel core.
And how do you stop that ABA team that's weak to Registeel? So how do you have Registeel in the back, but also beat both of those Pokemon that don't want to see Registeel in the front? And here we are, we're almost locked in. They're kind of speed running through these battles here. They are making these adjustments so quickly in their head right now. Doombug, I don't think he's going to relent. I think he's going to keep bringing that Registeel. I'm really curious if Arrow then goes back to what he was doing before. I think he might revert to Shadow Gligar in Poliwrath team, so he has 2 answers for that Registeel in the back.
Yeah, I really like that idea against Doombug because it looks like Doombug is going to be stubborn until the very end of this tournament. He might just have Registeel in every single lineup. We are going to get into Game 2 of the reset bracket, and we have the Shadow Gligar versus the Skeledirge that we haven't seen in a while.
And finally, now he's ABA strong into Registeel, so that was a great adjustment, and you want no part of taking these digs if you are the Skeledirge, but looks like this is going to be the bait on the aerial ace, and this is going to be a huge call from Doombug.
Oh, and he lets it go!
He lets it go, and Skeledirge hangs on no problem, and it is at Shadow Ball energy, but he also goes for the bait. So now it's Protect shielded, so both of these calls have gone Doombug's way early in this game, so I think Skeledirge can take the alignment here.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Arrow here, even if you decided to take the Disarming Voice, it would still deal so much damage because look at how strong the Skeledirge is. I mean, if you're Arrow, I don't know if you can invest yet another shield, so here comes the second Disarming Voice. We do see the second shield being invested. I mean, this is going to be very tough.
I think he's going to go for the wing attack down. I think he's, it looks like Doom denies that and swaps into the Whiz Catch, but it looked like Arrow wanted alignment at all costs, and of course he does. He's got Carbink in the back, but Doombug has 2 answers to that Carbink. He has the Registeel, and he has the Whiz Catch. Here comes the Poliwrath, though, so that means Registeel will be in the back versus Carbink, but an important factor, there is still health remaining on Shadow Gligar for Arrow.
Yeah, and Poliwrath is going to come in, but Whiscash has already farmed so much energy. Here is the Mud Bomb here, going to be taking another chunk out of the Shadow Poliwrath here. Arrow thinking about what his options are. Do you need to throw a charge move beforehand, or can you come out with a ton of value here? It looks like he's going to try to get to the counter now, but he knows that Mud Bomb is just a little bit away, and he's forced to throw an Icy Wind. I think Doombug is very happy with all of his energy leaving the Poliwrath here, and Poliwrath, the only real answer for this Registeel, of course, with shields down, this is going to be a tough one, but Skeledirge is going to come back in, and I think the goal of this Pokemon is to absorb even more energy. Oh, actually, it's being shielded.
He has to, because you can't lock on down the Poliwrath. The Poliwrath has a high health pool, so it's going to be impossible to do that. And the attack drop here, you have to bank a move, then you swap, but now you're going to have to take an Icy Wind maybe, or can you get the lock on down first? But no, Arrow swapped out into the Gligar, but are you going to outpace the Gligar into a charge attack? This might be the win for Doombug, because if he can knock out this Shadow Gligar, it's going to be Registeel versus that Carbink in the back line.
And we do see the Focus Blast take things out. And the Poliwrath came in and got the Scald off. Are we going to see the attack drop?
He needs the attack drop, but Doombug has the Skeledirge at no health. He can swap to it later. No attack drop, but at this point...
But here's the thing. Carbink is tanky enough to survive some of these charge moves here. I mean, I think you have to go for Zapkin, and if you're Doombug, is there going to be a debuff? I don't think Rock Slide is enough. I think you have to go... I think you might have to go for a double Rock Slide.
No debuff! No way! And I did not think that Poliwrath would get to
going
that.
For the Moonblast.
There it is. This is the Moonblast.
Is this enough for Carbink? It is a stab move, and Moonblast is quite good here. Do we see it? It is not enough.
He needs to get to this Focus Blast. Does he have the Disarming Voice banked? I think he has it.
I think he has it.
If he has the Disarming Voice banked, I think it will be enough to knock out this
right now.
He swapped into it.
He does have Disarming Voice.
Play into Disarming Voice. There is so much
Can Carbink survive this, because it's a non-stab move?
And he hangs on. And
it's going to the lockdown. Takes it instead.
What an epic end to that battle. It doesn't get closer than that in Pokemon Go PvP. This is the best of the best.
What an ending right there. You have Carbink's Rock Throw going through on the Disarming Voice, taking out the Skeleton, but Lock-On is an even faster move than Rock Throw.
Wow. Registeel has been the MVP for Doombug. Can we see the end of that game? Can we slow that down at some point? Actually, this was crucial though, because Doombug outpaced the Gligar. This was Arrow's best win condition, was to get a charge attack on that Gligar. And this was crazy.
Yeah,
there's nothing left on this Poliwrath, and this Poliwrath gets to the skull to put Registeel close to in range of that Moonblast. And this is the point where it is so close. It is literally a game of inches here. There's almost nothing left. Combo move. Here comes the Disarming Voice.
It's so close here. You can see the Rock Throw going through on Arrow's side, and the Disarming Voice leaves it with a sliver of health here. I mean, I don't know if that Zap Cannon debuff is going to affect things. I don't think it did, Butters, because it does leave Carbink at a small sliver no matter what, and the Registeel ends with...
It was at 1 health.
Yeah,
you know how I know?
HP.
Because it got knocked out by Lock-On, so it was guaranteed at 1 health there. And here comes the lead. It is the Poliwrath calling the lead from the Registeel. They're back in it. It's tied 1-1, but this time, the alignment is not in Doombug's favor, and Arrow has fantastic alignment here. He has the Skarmory for this Cresselia, and then of course he has that Poliwrath for the Registeel, and ABA strong to the Registeel, but Doombug is unrelenting, bringing it every battle.
Yeah, and Arrow this time had a great response to it. Like we mentioned before, the Gligar and Shadow Poliwrath combo is adequate protection against this Registeel. It just really depends on how Arrow wants to play this out. But in this situation, great matchup here. These Steel Wings are going to start chunking the Cresselia here, and Arrow he's in a pretty good spot.
And you have a way to soak this energy. You can go for some sort of lock-on down, but you just can't get this Skarmory low enough to secure that lock-on down. Here is an undercharge here. I don't know if that was a great undercharge, because unless Arrow is going to pivot, which I don't think he wants to do, now you can give the Registeel an opportunity to lock on down the Skarmory.
Yeah, I think Arrow might be thinking about pivoting though, because
he is going to pivot.
Yeah.
Because he has both of his answers are in the back still.
So now you have Gligar versus Gligar with an energy advantage. I mean, Doombug here, I saw this, maybe the sly smile from him. I think he understands how this is going to effectively play out here, because Arrow is effectively coming to a Gligar versus Gligar fight, but he has an extra Sky Attack that's in his back pocket.
Yeah, that was a great play by Arrow. I'm so used to him being ABA weak to Registeel. He's ABA strong to Registeel. So he can obviously pivot out of Skarmory, because both of his Pokemon in the back are so strong against that Registeel. So that was a great undercharge to maximize energy on that Skarmory to get the Steel Wing down, and Doombug is just in so much trouble as he takes the Aerial Ace from that Shadow Gligar. All he has left is that Registeel. How many times have we said that in this tournament? But this time is one of the times I don't think it's gonna be enough. I actually know it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, and here with Doombug, he's going to be able to wing attack down Arrow's Gligar, but Skarmory is going to come in and clean that up very quickly. It's going to threaten with the Brave Bird. At this point, Butters, it's a health game, and unfortunately for Registeel, you do need 3 charge moves, but the damage is going to be coming so fast from the Poliwrath here, and right now these counters are going to start adding up. It is a non-Shadow Poliwrath, but as you can see here, from a charge move pacing perspective, it does not even matter, because you're going to use both Protect Shields here. Arrow even gets to the Scald first. I don't think the debuff is going to matter a lot here, but and Doombug is going to go ahead and elect to take it. I think he understands how this is going to play out.
Yeah, it's over. So Doombug lets that go, but then throws a Zap Cannon just to see, hey, I let one go. Arrow, you let one go too, all right? But Arrow didn't oblige.
Still gets the debuff.
He didn't oblige, and now Arrow is one victory away from becoming the San Antonio Regional Champion. This is his home state of Texas, and this would be his first ever regional championship.
Yeah, and this is gonna be huge for Arrow here, because is he gonna go with the with Old Reliable almost, having the Poliwrath and the Gligar core, and then for Doombug here, you've played Registeel I mean, this is what? This is potentially the 9th game that you played Registeel. Is it finally time to pivot away and not be punished by this pick? This is going to be really huge for both trainers here. I mean, if Doombuggy elects to stay with the Registeel, I hope he has a good plan for the Shadow or for the Poliwrath and Gligar combination, because so far this has given them the most trouble.
This has been Arrow's dream for so long. Since 2022, NAIC, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, Arlington, Peoria, World, North American International Championships again, Hartford, Fort Wayne, Charlotte, Knoxville, Orlando, and he is one game away from being the champion.
But here's the thing, we see the Whiscash come out from Doombug, and the Poliwrath is here to answer it. If the Poliwrath gets too low, you're still going to have that single backline matchup that we don't want to have.
It's not over because Doombug has Registeel. And once again, Arrow, when it matters, he is running the ABA weak to Registeel. So Registeel in the back in the attack drop here. But we saw this before. The double Mud Bomb is still enough. Even though the attack drop was secured, this Mud Bomb plus the next Mud Bomb will force a Protect Shield out of Arrow if he wants to maintain alignment. But what does he care about alignment, right? Yeah. He's double weak to Registeel, and he knows there's Registeel in the back.
I wonder if Arrow is starting to sense that there might be a Registeel here, because if he does, it's probably a good time to use a Protect Shield here and potentially pivot out. You need this damage. He does sense something is wrong. He's going to use the Protect Shield here and threaten the counter down. So my guess is that when Altaria comes in, he's going to use the Lickitung and potentially pivot out of here. Is he going to be able to reach a move before Whiscash gets to a Mud Bomb? He is not, and now he's in a very, very tough spot here, because you brought in the Poliwrath to answer the Whiscash, and now you might lose alignment because of it.
And there is the counter down from the Poliwrath. You have the alignment, but for what? At least you might pick up the Protect Shield, you might get it back, and no, actually Doombug does not take the bait. He wants to keep that Protect Shield for the Registeel. It's going to be Lickitung pivoting in here. It is going to be met by the Registeel. This is a debuffed Altaria. Maybe he's going to try to swap on the Body Slam. No, and yes, he does swap. He makes a catch on that Body Slam, and now this sets up Doombug for getting the Focus Blast and locked on down. And it was crucial that he got that Dragon Breath damage on that Lickitung.
And this is going to be a very, very close one, Butters, because here's the thing. Carbink does not care about Altaria in any possible way. However, you may end up relying on this Carbink to deal any semblance of damage, because you have the Poliwrath here. You might get a few counters in before the charge move comes out, but if Doombug plays this correctly, you are right, Butters. He is going to lock on down this Lickitung and threaten charge moves. And let's see what happens here. He leaves Lickitung with an adequate amount of energy. I think this is almost the perfect lock on down amount here. We're going to have another Body Slam, but Poliwrath may not have too much of an impact here. It might come down to how much damage will Rock Throw do against a Steel type.
I think you're right about Poliwrath. I think Poliwrath still has a chance to do really well here.
I think you have to peekaboo.
I think you come in with Carbink, you soak this, and this is Carbink coming in, soaking it, maybe get the debuff, and then you can swap out of it. But the problem is, if you then swap, so will Doombug, and Doombug will swap, and no, he actually made the catch. What? No.
He swapped him. Okay, this is okay.
He took the Zap Cannon, and then he swapped. There was the counter swap by Doombug, and you have to throw the Moonblast here because the Sky Attack is obviously resisted, and like you mentioned, Carbink doesn't really care about anything from Altaria. Oh my goodness.
This might actually work out. You get a little bit more farm here. Does a debuff Rock Slide do anything to this Registeel? I think we're about to find out here. I don't think it's going to be enough.
We saw a full-powered Moonblast do nothing to a Registeel. Now the attack is dropped. I don't think this Carbink has any chance. And Doombug has tied up the Grand Finals 2-2.
And Butters, we have a game 10 between these two trainers here. And it looks like the two styles, I mean, Arrow's reluctance to play any kind of double counter to Registeel, but Doombug's persistence in playing Registeel. Is Arrow going to bring an ABA weak to Registeel team?
When it has mattered most, he has brought an ABA weak to Registeel team, but he has won games when he's brought the ABA strong to Registeel team. I think he's gonna bring two possible counters for the Registeel, or two possible Pokemon. And the end game here, it was just so tough. You thought maybe Poliwrath had a chance at that low health if you could align it with that Registeel to get some counters in, but the situation that we'll have in the in, it all came down to the Registeel had too much energy, and that is not a high chance of that happening. And I think we're actually in the battle. This is game number 5. Whoever wins this will be the San Antonio Regional Champion. And now this is a swap into Poliwrath, but it's met by the Gligar, and Gligar does get to the Aerial Ace first. And here comes the instant Protect Shield, a classic strategy from Aero to Protect Shield Poliwrath.
And here we are. I think it's going to be a double. Yeah, I think you're right, Butters. A 2-shield situation here. Poliwrath going to be firing out these Icy Winds as much as possible, but as you can see from Doombug, great adjustments here. There's nothing weak to Carbink on his side.
And Registeel, of course, is in the back, but now you have the Charjabug in the back instead of the Lickitung. So Aero finally sits that Lickitung in this crucial game number 5. Can this Aerial Ace knockout? It's not enough. Now Poliwrath is going to get to the Icy Wind. So I actually don't know if this Icy Wind is enough, but it gets Protect Shielded anyway.
Yeah, and we're not going to find out because of the Protect Shield here. And there is going to be a Protect Shield advantage, which does open the window a little bit for Aero because, as we discussed, Butters, I mean, Charjabug is going to take resistant damage on both charge moves.
How do you deal with Whiscash? Whiscash is in the back, and it is going to be the Whiscash. And I think I saw Aero, I read his lips, he said, good game. It's not necessarily over, but calling the backline with this Whiscash into the backline of Carbink Charjabug, Doombug has the clear advantage here, and I think he is just moments away from securing his championship. He just needs to play cleanly throughout the battle.
There's not enough time and not enough energy that Charjabug can generate to get through all this because it really does have to answer all of these Pokemon here. And even this X-Scissor, I think, is going to be neutral. It's not going to be enough to KO. You have to literally Volt Switch this down, but Doombug is already aware of this. This Scald will be getting through the shield here. I think Aero's going to let this one go, and I think Doombug is going to be securing victory.
And there goes the Charjabug, and this Whiscash is still around. This has been one of the surprises here in San Antonio. Doombug has ran a lot of Whiscash to win this tournament, and he is just moments away. The Scald, and for good effect, it gets the attack drop, and for better effect, here's the Registeel.
Yeah, and the tried and true Pokemon from Doombug here, I would say it is, you know, I don't want to discount the Skeledirge, but Registeel has been Doombug's signature Pokemon for this event here. He is going to be able to use this Zap Cannon to finish things off for maybe a little bit longer, but the double attack fall here is going to make sure that he secures the victory. Both, you know, and we have Doombug here, all smiles here, finishing on off Aero with the lock on down, and Doombug is going to be your San Antonio Regional Champion.
And Doombug has now won 2 straight Texas Regionals in Arlington last season, and now in San Antonio. He lost his first match of the tournament, and he climbed all the way back to the Grand Finals, reset the Grand Finals, and won a best of 5 versus Aero to become your Grand Champion. This was Doombug's event.
And one play here, because all throughout the event, every single time that we focused on Doombug in a matchup, he was playing so technically well and predicting his opponents right there. I mean, this really came down to this tension between the two trainers, right? You had Aero, who wanted to run ABA weak. He was reluctant to run Poliwrath and Gligar together. Doombug, he brought Registeel. I mean, that was it. That was the strategy. He moved this Registeel around quite a bit and maneuvered it. He punished so many Lickitungs in this tournament because of that, and he was able to masterfully draw out this Whiscash. This Whiscash and Registeel relationship here of drawing out that Shadow Poliwrath and just punishing so hard. I mean, this was masterfully played.
Let's get into the highlights here of this Grand Finals, because that was absolutely epic. It came down to a lot of the team composition. So let's look at every game, Mark. We're gonna look at every game. Okay.
Starting from game 1.
Yeah, starting from game 1. Were you ABA weak or ABA strong to Registeel? And I want to guess, because it looks like he is going to win this game, I think he was ABA strong to Registeel, but we'll have to go into game number 2 as well. But Man, Dunebug, and let's look at this. This is ABA strong into Registeel. Looks like you have the Gligar, you have the Shadow Poliwrath, you have the Skeledirge in the lead there for the Dunebug. And Skeledirge, I mean, by the way, I swear, Dunebug has more fire surrounding him right now than Skeledirge because he was on an absolute tear in this tournament.
And I want to actually mention though, in this second game here, Skeledirge actually brought so much value by just letting the Incinerates add up and threatening Disarming Voice. It was the reason that Dunebug was able to take this game too. Because you were right, Butters. This was an ABA strong to Registeel. Dunebug didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, Skeledirge came in and did so much damage to both the Gligar and even the Poliwrath here. Like I said before, Ghost Fire typing, right? It's going to resist the counters until you decide to throw a move that is going to threaten it. It doesn't care.
I thought we saw a lot of stubbornness in San Antonio here because Dunebug was unrelenting with his Registeel play. In the end, it was just a numbers game. Eventually, he was going to find his alignment. He found so much alignment into Lickitung. I feel like other trainers did similar things, like would dodge with his Vigoroth in every single game. Even Onion Frank with all his leaf tornadoes, but it was always the Registeel. That's why you see in every single highlight here, the Registeel is either winning or losing the battle for Dunebug.
Yeah, and I think in this case, able to manipulate things. I think Arrow actually he had a loss as a double strong against Reggie. He even had a win against double strong against Reggie because he was able to catch Dunebug off with that Skarmory.
In this Altaria and this Altaria Registeel core in general, we saw Colin use it in Stuttgart and swapping on this body slam, but I swear, in the Wadaj matchup, guess what Dunebug ran? He ran that Registeel and Altaria, and when it mattered the most, he brought this timeless duo of the Altaria and the Registeel, and that is why it's the timeless travel season. But there is no Pokemon more timeless than Registeel, and that was the reason he was able to become the San Antonio Regional Champion, and Arrow knows it at this point. He just lets it go. That was a 3-ball flex from the champion here.
Yeah, and good call out, Butters. I mean, I think even ever since I started playing in the Open Battle League here, Registeel has been around almost every single season, and you can see it here. It's evolved so much. It didn't have Zap Cannon before, and now that it does, it's become still a monster here. And despite us saying that we may not be seeing that much Steel this weekend, we have a Steel type on top.
And Dunebug is on top of San Antonio, but remember, Arrow, who has already qualified for the World Championships because of championship points, Wadaj, who has already qualified because he won a regional this season, they're adding championship points to accumulate for that travel award. The top 8 trainers in North America will get a travel award to Honolulu, Hawaii this season. Rise to occasion. He has also qualified for the World Championships, but is still going for that award. But wow, what a top group of trainers you have there.
Yeah, and this is, of course, we're gonna be showing the graphic here. I think Dunebug in great company, right? With Dodge already, I know he got 3rd place in this one, couldn't join himself back up on the Wall of Fame, right? And of course, Arrow, I have no doubts he's going to be able to bounce back, but I think very happy to have placed, in the top 2 for this event as well.
And he was so close, really. It was 2 best-of-5 series, so at some point he was up 2-1 in a series and just 1 victory away, and he has competed in 14 and now 15 championship series tournaments, but just is still trying to get that championship. But what a run from Arrow to come in on the winner's side of the bracket before the grand finals. Arrow had only lost 3 games the entire tournament. It was absolutely amazing, and let's give the credit to these trainers right now. So take it away, Wholesome.
All right, welcome in everyone to the 2024 Pokemon Go San Antonio Regional Championships. What a tournament we just witnessed with over 128 registered battlers. Such incredible battles that we saw not only on day 1, but also here on Championship Sunday as well. Congratulations to all the participants that we saw, but we've got a few that we want to specifically highlight here in our awards ceremony. First off, we have our 3rd place competitor. That is going to be the one, the only, Wadaj. Congratulations, Wadaj, on your third place finish. Yet another top cut. No surprise to anyone here. To me, it seems like you're still hungry, almost disappointed with your finish. I really want to ask you, I feel like that you seem a little bit let down with this third place finish. Are you feeling hungry for your next tournament?
Yeah, I want to win again. That's all it is, basically.
A simple answer there, no doubt. We've seen you win so many battles already. I'm sure you're going to have a huge comeback, and we all have high expectations for you. Congratulations again on third place, and there are big things ahead of you, Wadaj. Congratulations again. We are matching here. Very nice. All right, thank you again, Wadaj. Congratulations. All right, and then we have our second place finisher from Texas. It's Arrow. Arrow, you need to receive your medal here, my friend. What an incredible finish that we just saw. A bracket reset, 10 games versus Dunebug. One of the only trainers that were able to take any games off him whatsoever. Coming up just short, obviously a little bit bittersweet, but an impressive performance. Are we going to be seeing you later this season, Arrow?
Yeah, I don't know what regionals, but I'll be at some. I'll be at NAIC, hopefully EUIC as well.
Well, let's not forget, everyone in the crowd, Arrow did qualify for Worlds with his finish, so we will see him in Honolulu, Hawaii. Congratulations on an incredible performance, and we'll see you in Hawaii. All right. Alrighty. And last but not least, we do have our first place champion here of the San Antonio Regional in 2024. It is our reigning Texas champion yet again, Dunebug. Congratulations again, Dunebug. First off, I have a couple of questions for you. What does it mean to you to back-to-back repeat your dominant performance? You won in Arlington in 2023. You won again here in 2024 in San Antonio. What does that mean to you?
It literally means the world to me. There's nothing better than winning a regional. I am just at a loss for words right now.
Still in a little bit of shock. I want to ask you, was there one moment in your battles with Arrow that you felt was the turning point for you, that was kind of the key to your victory?
I think it was losing game 3 in the reset. It made me rethink, maybe my team comps aren't working here. Maybe I just need to make some adjustments, and that's what I did in those last 2 games.
Well, it certainly worked out for you. Congratulations again. That is going to be all we have. Thank you so much, and congratulations again on first place. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, and congratulations again to all of our competitors here in San Antonio.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspired to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
What
an epic grand finals, and congratulations again to Wadaj, Arrow, and of course, Dunebug, who is your San Antonio regional champion. That was amazing. It was a full bracket reset in 10 straight battles from those top tier trainers.
Literally could not have been closer, and really amazing plays by Dunebug. Once again, congratulations. I think that's one of the most impressive runs, if not the most impressive run we've ever seen in Pokemon Go Championship Series history.
And let's look at that run, actually. Let's take a look at that bracket to see how it all played out on Championship Sunday. And this is the winner's side of the bracket, and Wadaj was starting out on fire. He was able to get all the way into the winner's finals, but the story, it really was on the loser's side of the bracket in the end. But Arrow is the person that was able to get into those grand finals, but unfortunately fell to Dunebug, who lost his first match of the entire tournament and went all the way up into those grand finals. And check out this journey right
the
here.
Losers bracket where Dunebug was able to navigate through this losers bracket the entire way. Here you can see his name on the bottom. I mean, I think after a couple of 2-1s, undefeated all the way through the losers finals and back into the grand finals.
That's right. He looked absolutely unstoppable, winning 9 straight games towards the end of his run there. And then, of course, running into Era, who put up an amazing fight, taking Dunebug to 2 best-of-5 game 5s.
But it's really all about the Pokemon, and I was so impressed with Whiscash, Cresselia, and of course Registeel. How many Registeels were in this Top Cut day number 2? And actually, Registeel did get number 7 in usage. That's a huge change from the past where Registeel has really fallen off.
Yeah, much higher usage than expected. I think we talked a little bit yesterday about Galarian Stunfisk, and it doesn't even appear here in the top 12 in terms of usage. So, I mean, Charjabug able to run a little bit more free in this tournament, but Registeel is still showing, or still being showcased by Dunebug as to why it is so strong.
And let's take a look at these caster predictions. Of course, I've got that Gligar I'm very proud of. You guys all had that Poliwrath as well, which we saw so potent, especially on Arrow's team.
And I think we have to talk about the Skeledirge, which was number 4 on my caster's prediction, and it was on Dunebug's team. He didn't run it that much, but it was crucial to beating Rise to Occasion in that matchup. And actually, he was able to get 2 shields from a Gligar in that grand finals as well. It really is a fantastic Pokemon. You know what's also fantastic? Our cookies. I think we all did an awesome job, but I feel robbed a little bit because I feel like I had a handsome looking cookie, but I believe we have the results of who won this cookie
and I'll
decorating
make a complaint
contest.
here. I think my cookie was upside down, so it's very hard to recognize what I was trying to make.
You know what? Wholesome isn't here, so maybe he can't claim his victory. I think your Voltorb was very, very nice.
Oh, thank you. It was an Electro, but thank you very much for the high praise. It looks like the winner was Jim Wholesome _ Congrats to Pikachu. Congrats for pandering. And you won. No, I'm just kidding. But it was a great Pikachu. Congratulations to Wholesome. I believe I was number 2 in the list, and Wholesome isn't here, so I will accept the victory.
Yeah, and I know I was dead last. But hey, I will defend Shadow Victory Bell until the end of time.
I saw the shadows with purple icing. It was good.
And this is the rest of the regional schedule for the journey to Honolulu, Hawaii. Up really soon, we have Portland just after the holidays, and of course, we still have 2 international championships left, all looking forward to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. But our next event will be the Portland Regional, and I absolutely can't wait to see another take of this meta.
Yeah, just around the corner there, just a couple of days into that new year, right after the holidays, just like you said, I think we're going to see a lot of trainers, you know, maybe still have time off, able to make this amazing tournament in Portland. And remember last year in Portland, actually, the top 2 placing trainers were actually top 2 at the World Championships later.
And we actually have Liverpool as our next European regional as well. And I saw on social media some trainers from North America will be traveling to Liverpool for that regional. So it's been awesome to see trainers traveling to other regions. Harjeffi traveled to San Antonio. It's just been so cool to watch. Make sure to follow Pokemon on YouTube and Twitch so you can keep up with all these future regionals. And of course, it's at @PlayPokemon and #PlayPokemon on X, and it's /Pokemon on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And that about does it for us in San Antonio. I'm just gonna go around with just the last final thoughts of this meta. How are you feeling, Mark?
Oh, this is such a diverse meta, and it's going to take weeks for this to settle. So you never know what new Pokemon are going to appear in Portland and beyond.
I think that's exactly right. We're only really 2 tournaments into this new meta, still evolving. You know, looking at those conversion rates from what we see a lot of on day 1 to day 2, not super consistent. And I think that means that trainers are still sort of searching for what the key in this meta is.
And what will be key to the future of these regionals. I can't wait to find out. We'll see you all in Portland.